Chapter 367, 141 went to Jianghu Lake to pick up Jianghu, afraid to become the most explosive news, second update. Underscore 2 She was afraid to keep Dean Jian waiting for long, so she didn't refuse. On the other end of the phone in the car, Xianxia, who was sitting in the back seat, was already quite irritable, and now looked at Zu's assistant in shock. You're taking her? Suen's wedding is the day after tomorrow. Xianxia's usual car had been sent for cleaning and maintenance. Tonight, Suen had gathered the whole family for dinner, and Xianxia was going too, so she just hitched a ride with Zu's assistant. She hadn't expected that Zu's assistant would actually go out of his way to drop off Bai Lian. Yes, if you have something to do, you can get off. I'll have someone else pick you up, Zu's assistant politely replied. Xianxia had never met Bai Lian, though Suen had told her about her many times. She didn't have any impression of Bai Lian, but she knew Zu's assistant. He was Suen's close confidant and rarely showed such politeness to other people, even towards her. His attitude was always proper. Now, he was being so polite to Ji Mulan's daughter? Xianxia found it inconceivable. She lifted her hand subtly saying, "No need, I'll go too." At that moment, she finally became a bit curious about Bai Lian and wanted to know why Zu's assistant was so polite to her. Within a few minutes, the car arrived at the edge of the Technology Museum. The Technology Museum was a famous spot for checking in Jianghu, and Xianxia figured Bai Lian was probably there to check in. Her gaze swept around, and she immediately saw a girl standing by the road, wearing a snow-white layered woolen vest. Her jet-black hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin, with a few strands swaying in the wind by her ear. She also wore a Bluetooth headset on her ear. Her eyes were cast down, her left hand holding a phone, her right hand casually swiping across the screen. Was she playing a game? The car stopped, and the girl, facing away from the sun, lazily looked up. Her entire face was revealed, and the Technology Museum behind her, shining like a sapphire, instantly became mere background to her presence. Xianxia had long heard from old Madame Su about Bai Lian. Suen had previously wanted Bai Lian to retake her studies in Jianghu, and her grades weren't good. Ji Mulan had also spoken briefly about Bai Lian, which led Xianxia to have a very average impression of her. But seeing her now, she thought that indeed, very few people could resist beauty, and her impression of Bai Lian improved. Zu's assistant quickly got out of the car and very obsequiously opened the passenger door for Bai Lian as she raised her hand. "Miss Bai, please watch your head." His voice was respectful, but he didn't introduce Xianxia to Bai Lian. After all, even Suen didn't dare to be too presumptuous with Bai Lian, and it wasn't certain yet whether Bai Lian would acknowledge the connection with the Su family, so Zu's assistant didn't dare to introduce her rashly. Xianxia, who was waiting for an introduction to say a few words to Bai Lian, was speechless. Zu's assistant then returned to the driver's seat. "Miss Bai, where would you like to go?" Bai Lian fastened her seat belt, without removing her Bluetooth headset, leaned back in her seat, tapped on the address sent by Dean Jian and said casually, "Qingxin Building." There was only one Qingxin building in Jianghu, exclusive to members. Zu's assistant had been there. Suen sometimes met distinguished guests there, so he wasn't surprised by Bai Lian heading there. But Xianxia, sitting in the back seat, took another look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, sitting in the passenger seat, was still focused on listening to specialist English terminology, occasionally recalling key points explained by academician Ma. She knew someone in the back seat was watching her. But having been the subject of so much attention, Bai Lian didn't care and just leisurely swiped on her phone screen. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up outside Qingxin Building. Bai Lian unbuckled her seatbelt, got out of the car, and slightly bowed to thank Zu's assistant. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Zu's assistant said something that would make Director Chan want to hit him. "If you need a ride back later, just call me." Okay. Bai Lian closed the passenger door and walked into Qingxin Building. Qingxin Building was essentially a private club. It was well heated inside. The front desk receptionist, clad in a delicate cheongsam, saw Bai Lian, came forward with a smile, and greeted her with a bow. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Bai Lian, holding her phone, reported the private room number, Winter 08. Winter 08 was a private room reserved for VIP guests. The receptionist's demeanor became even more respectful. "Are you Miss Bai?" Bai Lian nodded. "Miss Bai, this way please." The front desk led her to the elevator, gently reminding, "Watch your step." Outside. After Bai Lian got out of the car, Su Shujie squinted at her retreating figure, pondering with a hint of speculation. Why isn't she eating the reunion dinner tonight? What's she doing here? Who has she arranged to meet with here? Does the Ji family still have acquaintances in Jianghu? I don't know. Zu's assistant didn't want to divulge too much about Bai Lian, just as his phone rang. It was Su En calling, his voice laced with a smile. Could you pick up Uncle Ji and the others? After dinner tonight, have Uncle Ji run through the rehearsal. There was a reunion dinner tonight. Okay. Zu's assistant hung up the phone, then dialed Ji Xiaojun, glancing at the rearview mirror. I have to pick up the old Mr. Ji and the others, it might be a bit far. Su Shujie knew that Ji Xiaojun and his party were going fishing. Fishing spots in Jianghu were basically in the suburbs. It would be a 1 or 2 hour drive. Having her patience exhausted accompanying Zu's assistant to the Qingxin building, Su Shujie opened the car door and stepped out. Okay, you go ahead. I'll have someone come to pick me up. Zu's assistant looked at Su Shujie with an apologetic glance. Then he continued to call Ji Xiaojun. Su Shujie. So why was Zu's assistant so respectful towards the Ji family? Su Shujie stood there, deep in thought. Su En and Su Wenyao could be said to be polite. But Zu's assistant was a slick operator, an old hand at playing to the crowd. In the car, Ji Xiaojun sent Zu's assistant the address. Zu's assistant opened it, intending to set up navigation. But at the sight of the address, he suddenly felt dazed, rubbed his eyes believing he must have read it wrong. Looking at it again, the map still displayed those 5 characters. Jianghu Lake Back Entrance. The area was indicated as Xinjiang District. Zu's assistant calmly started the car. When he drove onto Zier Avenue, then onto a smaller road, and finally stopped at the back entrance of Jianghu Lake, Zu's assistant looked up at the gate, stunned. So it really was this place. The front half was a popular tourist attraction open to the public, the back half a private spot. Born and raised in Jianghu, Zu's assistant felt for the first time that he was unsophisticated. Could one actually ice fish here? Zu's assistant got out of the car to message Ji Xiaojun, saying he had arrived. Then he waited quietly at the back entrance for the Ji family to come out. In less than 10 minutes, a lively group emerged from inside. Chief Chen carried a big fish, handing it to Ji Xiaojun with regret. I have to deliver this fish to the old master. I don't have time today, otherwise, I'd definitely drink a few more with you. Ji Hang blew out a smoke ring, the other hand holding a fishing basket. His eyes squinted. Well, drink the day after tomorrow. Today, he seemed to be in a very good mood. Right. Chief Chen's eyes brightened. He remembered Su En's wedding the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is a joyous occasion. I'll drink my fill with you. At the gate, Zu's assistant's mind was wiped clean in an instant, leaving only 2 thoughts. 1. Chief Chen actually returned to Jianghu. 2. Chief Chen. He's going to attend Su En's wedding the day after tomorrow. Members of the Chen family were rarely seen across these several districts. The wedding the day after tomorrow. That should be the biggest news in Mingfeng district this year, right? Zu's assistant stood there stunned. Chapter 368. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest under 1 Director Chen was chatting with Ji Hang when Ji Xiaojun thanked Zu's assistant. Assistant Su, thank you for making the trip. Suan had wanted to properly entertain the Ji family this time. However, he had not found the right opportunity. As their departure was drawing near, it was only Su Wenyao who had taken them to visit a museum once, and today they had specifically asked Assistant Su to pick them up. Assistant Su said earnestly, Please don't say that. Uncle, the day after tomorrow I'll find someone to drink a few more glasses with you. Director Chen lifted a big fish out of the fishing basket and placed it beside Ji Hang. You can make a fish head hot pot when you get back. Their catch this afternoon hadn't been plentiful. Most of Director Chen's catch were small fish, which he had released. The 2 big fish were distributed, one for Ji Hang and one to take back to the Chen family. During the New Year period, Director Chen dared not drink too much. He thought to himself that he must find someone to accompany Ji Hang and drink a few extra glasses. After sending Ji Hang off in the car, Director Chen stood on the spot, waving towards the direction of the car, standing tall and straight. Assistant Su, glancing in the rearview mirror, felt very stiff, being seen off by Director Chen for the first time. This sense of oppression was stronger than Su En pouring him tea. Of course, He had no desire for Suen to pour him tea. Only when Director Chen was no longer visible in the rearview mirror did Assistant Su let out a sigh of relief. At the entrance of Jianghu Lake, having seen off Jianghu, Director Chen pulled out his phone and browsed through his contacts, searching for someone. Ming Dongheng could drink, but he was not around. Chen Jingyu could also hold his alcohol, but he was not up to it, and Chen Beixian could drink as well, but who dared to invite her? He scrolled through a list of people. Some could drink but had no connection, so it would be awkward to ask them. Director Chen opened Ji Xian's WeChat. Where is Suen from? Truth be told, Director Chen had not really heard about the Su family in Jiangjing. In the rush to return to Jiangjing, he hadn't bothered with the affairs of the Su family. After all, he couldn't even find the time to meet Miss Bai. Ji Xiaojun replied quickly. Mingfeng District, Mingfeng District? That was a bit remote. Director Chen truly didn't know many people from Mingfeng District. After much thought, an idea finally struck him. This is good, he can drink. Director Chen scrolled to a name. He had some dealings with this person. Before his assignment to Xianxia, this person had worked under him for 2 years. Thinking this, he sent a message, inviting him to a wedding banquet the day after tomorrow. Conveniently, this person was also from Mingfeng District. Qingxin Building. The Winter 08 private room was very traditional. On the right side was a low table with tea sets. A barely scentable incense was lit, sending up ethereal curls of smoke. On the left stood an 8-panel screen. Would you like to listen to some music first? The waiter served the snacks and tea and then handed the menu of musical pieces to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, glanced briefly, and tapped a slender finger on one of the pieces. The waiter looked down. Ambush from 10 sides? There was nothing wrong with this piece. Others had requested it too. It was just that the waiter was somewhat surprised. For such a beautiful and gentle young lady to choose such an intense piece. Still, the well-trained waiter left to make arrangements. Bai Lian took off her cloak and lazily sat cross-legged at the low table. She lowered her head, used a teaspoon to put tea leaves into the teapot, while the water nearby was already boiling. Her articulate fingers rested on the handle, pouring the boiling water into the pot. The tea leaves rose and fell 3 times before slowly settling to the bottom. The woman carrying the pipa entered the Winter 08 room and even paused at the entrance. She looked at the girl inside brewing tea and felt as if she had stepped into the boudoir of nobility from another era. Bai Lian slightly turned her head and smiled at the woman, gesturing with one hand in an inviting, please motion. The clear sound of the pipa began to play from behind the screen. After brewing the tea, Bai Lian poured a cup for herself and one for Principal Jian who hadn't arrived yet, then took out her phone to snap a photo. By student. Image. Teacher Zhang. ? Bai Lian sent the photo and then ignored him. All the way, Principal Jian wondered what to say when he met Bai Lian. He knew she was a high school student. They hadn't talked much online, and there was a decades-wide generation gap between them. It wasn't until the waiter opened the door that he saw, through a thin veil of smoke, the girl sitting cross-legged at the low table. Principal Jian. Bai Lian stood up to greet him. The zither music was very zen-like for Principal Jian, and although the technique in Bai Lian's previous video wasn't extraordinary, Principal Jian was someone who had studied the white robe journey to the core. He could hear the sorrowful resonance in it. Making friends through the zither, this sense of musical resonance was something others could not comprehend. Did you brew this tea? Principal Jian sat opposite Bai Lian, looking at the color of the brew with surprise. Bai Lian listened to the pipa indifferently. Yep. It was their first meeting, yet they felt like old friends. Chapter 369, The 142 Vanishing Picker God, Valued Guest Under 2. What are you doing in Jiangjing? Dean Jian asked her. Bai Lian sipped her tea, advanced studies, for the college entrance exam next year. Dean Jian gave her another look. You're planning to take the entrance exam for Jiangjing University, and your teacher isn't saying anything about it? Dean Jian knew she must have a highly skilled teacher, which is why he never considered taking her as a student. He only hoped she would take over the position of the Gujing sect leader, and with it the title of chief. Him. Bai Lian thought for a moment, knowing he must be referring to Mr. Qin Jiu. He doesn't have the time. Because he had to perform at the imperial palace every day, cursing and swearing. Sometimes the consorts of Emperor Jianghu would insist that he compose a special piece just for them. As a result, Mr. Qinjiu had grown so irritable with the Guzheng that when Bai Lian now read about the modest gentleman that teacher Qinjiu was portrayed as in history books, it felt very dissonant. Besides, he might look at a Guzheng now and just want to curse. Dean Jian. So you're just as rebellious as your teacher, huh? He took a sip of tea and said mercilessly as the pipa music ended, "Anyway, you want past the Jianghu University entrance exam." After he spoke, he sneezed. Dean Jian then instructed someone to turn up the heating inside. Bai Lian had her own understanding of the Guzheng, having been taught by the historically famous Qin Jiu. Most of her understanding of the instrument was imparted by Qin Jiu, whose insight into the Guzheng was unrecorded by history. The more they talked, the more Dean Jian felt he had to get her to the music academy. "You're from Xianxia, right?" Bai Lian nodded. After some thought, Dean Jian remembered he had recently come across videos of various tourist attractions in Xianxia. It was winter break, and many college students were passing through to shoot puppet theaters, which had become a cultural phenomenon during the Lunar New Year period. Even Dean Jian had seen the videos. After his meeting with Bai Lian, Dean Jian was ready to send her back. Once in the car, the driver respectfully asked Bai Lian where she wanted to go. "Wuyuan Base," Bai Lian said, opening an English reader. Before the chauffeur could respond, it was Dean Jian who was caught off guard. "Where?" "Wuyuan Base," Bai Lian replied politely. Dean Jian, who clearly knew what Wuyuan Base was at a loss for words. After Bai Lian got out of the car at Wuyuan Base, only then did the driver look at her figure in surprise. "Dean Jian, is she really the next chief you picked?" "I'd like to think so, but she's not willing," Dean Jian replied as he took out his cell phone and instructed other people in the institution not to schedule anything for him in the coming months. He was going on vacation. Startled by Dean Jian's words, the driver gasped. Dean Jian was a seasoned official of the National Arts Department and a figurehead of classical music in the country. He had been involved in arranging music for state reception-level events. His skill level was high, but his cultural image was even higher. He represented domestic classical culture, comparable in some ways to the president of Jianghu University. How many in the music academy were vying to become the favored disciples of Dean Jian? And yet there were those who weren't interested? Yunshao Hotel. Jianghu delivered the fish to the hotel staff to make a fish head dish and then went on to walk through the handover process for the day after tomorrow with Su En. Ji Mulan's first wedding was an event Jianghu had not attended. Ji Xian's wedding hadn't been such a grand affair, and Jianghu had sat quietly during Ji Xiaorong's wedding. The process was quite simple. Su Shujie sat at the table next to them with a laptop, waiting for the food to arrive while working. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing sat beside Ji Mulan, with Shen Qing peeling sunflower seeds and pocketing 2 pieces of fruit, earning a sideway glance from Ji Mulan. Zu's assistant was discussing details with the host. When Su Wenyao arrived, just as the dishes were served, after greeting Ji Xiaojun and the others, he sat down next to Su Shujie. Su Shujie, who had been buried in work, finally lifted her head. She wanted to mention something about the Qi family, but considering the presence of the Ji family members, she held back. After Ji Hang and the others finished the process, they came over to eat. Su En stood up and raised his glass to Ji Hang and Ji Xiaojun, speaking earnestly, "Mulan is in my care now, you two can rest assured." The group didn't drink much that evening, just a few light toasts. Su Shujie tried a piece of the fish head and was surprised. "This fish is actually quite good." The just-finished assistant beside her. "How could it not be? It's from Jiayu Lake, caught by Director Chen." After dinner, when Ji Hang and the others were sent back to their rooms, Su Shujie finally turned to Su Wenyao. "Your grandmother threw a tantrum at home because you didn't go to the Qi family this afternoon." "I didn't go." Su Wenyao got up, ready to head back to his room to rest. Novel Kuli 0. WP. com/Wuxia World. Site/Chapter 370. The 142 Vanishing Pickup God. Honored guest _3 the day after tomorrow he also has to receive guests, so he hasn't gone home and has booked a room at the hotel. "Brother, you should also manage him," Su Shujie sighed. "Shuyan is a bit willful, but don't because of Ji incur a great loss over a small matter. Do you not know how important that ticket is to him?" Su Shujie really didn't understand. If it were for some other important affair to have a falling out with the Qi family, that would be one thing. But it was precisely because of the Ji family's affair In her opinion, 100 Ji families could not compare to the Qi family. Ji Mulan merely stood to the side, unaware of any ticket significance. But she was also aware that this was a field beyond her reach, and upon hearing Su Shujie's meaningful words, paused for a moment, somewhat understanding why recently the old Mrs. Su had repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the wedding. Suan pulled out a cigarette. This is not incurring a great loss over a small matter. This isn't considered? Su Shujie frowned. Auntie, Su Wenyao interjected, stopping her. He looked at Su Shujie. I went to the lecture this afternoon. What? Su Wenyao drew a carefully preserved blue ticket, gave her a glance at it. Academician Moss lecture, I attended it. Suan was also startled by this ticket. Where did you get this? The academic lecture in the science and research community was not one could just decide to attend. Alien gave it to me, Su Wenyao said softly. Su Shujie realized who this person was, extremely shocked. Her. How did she get hold of the ticket? When Su En heard it was Bai Lian, he was stunned for a while, then nodded and calmed down. No wonder. Bai Lian always knew many odd and unexpected people. If it were her, then Su En wouldn't find it strange, after all. That was the person even Director Chen would call Miss Bai. Let alone getting hold of tickets, Su En thought. Now that Bai Lian knew that academician Ma, he wouldn't find it strange either. Su Shujie felt in the afternoon that Zu's assistant had a very strange attitude towards the Ji family, and now seeing Su En's reaction, she was even more astonished. What on earth are the people from the Ji family? After she went back, she had someone show her Ji Mulan's information again. Graduated from Beijing University, from Xianxia. She turned it over and over but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Su En's wedding day. It was the last day of courses at Boyuan Base, and Bai Lian and her two companions were earnestly listening to a lecture. The day after tomorrow is the Lunar New Year, and Boyuan Base would be on holiday too. The wedding ceremony was at 11:18, and Bai Lian and her group just needed to arrive before 11. During the lecture break, the professor sat above. Tang Ming went to the restroom with Wang Su, and the girl seated in the middle turned back to see the left side of Bai Lian was empty, then slowly approached. Bai Lian, with her chin propped up, was lazily flipping through a review, and upon hearing some noise, she slightly raised her eyes. She raised an eyebrow at Su Jiue, both her eyes and brows tinged with indolence. Hello, I'm Su Jiue. My brother is Su Wenyao. Su Jiue introduced herself in a soft voice. She held up her phone, wanting to add Bai Lian on WeChat. Su Jiue? Bai Lian had known this name for a long time, but only now did she learn that she was actually Su Wenyao's sister. Bai Lian had a rather good impression of Su Jiue, who was quiet and unassuming. The other time, she had even wanted to give Bai Lian the math modeling Liang Wuyu and others had done. Bai Lian took out her phone, scrolled to the QR code, and let Su Jiue add her. Su Jiue left. Excited. Another person was added on her phone. Bai Lian didn't pay much attention until she put down her phone to continue reading the review. Jiue. Ah! Jiue. Sister, you're awesome. Jiue. You can actually do math modeling with Senior He Won. Jiue. #at. %*. Bai Lian stared at the message for several seconds before slowly, and with some hesitation, tapping on the person's avatar. The latest moment in their circle of friends was from the day before yesterday. Wild boar shocked. JPG, Su Wenyao commented. 6. Bai Lian went back, finally confirming that the person who typed such noisy text was indeed the seemingly quiet Su Jiue. Jiue. Sis, aren't you attending the wedding today? Bai Lian. I'm attending. Jiue. My car is here, let's go together. Bai Lian. I'll go later. Jiue. Okay then. Lian sis, what's wrong with you? Tang Ming, who was talking to Wang Su about something, came back and saw Bai Lian looking at her phone. Her usually calm expression seemed a bit off, so he couldn't help asking. Song Min couldn't help but look over upon hearing Tang Ming's question. Nothing. Bai Lian put down her phone and continued to read her review paper. Tang Ming sat down next to Bai Lian, and Wang Su took a seat next to Tang Ming. He talked to Tang Ming. The math physics god hasn't made any moves for a while now. That stuff's killing a bunch of people. Don't worry, she must be busy, Tang Ming spoke up. Right, she's probably like Senior He Won, spending every day in the lab, Wang Su sighed. Tang Ming. It's also possible she was off brushing up on biology and chemistry, then practicing piano when free. By the way, what's your username on the app? Wuxia took out his phone, opened the app. Let's all follow each other. Everyone mostly used their real names. Wuxia searched for and followed Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Then, after thinking for a bit, he searched for Bai Lian, but found nothing. Not there. Wuxia found it odd. In the Boyuan base publicity office. Jianghu lounged on the sofa, wearing loose-knit clothing and looking completely at ease. In his hand was a black pen, and his lightly draped leg supported several documents. Jianghu was sitting on the side, fiddling with a new Rubik's Cube. Director Chen sat across from Jianghu, extremely uneasy. With Bai Lian not around, he couldn't ignore the pressure emanating from Jianghu. Who in Xinjiang district would believe it? That young Master Jiang was waiting here for someone after class. 10 minutes later, Director Chen could no longer sit still. He got up with some trepidation. Jiang, young Master Jiang. Jianghu stretched out a hand and tossed the document he had finished reading onto the coffee table. Speak. I was thinking of helping Uncle Ji with something. Director Chen stood there. Without thinking, he dragged Jiheng into it. They're getting married today, surely they must be swamped. If I go, I can help out with the preparations. He had dropped off Jianghu in the morning to find Jianghu and then came together to find Bai Lian. He thought Bai Lian would be there as soon as he arrived. Director Chen had no idea that scam prevention had gotten so serious. Bai Lian was still in class, and they had to wait for about an hour. Jianghu, out of all consideration, who dares to face Jianghu alone for an hour? Go ahead. Jianghu lifted his head momentarily. Director Chen hurriedly left the room. After departing the publicity office, Director Chen took a breath of relief, finally feeling refreshed as he sat in his car and fastened his seatbelt. Before driving off, he made a phone call. Shin Min, have you set off yet? Chapter 371, 143 Wedding Banquet, Unexpected Guest, Part 2. Under one on the other side of the phone, the voice was very respectful. Mr. Chen, I was just about to leave. Fine, I've sent you the address, Director Chen said and then hung up the phone. It's just that he had no spare invitations. Director Chen didn't contact Su En. He only sent a message to Bai Lian to inquire about the invitation. Bai Lian was in class at the moment, and he didn't dare to call her. 1 minute later. Miss Bai. 1. Only after getting a reply did Director Chen start the car and leave. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's group of 3 didn't leave until nearly 10 o'clock. Where are you going? Wuxia was unaware that they intended to leave early. Today is the last day. Something came up. Tang Ming spoke for the other 2, patting Wuxia on the shoulder. We're going to a wedding, remember to send us the recording. Sure, Wuxia nodded vigorously, patting his chest. Today's lecture is on physics, Pei Qin's specialty. I'll make sure he prepares it well for you guys. Thanks. Tang Ming punched his arm. Yu Guang saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao walking away and immediately grabbed his backpack to catch up. Chang'an District was separated from the Yunxiao Hotel by Xinjiang District, and if traffic was bad, it could take more than an hour to get there. By the time they went downstairs, Jianghu and Jianghe were already waiting in the car. Professor Jiang, upon seeing Jianghu, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao instinctively straightened their backs. Jianghu responded indifferently, then his gaze shifted to Bai Lian. Are you really going back tonight? Yes, Bai Lian had already packed her things, leaning lazily against the chair back, speaking to Jianghu. I have to rush back before the new year, it's a bit hurried. Flying from Jiangjing to Beijing took half a day, and a train from Beijing to Xianxia also took 12 hours. Initially, Su En thought about having the Ji family stay in Jiangjing for the new year. But Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun disagreed. Not to mention them, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming also need to hurry back for the new year, as they had no relatives in Jiangjing. Today, because there were many people, Jianghu had a stretch executive car brought out. Bai Lian sat in one row with him while behind them was a booth seat where Jianghe and Ning Xiao sat, eating fruit. When Bai Lian mentioned going back, Jianghe, who was being fed grapes by Tang Ming, immediately crawled over and leaned behind Jianghu seat, staring at Bai Lian. He was pushed away by a finger from Jianghu. Jianghu fingertips rested on a folder, though he hadn't flipped through a single page, only calmly calculating the time. There's no need to rush. But there's not enough time. Wuyuan base also finished today. They had a flight at 9 o'clock tonight to Beijing, and from there they would have to catch an early morning train to Xianxia the following day, arriving only in the evening. Jianghu Lai tapped the folder intermittently, his expression cool, his voice clear and distinct. Leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I just happen to be going back to the lab for a bit. Bai Lian. That really is just right. She leisurely took out her phone to call Su Wanyao. Su Wanyao took a minute to answer the phone. Hello, alien, it's a bit noisy and I didn't hear, are you there yet? Not yet, Bai Lian said unhurriedly. I have one guest here without an invitation. Could you help me check on it when the time comes? Without an invitation, what's his name? Su Wanyao inquired. Surname Shen, called Shen Min. Su Wanyao wrote down the name on a sticky note. Okay, I got it. Yunshao Hotel. Wedding venue. Ji Mulan was getting married from the hotel, taking around to Su En's new house and then returning to the hotel's wedding venue at this time. The guests were arriving one by one, with Su En and Su Wanyao both outside greeting the guests. Su En had invited all his staff in Jianghu to the event, plus some friends from the industry, classmates, and relatives, totaling several hundreds of people. Even if the greetings started at 9 o'clock, and he met 3 or 4 people a minute, it would still take 3 hours. The hotel was clearly well versed in handling such a large event, assigning 20 hosts and dozens of servers, making it seem not too busy. Madame Su arrived not too late either. She arrived at the wedding venue at 10 o'clock, assisted by the Su family butler, sitting majestically in the main seat at the table set up under the stage for the wedding. Ji Mulan was getting her makeup done in the back. She heard that Madame Su had arrived. She went forward to greet her, and surprisingly, she too was nervous. Madame Su, why have you come? She had thought that Madame Su wouldn't come today. The wrinkles on Madame Zu's face were deep, exuding an intimidating presence that made people reluctant to look directly at her. She didn't respond to Ji Mulan, scanning the room instead. Haven't seen the person yet? She had come so early just to wait for Bai Lian. With the day so lively and the setting so grand, Madame Su felt that Bai Lian and her company would arrive very early, which is why she had come in advance. Butler Su swept a glance at Ji Mulan and respectfully bowed. She hasn't come. Ji Mulan had known all along about Madame Zu's attitude and didn't mind. If Madame Su had easily accepted her, she would have suspected something fishy. Madam, people from the Su clan walked around to greet Madame Su, then looked towards Ji Mulan. Congratulations. Madame Su looked at the other party and spoke indifferently. Uncle, please sit here. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a chat. The Su family uncle glanced at the main table and hesitated. This? Madame Su looked down and noticed the groom's and bride's parents' table sign in the middle of the table. She raised her eyes, signaling Butler Su with a glance. Butler Su immediately removed the 2 signs. They were replaced with groom's table. And under this table, the sign for bride's table was set up. Sit, Madame Su said, looking towards the uncle, who now sat down at the groom's table without hesitation and with a smile. There was nothing to hesitate about. If this had been the Qi family, the Su family members would have been cautious. But now, it was the Ji family. Madame Su and the others all knew what kind of person Ji Mulan was. For Ji Mulan's father to want to sit at a table with Madame Su would indeed be a step down. Ji Mulan pressed her lips together, standing aside. Just then, Ji Hang and Ji Xiaojun among others had just arrived at the wedding site. It was said that this was the bride's relative, and Ji Hang was the bride's father. The etiquette lady led Ji Hang to Madame Zu's table, while Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing sat at the table behind. Ji Hang held a smoking pipe. Today, he was wearing a black robe with a character for fortune, looking festive, and his presence was not overshadowed by the Su family members dressed in their fine suits. Madame Su was lowering her head, turning a string of Buddha beads in her right hand, her expression cold and indifferent, not lifting her eyelids. Excuse me, Butler Su said with a smile while turning over the sign on the table towards Ji Hang and the etiquette lady. This is the groom's table. The bride's table is in the back. He indicated the table where Ji Xiaojun sat, speaking politely. But Ji Mulan had not opted for a traditional Chinese wedding. Her hair was only half done, and her complexion was somewhat dark. She wanted to say something to Butler Su. She was stopped by Ji Hang. It's fine. Ji Hang turned and sat down next to Ji Xiaojun, lifting his chin towards Ji Mulan. Go on with what you're doing, don't mention it to Su En. Ji Xiaojun reminded Jianghu. Dad, your phone is ringing. The scene was noisy, so Jianghu could not hear the ringtone, but Ji Xiaojun saw the light from his phone in his pocket. Jianghu took out the old man's phone. It was Director Chen. Hello, Xiaochen. Uncle Ji, Director Chen was still driving. I'll be there soon. I didn't come with Miss Bai. All right. Jianghu lit his smoking pipe, squinting as he took a puff. We're all here. Ji Mulan looked at Jianghu sitting at the second table and then at Madame Z's attitude. She felt very congested in her heart. Go back. Shen Qing glanced at Ji Mulan cautiously, knowing full well his own standing. The seating arrangement made by the Ren family for him previously had been even more outrageous than today's. Outside the door, Su Wen was still greeting guests, and Su Shujie was looking at the guest list beside him. When she flipped to the Qi family, her expression changed slightly, and she whispered into Su Wen's ear, "Not a single person from the Qi family has come. I haven't seen Xu Yun or Madame Qi." Everyone had seen the hints between Qi Shuyun and Su Wanyao. People thought Qi Shuyun would marry into the Su family. This time, Mr. Qi indeed wouldn't come for Su En's remarriage, but both Shuyun and Madame Qi had said they would be present. After all, it was a big event for Su En. Upon hearing this, Su En greeted the other guests with a calm appearance, while speaking to Su Shujie. It's probably because of Wanyao. Should we have Wanyao call Shuyun? Su Shujie was somewhat worried. It doesn't matter if Madame Qi doesn't come, but Shuyun's absence. No need, Su En was firm. If they don't want to come, then let it be. Seeing Su En so resolute, Su Shujie took out her phone and sent a message to Shuyun. Shuyun, the wedding is about to start. The other party didn't reply immediately. Su Shujie sighed. Just as she was about to say something, she looked up to see a man in his 40s lingering at the welcome area. She quickly went up to him. District Chief Shen? How did you come here? Hello. District Chief Shen didn't know Su Shujie but had seen Su En and was very polite. Mr. Su, I didn't realize this is your wedding. Congratulations. Su Shujie looked at Su En in shock. Wait, Su En had even invited the district chief from Mingfeng district? Had the Su family become stronger behind her back? Su En was also startled by District Chief Shen. He put aside what he was doing. District Chief Shen, are you here on official business? His family had no connection to the political world, nor the channels for it. Su En was puzzled too. Right at that moment, Su Wenyao approached, carrying a sticky note for Su Shujie and Su En. Dad, Alien says there's a guest with the surname Shen called Shen Min, a gentleman. I haven't seen him here. You and Auntie keep an eye out. Su Shujie and Su En hadn't had time to process it yet. That would be me, Shen Min looked up, giving a slight nod towards Mr. Su. I don't have official business today. I am here to attend the wedding banquet. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, and for disturbing you, Mr. Su. Chapter 372. 144 Chenju Gao Guangliang Field Under 1. Your visit amidst your busy schedule brightens our wedding banquet for Mulan and me. District Chief Shen, please come in. Su En, who had weathered many events, regained his composure in just a second. He stepped aside and personally escorted Shen Min inside. I've always wanted to come and see, and today I finally found the opportunity, also to have a drink with the old man. Shen Min was also discreetly sizing up Su En as he spoke. Su En was a major taxpayer in Mingfeng district and knew how to handle situations. Shen Min recognized him naturally. A few months back, during the municipal bidding, he had let slip that Mr. Chen would be visiting Xianxia. At the time, several individual entrepreneurs from Mingfeng district were present. Later, Shen Min didn't follow up, as he was busy with governmental affairs, and the affairs of Xianxia didn't concern him. It was not until Su En returned to Jianghu and had someone send a generous gift to him that he knew Su En had been to Xianxia. However, Shen Min just laughed it off and didn't inquire further. Today he saw, this Su En was truly a talent. A trip to Xianxia, and he could win over Mr. Chen. Thinking this, the smile on his face grew even warmer as he struck up a brotherly conversation with Su En. During the public holiday, calling me district chief is too formal. I'm a few years older than you, so you can take advantage by calling me big brother if you like. As the two exchanged words, Su En understood why District Chief Shen had come here. The word drink made his heart tighten. It was. The appearance of Shen Min at this event was top priority news for the Su family, and someone immediately reported it to old Madame Su. In the banquet hall, Old Madame Su sat at the main table with her eyes closed, her fingers moving over her rosewood Buddha beads bead by bead. The butler, looking tense, bent down and whispered in her ear. District Chief Shen has arrived? Old Madame Zu's eyes snapped open, and the movement of her Buddha beads halted. By her side, Uncle Su, upon hearing the name, had yet to react. District Chief Shen? Which District Chief Shen? Madame Su extended her right hand, and the butler quickly placed her walking stick in her grip. Supporting herself with the cane, she stood up and walked out to greet the guest, saying, "It's Shen Min, District Chief Shen." She was also quite shocked. Since Shen Min took office, he had had little to do with the Su family. Although the Su family had sent gifts a few times, out of 10 attempts, only 1 was accepted. The rest were all returned. What stroke of fortune today had brought Shen Min here? She maintained her dignified demeanor but moved briskly, clearly in a very good mood. Halfway there, she saw Su En leading Shen Min in. Madame Su was wearing a black wool coat that day, with no buttons, and had a trim of fox fur sewn by hand all around, from collar to hem. Her eyes were deeply sunken, and they shone with a cold glint. District Chief Shen's face appeared on the local news from time to time. Those who didn't pay attention to such things might not recognize him, but nearly every upper-level member of the Su family had reviewed some lists to prevent offending anyone. District Chief Shen, upon seeing him, both Madame Su and Uncle Su were taken aback, yet their manners were impeccable. An honored guest's arrival is indeed an honor. Shen Min, not knowing Madame Su, gave her a polite nod. Without much conversation, Su En led Shen Min to take a seat. "Let's sit inside for a while first." Madame Su took the opportunity to fall one step behind and looked towards Su Shujie, who had followed. She brought her hands together, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. "Your brother managed to invite Shen Min over?" She naturally did not think it had anything to do with the Ji family. Su Shujie felt a momentary blank in her mind, finally catching on. She looked at Madame Su with some hesitation. "It's not brother. District Chief Shen, he seems to be a guest of the Ji family." The old lady thought she had misheard and tapped her walking stick. What? A guest of the Ji family? How could the Ji family know Shen Min? At that moment, the focus wasn't on that. The butler, supporting Madame Zu's other arm, looked alarmed. "Old Madam, the seating! Quick, follow them!" Madame Zu's gaze lifted to see Su En leading Shen Min to the first table, and she hurried forward. Su Shujie also followed, frowning. "Seating? What about the seating?" The banquet hall of Yunshao Hotel spanned 3 middle floors, 36 to 38, with all 3 levels open and a dedicated banquet elevator leading up. A white crystal aisle for the ceremony stretched down the center. About 50 meters long, with 16 tables on either side, the second and third floors almost mirrored this setup. On the left side, close to the aisle, there were 8 tables. Su En led Shen Min forward, coming to the 2 front tables. The seating had been arranged by the Su side and also been reviewed by Su En. The main table was being occupied by Ji Heng and a few others from old Madame Zu's group. He had intentionally placed Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun at the adjacent second table. Now approaching, he found both the main and next table occupied, turned into a table for the groom's party and a table for the bride's party. Chapter 373. 144 Chenju Gao Guangliang Field _ 2 and Ji Hang was seated at the second table? Seeing Su En speaking and then suddenly falling silent, Shen Min glanced at the table and realized the problem. Table for the groom's guests, table for the bride's guests. Shen Min had attended many weddings, big and small, but this was the first time he had seen such a ludicrous seating arrangement. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not getting involved in their family affairs. "Why have you just come in now?" Ji Xiaojun saw Su En and stood up to greet him with a smile. "Have all the guests been received? Do you need any help from me?" "No, you just stay with them," Su En replied, struggling to contain his anger, then turned back to his uncle, who had hurried over. "How did you arrange these seats?" The uncle was taken aback as well. Madame Su, leaning on her cane, came forward and scolded Su En. "You're so busy with the wedding you're not being sensible, not putting the right people in charge. Look at this seating arrangement. What does it look like? See who's responsible for today's affair. Get rid of such people from the Su family." She then turned to Shen Min with a smile. "District Chief Shen, please take your seat first." Raising her hand, she directed Shen Min to the first table, then gestured to the uncle to switch the seating arrangement, and finally, she said in a gentle tone to Jiang, "Old Mr. Ji, how could you sit here? Hurry up and help the old gentleman to the main table." The last sentence was addressed to the Su butler. The Su butler quickly stepped forward, while Jiang wrapped his pipe and looked up at Su-en before waving his hand. "No need, I'm quite happy sitting here. You go on with your business, no need to entertain us." He slowly blew out a ring of smoke. He could leave, but to make him go back, that was impossible. Shen Min glanced at the pipe in Jiang's hand, putting it together with the various tobaccos that Superintendent Chen had been asking him to find. He realized in almost an instant. He too gave a laugh, took a seat next to Jiang, leaving one spot open, and said to Su-en, "I'm also a guest of the bride's side. I'll just sit at this table. You go ahead with your tasks. I will chat with the others for a bit." He wondered who exactly Alien was. The table for the bride's guests label on the table was very conspicuous. Madame Su looked stiffly at Shen Min, struggling to find a word to say to him because, with that table for the bride's guests, she had no excuse to sit at the same table. She ended up taking a seat at the foremost table, feeling as uncomfortable as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Without any mood to fiddle with her Buddha beads, the uncle initially had the leisure to consider seating, but now, standing next to Madame Su, he didn't dare to sit down. "Madam, what should we do now?" His eyes were on the table where the Ji family sat, bewildered. What kind of people were the Ji family? "These are Alien's guests." Su-en bent down and softly introduced Shen Min to Jiang. Su-en took a deep breath. Jiang obviously didn't take the matter to heart, and from the seat Shen Min left open. He probably knew who would be coming. "Are they all fools?" Su-en muttered to himself as he walked out, addressing Su Shujie and the guest reception manager. Not to mention that District Chief Shen would be arriving today, but even if he wasn't, to turn a main table into a table for the groom's guests, is that proper? A table for the groom's guests indeed made a mockery of the situation. Su-en's expression was terribly gloomy. Su Shujie had no idea why Madame Su would suddenly set up a table for the groom's guests. She quickly followed behind Su-en, lamenting that old age indeed made it difficult to understand. "How would I know about that?" "Go and watch over her for me," Su-en instructed Su Shujie as he sent her inside. "There's no need for you outside with the welcoming." At Jiang's table, he himself wasn't very talkative, but Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing had more to say. Shen Min managed to coax most of the story out of Shen Qing with just a few words. Ji Heng took out his phone and called Bai Lian. "Grandpa, we will leave tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, a voice from the phone end. Bai Lian rested her phone on her ear, her knee bearing a review paper. Sunlight streamed through a crack in the car window onto her documents. She leaned back casually in her seat. "We should arrive in Danping City at around 9 o'clock. Danping City was right next to Xianxia, an hour's drive away. They would be home before 12 o'clock. Ji Heng was surprised. "Danping City has an airport now?" "It might." Bai Lian turned her head to look at Zhang Fulai, who was beside her. There was a silence. In the end, no one spoke. Ji Heng didn't ask further. He disconnected the call and continued smoking his cigar. He was a man of few words, and Shen Min couldn't quite figure out his temper, so he kept talking to Ji Xiaojun. Around 10 o'clock, many guests had arrived, including some high-level executives from the Su family. Hearing that District Chief Shen was here, quite a few people made it a point to greet them at this table before going back to their own. As for Mrs. Zu's main table, no one approached it at all. Shen Qing, who sat beside Ji Xiaojun, learned from the conversations that Shen Min was a district chief and whispered in shock to Ji Xiaojun, "So Shen Min is a district chief?" Another group of people arrived, led by a woman in her 40s, who shook hands with Shen Min and said with a smile, "District Chief Shen, I'm from the Ma family. We met at the last bidding. I didn't expect to see you here." This time, the Ma family couldn't be bothered to send someone, so they sent her, and she unexpectedly reaped the benefits. With that, the woman's smile broadened. She continued to greet everyone else at the table. "Elder Ji, congratulations. You've traveled from afar, so today you must eat and drink well, and don't let President Su be thrifty on your account." Even Shen Qing was not missed out on. Not everyone at the table had arrived yet, but it was already very lively. It was at this moment that some noise suddenly came from the entrance. The woman at Ji Heng's table couldn't help but look toward the entrance. Su-en walked in with a middle-aged man. When Su-en saw the place left for Director Chen, he knew Chen would come, and sure enough, within less than 10 minutes, Director Chen arrived, letting Suen finally relax. When did you return? Alien didn't tell me you would be coming. Suen had gone fishing with Director Chen a couple of times, and the two were fairly familiar with each other. I came back on a whim. Director Chen scanned the room and strode towards Ji Heng's side. Don't mind me, I'm here to have a drink with Uncle Ji. He said not to mind him, but Suen dared not take that literally. Walking further inside, the attention from many people shifted toward them. The man beside Suen had a tanned complexion, his eyebrows were like ink, and he was not given to laughter or excessive talking, nor did he often appear in public, so most people at the scene did not recognize him. However, there were some who did. Like the middle-aged woman still standing by Ji Heng's table. And Mrs. Su at the table behind, who had just settled in for a few minutes before standing up again using a cane, tilted her head to look at Uncle Su beside her. That is. Compared to Shen Min, the person now seemed even more incredible to her. Su Shujia also stood up. Squinting at the man beside Suen, she was momentarily hesitant to speak. Not many people had seen Director Chen, so Su Shujia dared not be sure. Suen approached with Director Chen. At Ji Heng's table, Shin Min finally set down his teacup. He stood up with no more the relaxed look on his face. His body tensed up as he nodded slightly to Director Chen. Director Chen. His voice was deep. Not loud, but most could hear it clearly. Su Shujia, the elder Mrs. Su, and their group all watched quietly as the man Shin Min addressed as Director Chen. The people who had been mingling around Ji Heng's table swiftly parted to the sides, creating a clear path. Long time no see. Director Chen merely nodded slightly back at Shen Min in greeting and then went over to the side of the table, looking at Ji Heng with a smile breaking over his taut face. Uncle Ji, sorry to keep you waiting. As he spoke, he pulled out the empty seat beside Ji Heng and sat down. Ji Heng put down his pipe, turned his head to look at Director Chen, and showed a smile as well. Xiao Chen, you've come quite early. Alien and the others aren't even here yet. I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I came ahead, said Director Chen, making no mention of the fact that he did not dare wait with Jianghu Lai for Bai Lian. He then greeted Ji Xiaojun, Xin Qing, and the others. Following Ji Heng's lead, the table fell silent, not to mention Mrs. Su and others who wanted to greet them. Shen Min was also taken aback by Ji Heng's casual use of Xiao Chen. For a while, apart from their table, no one else dared to speak. Chapter 374, 145 The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady, second update. _1 Director Chen said a few words to Ji Heng and noticed that everyone else was looking in their direction, so he told Suen to go about his business. Miss Bai and the others haven't arrived yet, you don't need to worry about me. Director Chen waved his hand. Then turned to chat with Ji Heng. All right. Compared to others, Suen was much more composed. Given that Bai Lian was in Jianghu, it seemed somewhat understandable that Director Chen, despite being very busy, hurried back. Suen left the room again. If Shin Min's attendance at Suen's second wedding stirred up a commotion, then Director Chen's arrival turned that commotion into a huge wave. Just a moment ago, Mrs. Su could still manage to sit down. But now, seeing Director Chen sitting with his back to her, she simply couldn't remain seated. She could only stand in her original spot, supported by Su Shujia. With the banquet hall crowded today, the heating not set high, Mrs. Su had already taken off her fox fur coat, leaving just a thin layer of clothing. Yet, she felt her back was soaked through. Su Shujia, her withered hand resting on Su Shujia's wrist. Is that man really Director Chen? Could it really be that Chen? Su Shujia also found it unbelievable. But seeing Shen Min's behavior towards Director Chen now, who else could this Director Chen be? But why? Why wasn't there a single piece of information in the materials? However, she seemed to be making connections with all the previous irregularities now. Why the assistant Su was so considerate of the Ji family. Around 10 o'clock, the traffic wasn't as congested as it had been around 8 or 9, but being close to the new year, the roads were still busy. Bai Lian and her group arrived at Yunshao Hotel at 11. At this time, Su Wenyao and Suen were still greeting guests. By now, actually, all the guests had long since arrived, except for Bai Lian. It was clear that Su Wenyao was not so composed about Director Chen's arrival, as the two chatted sporadically by the door. The elevator facing the reception area on the 36th floor dinged and opened. Inside the elevator, Bai Lian stood in front with Jianghu Lai. The hotel was warm, and Bai Lian, who normally didn't mind the cold, had taken off her coat, wearing only a white crossed-collar long dress. The collar was a greenish color, embroidered with tiny clusters of gold and white flowers, with a belt of the same color loosely tied at her waist. In her right hand, she held an unread summary, talking to Jianghu Lai while occasionally glancing at the document. Jianghu Lai, half a step behind her, could still see the plain hairpin in her hair. He hadn't taken off his coat, but he carried a dark blue lady's coat in his hand. Today, Bai Lian had brought his computer for him. Before they got into the car, he was still looking at the computer, and he hadn't taken off his glasses either. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he and Bai Lian stepped out together. Jianghu Lai looked up slightly at Su En and Su Wenyao, who were welcoming guests. Even through his glasses, one couldn't hide the piercing coldness in his eyes. "Alien, you've arrived." Su En, having never met Jianghu Lai, was reluctant to make eye contact with him and instead spoke to Bai Lian. Jianghu Lai stood beside Bai Lian, his slender, pale fingers removing his glasses and casually placing them in his coat pocket. His demeanor could also be described as relaxed, with a touch of nonchalance. But Su En inexplicably felt enormous pressure. "Yes. Is it about to start?" Bai Lian checked the time and was relieved she wasn't late. "This is my classmate." She introduced Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, but she didn't introduce Jianghu Lai to Su En. Su En didn't dare to ask. He then led Bai Lian and the others inside. The banquet hall, packed with several hundred people, was bustling. Even with the heating turned low, it was enough to make everyone's faces red with warmth. The refreshments on the tables had already been refreshed once, and Bai Lian's arrival drew considerable attention. Not to mention anything else, the mere appearance of Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai was enough to attract onlookers. However, as soon as their gaze met Jianghu Lai's pale, indifferent eyes, they would hastily look away, only to covertly watch them from behind once they had passed by. The second and third floors were still okay. The bustling noise on the first floor gradually quieted down, the noisy children hiccuped, and then fell silent, and the servers holding trays of drinks slowly moved to the side, waiting for Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai to walk to an emptier area. Su En immediately saw Mrs. Z's table which had not been fully occupied, as well as the surrounding tables where many guests were mingling and greeting each other. From the first time he brought Shen Min in and saw the seating arrangements that infuriated him, until now, Su En had calmed down, thinking to himself that it was fine to sit at the less prestigious table, conveniently making enough room for Bai Lian and her group. "Alien is here." He straightened his boutonniere and looked up smilingly to greet the people at Jianghu's table. Jianghu was seated in the center, to his right was Director Chen, to his left, Ji Xiaojun, while Shen Min sat beside Director Chen. As he looked up and saw Bai Lian following behind Su En and Jianghu Lai, Shen Min thought he was seeing things. He blinked and looked again. Jianghu Lai was pulling out chairs for Jiang He and Bai Lian, and he casually glanced over towards Shen Min. Chapter 375. 145. The king bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. Under to this face, how could he possibly mistake it? Shen Min's hand, holding the teacup, twitched, and the tea sloshed onto the lace tablecloth. He stood up abruptly. How did you come here?" Chief Chen, who was originally talking to Jianghu, also stood up. Jiang He sat down beside Shin Qing, Bai Lian sat next to Jiang He, and Jianghu Lai took the seat next to Bai Lian with ease. He lazily pulled out a chair, greeted Jianghu with a nod, and then glanced over at the two men. "Sit." He tapped the table with his hand. Only then did Chief Chen and Shin Min cautiously sit down, with Chief Chen still managing all right, but Shin Min dared not even drink his tea anymore. Jianghu Lai never appeared in public, and his identity was also kept in absolute secrecy. Indeed, not many people recognized him, but Shin Min had seen him when he visited the Chen family. Su En, observing the demeanor of Chief Chen and Shin Min, speculated that Jianghu Lai's identity was no simple matter, but it did not match any of the people he knew. He composed himself and said to Jianghu, "The ceremony is about to begin." Jianghu put down his smoking pipe, straightened his clothes, and followed Su En backstage. Soon he would be sending Ji Mulan into Su En's hands. As soon as Jianghu left, both Chief Chen and Shin Min didn't dare to speak. Tang Ming didn't dare to sit next to Jianghu Lai and let Ning Xiao sit down, while he himself sat next to Shin Min. It was only then that Shen Qing took out 2 fruits from his pocket, handing one to Bai Lian and the other to Jiang He. What is this? Bai Lian looked at the small green fruit curiously. It seems to be called a mini kiwi. Shen Qing knew Bai Lian probably hadn't eaten it before. I asked the hotel staff and found out, it's very sweet. Jianghu bit into it without looking up. He said nothing. Bai Lian had heard of kiwis, yet she had never tried a mini one. She placed the report on the table, and as she ate, she described the taste of the mini kiwi to Shen Qing. Seeing that Bai Lian liked it too, Shen Qing finally smiled. On the opposite side, Chief Chen finally found an opportunity to speak with Bai Lian. I heard from Mr. Mao that Yen Lu has been confirmed as the image spokesperson. Will the follow-up sales be able to keep up once the promotion starts? He was talking about the spokesperson for the solid element paste. The solid element paste was originally circulated only within Baektur Street, with its effects quite powerful. The batch produced in cooperation with the Chen family was of normal efficacy. Launched into everyday life, it was too potent for the average person. Bai Lian and Xiaoqi had readjusted the formula and price for the market release. Baektur Street didn't need advertising, but facing the masses, establishing a solid brand image wouldn't be easy. Choosing Yen Lu as the spokesperson was Aoki's idea, and although Bai Lian felt that the solid element paste didn't quite match Yen Lu's image, Yen Lu agreed to sign directly with Xiaoqi once he heard it was her product. A bargain price. Yet introducing an unfamiliar medicine to the general public for acceptance was no easy task. Xiaoqi started with the farmers cultivating medicinal herbs to promote the solid element paste. Yen Lu did not have much fame now, but he still brought in some income. Right, Bai Lian finished the mini kiwi and took the tissue Jianghu Lai handed her, casually wiping her hands, and addressed Chief Chen. Don't worry, there won't be any issues with Yen Lu. I've been to the farmland myself. The soil there is very suitable for growing traditional Chinese herbs. At this moment, Chief Chen realized that Bai Lian had actually surveyed the land for growing medicinal herbs. Of course, he did not know that not only had she done that, but Bai Lian had also taken out $1 million from the funds provided by the Bai family to give to the farmers as the first batch of capital. He was merely curious, not quite understanding how Bai Lian had won over Mr. Mao and his group. He had a slight indication about Yen Lu, but Mr. Mao's group was not so easily influenced. Chief Chen himself also led people, managing dozens under him, and sometimes he was so exhausted from handling them. Whereas Bai Lian seemed hardly to manage at all, yet it seemed everyone was very convincing toward her, and at this moment, Chief Chen had forgotten that he was also one who trusted her. Beside him, Shen Min did not dare utter a word. Hearing Chief Chen address Bai Lian as Miss Bai, and seeing Jianghu Lai passing her a tissue, he no longer dared to lift his head, always fearing he might be ambushed. The host's voice rang out. Welcome the guests and introduce the bride and groom. Accompanied by the music, Ji Hung led Ji Mulan forward. The banquet hall's lights had been turned off, leaving only the dazzling lights of the main stage. Bai Lian, with one hand on the report, slightly turned her body to watch Ji Hang leading Ji Mulan forward. Today, Ji Mulan was dressed in a trailing wedding gown tailored to fit her figure, with a white veil extending to the hem of her dress, her brow bones and nose dusted with gold leaf, reflecting dreamy light under the main stage's bright lamps. Ji Mulan never oppressed herself, and the years had barely left any traces on her face. Chapter 376. 145 The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady, second update. Under the 3 that face made many people in the audience exclaim in surprise. Ji Hung silently placed Ji Mulan's hand into Su En's, who was dressed in a black suit. The scene seemed somewhat touching. Bai Lian looked at Ji Mulan's face for quite a while before finally turning her head away lazily. Fine. Although that face resembled her mother's, she really did not feel like she was watching her own mother get married. When her mother got married, she wore a phoenix crown and a robe adorned with auspicious clouds, and her wedding procession extended for miles. She had heard that back then, her grandfather had excitedly grabbed her father's hand, thanking him for finally bringing the bride home. The wedding ceremony was lengthy and lively. The sound system was turned up loud, so Bai Lian closed the summary and started talking with Jianghu Lai. The waiters also began to serve the dishes one by one. When Ji Hung returned, Director Chen and Shen Min started drinking with him. All 3 men were heavy drinkers, and they kept on without a break. After the ceremony was over, Suen had to thank the guests along with Ji Mulan. Mrs. Su, who had been anxiously sitting at the main table, finally found an opportunity. Holding a wine glass, she stood up, her face beaming with a smile as she said to Ji Mulan, "Mulan, welcome to the Su family. Later, come with us back to the old house for a visit." Ji Mulan had been doing her makeup in the back all this time and didn't quite understand what stance the old lady was taking, which left her a bit confused. "Let's go." Mrs. Su didn't continue to talk to her instead. She looked towards the next table and urged Suen to hurry. "Go and say thanks to Elder Chen and the others." "I'll go too," Su Jiue said softly to Su Wenyao as she came over from the relatives' table. She was holding a cup of beverage. Su Wenyao glanced at her, yet he was not surprised. Suen picked up a wine glass and another jug of wine, leading a group of people to Bai Lian's table. Only then did Ji Mulan notice Director Chen. She didn't talk nonsense at such an occasion, with Mrs. Su intently watching Director Chen and Shen Min. After Suen finished speaking, she finally found the chance to say her first words to Director Chen and Shen Min. "Today, I was unaware of the presence of such distinguished guests and may have been neglectful. As an apology, I shall drink 3 cups on my own." Old Mrs. Su filled her cup and bravely drank 3 cups in one go. Only then did her gaze shift towards Bai Lian, who was sitting in a corner. Bai Lian was looking down, fiddling with her phone, and from this angle, one couldn't see Bai Lian's face clearly. But at this moment, Mrs. Su didn't dare to suggest introducing her to the Yu family. Director Chen was shrewd. As soon as he had seen their seats, he chose not to speak. He wore a stern face, with a frosty expression that tightened Mrs. Zu's heart. After finishing the drinks, she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The newlyweds, Su En and Ji Mulan, needed to toast to the guests at this table. Bai Lian didn't drink alcohol, but her cup was also empty of any beverage. Tang Ming reached down to pick up a bottle of juice. "Sis, here." Before he could pass it to Bai Lian, Director Chen took the beverage from his hand, stood up, unscrewed the cap, and from across half the table poured the drink for Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, is this all right?" While unscrewing the cap, he asked her, and Tang Ming wore a WTF expression on his face. "It's fine." Bai Lian pushed her cup onto the rotating glass turntable. Director Chen poured the beverage for Bai Lian, and then cautiously rotated the table a bit, stopping in front of her before sitting back down. The group normally drank their toast and could leave the event early. Now getting a little closer, Bai Lian finished her drink and looked towards Jihang. "Grandfather, I'll see you tomorrow morning." She and Ning Xiao among others still had to return to Boyuan base for a seminar. "You're leaving already?" Suen felt somewhat regretful. Bai Lian nodded, studying. Suen consistently knew how hard she worked. Ji Mulan, standing on the side, just watched Bai Lian. Studying? What is there to study now? And behind Suen, upon seeing Director Chen carefully pouring a drink for Bai Lian, old Mrs. Zu's face suddenly became extremely stiff. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. A feeling of dizziness quickly overtook her, and her heart suddenly tightened in pain. Next to her, middle-aged women, holding tall glasses, lined up to toast. She looked at Director Chen, then at Bai Lian, and finally, her gaze fell on old Mrs. Su. This old woman, having spent days hunting eagles, she eventually got her eyes pecked by one. She clearly held a royal flush, but this old lady managed to play such a good hand into utter shambles. Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Ning Xiao and the others stood up, with Jiang Fulai's presence becoming notably evident as he got to his feet. He was aloof and under the lights, his eyes were cold and captivating, prompting Director Chen to suddenly stand up as well. Su Jiue watched Bai Lian stand up to leave and really wanted to speak with her, but she didn't dare to say anything. In her red toasting outfit, Ji Mulan couldn't speak up at such an event. Standing among the crowd, she tilted her head to ask Su Jiue, her gaze soft. "Jiue, how did you dare to come over and toast today?" Su Jiue, shyly holding her transparent glass, said, "Sister Bai, I dare not talk to her in class, and I wanted to ask her how she studies math." Chapter 377, 146 Chen Beixian. By Kaiming's phone number under 1 Su Jiue stood at the back of the crowd, speaking softly because she dared to speak to Ji Mulan due to their decent relationship. The noise of the crowd was loud, but Ji Mulan heard everything she needed to. "Is she in your class?" Ji Mulan had always thought Bai Lian had come to Jiangjing for tourism. She paused slightly. "Do you still need her to teach you math?" The incident with Bai Lian in her first year of high school was something Ji Mulan couldn't forget. Ji Mulan's voice was somewhat loud, not as gentle as usual. Su Jiue cautiously glanced at her and said, "Yes, she's at Boyuan base." Boyuan base? The middle-aged woman looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Her expression held a trace of astonishment. Although grades didn't mean everything, they did set the upper limit of a top streamer's capabilities. Everyone from Boyuan base had potential and was no mediocrity. How could Mrs. Su push such a person out of the door? Ji Mulan didn't know about Boyuan base. But in front of so many people, she wouldn't show any signs of ignorance and simply smiled faintly. "Jiue, I didn't mean to be harsh on you." Ji Mulan patted Su Ziyu's back. Since she couldn't talk to anyone else, she turned to Shen Qing who was sitting and said, "This is Jiue. She's in an affiliated high school, second in the country." As she introduced Su Jiue, she spoke of her as polite, obedient, hardworking, and the second in the nation. For her own daughter, whom she was constantly dissatisfied with and found difficult to sit with, Ji Mulan spoke of Su Jiue, to whom she had no blood relation, with pride and satisfaction in her eyes. She wished so much that this well-behaved, outstanding girl was her daughter. If Bai Lian had such a personality, Ji Mulan might kill her primary persona to make her into such an obedient, excellent doll as well. Being second in the nation was indeed something anyone could be proud of. Shen Qing was also shocked, but Ji Mulan's words were even more stifling. She looked at Ji Mulan perfunctorily and said, "Ah yes, yes, yes. Miss Bai, let me see you out." Director Chen got up, putting down his glass. He went to send off Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai. Shen Min couldn't bring himself to speak and followed quietly behind Director Chen. His address of Miss Bai was heard by everyone. Jianghu Lai also followed Bai Lian. He was always a step or two behind her and didn't move forward. His back was against the bright lights of the hall, the tall figure casting a cold, pale shadow. Because there were quite a few people, his usually cold and indifferent face took on a languid ferocity, arrogantly beautiful. His every feature was exquisite, and yet few dared to look him in the eye. The noisy crowd parted a meter around him as if by force. It was indeed very effective. Bai Lian was very pleased. Suan kept several paces away from Bai Lian, and only when he had seen Bai Lian and her companions into the elevator did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Wenyao trailed behind Su En. Looking at the closing doors of the elevator, Suan turned to glance at him and asked, "Do you know her?" "It's hard to say," Su Wenyao pondered, "but then again, it seems unlikely." The two dropped the subject and walked inside. As soon as Bai Lian and her company left, Director Chen's expression returned to one of sternness. Sitting next to Shen Qing, still in the high chair and dressed as a little gentleman in a suit and bow tie, was Jiang He. He hadn't left with Jianghu Lai, swinging his legs. He had specifically gone home the previous night to pack his blanket and clothes to accompany Bai Lian to Xianxia. Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai returned to Boyuan base. Meanwhile, Tang Ming took Ning Xiao to explore an old street in Shermen district. He scratched his head. "Aren't you going to buy some souvenirs for your family? You haven't really used the scholarship the school gave you. My family keeps asking me in the group chat to bring back specialties." Ning Xiao bought a bright red ornament as a souvenir. "That's it for you?" Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao. "Aren't you going to buy anything else?" "Genius, we can't be this heartless." Tang Ming's family had many relatives, including younger sisters, cousins, and nephews. His phone was filled with a long list of items to buy. Ning Xiao was annoyed by his chatter and said indifferently, "My family is dead. Only my grandmother is left." "So, one was enough." Tang Ming's voice stopped abruptly. He watched Ning Xiao leave the street corner, then stood there and slapped himself hard. It was the 28th of the year, and the street was bustling with activity. Just 2 blocks away was the Chen family's private museum. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked to the main road to wait for the bus. A black SUV approached from the end of the road. Behind the wheel was a woman wearing glasses and a military coat. She had her hair tied into a high ponytail, her lips a fierce red, irritably honking the horn trying to clear the pedestrians who were running the red light. The passenger side was adorned with a large bunch of sunflowers. There weren't many cars on this road, and with the ancient street opposite drawing a large crowd, only one traffic officer was left trying to direct traffic but could hardly stop those in a rush to cross the street. Chapter 378. 146 Chen Beixian. By Kaiming's phone number _2 at last, the crowds had dispersed. The woman finally hit the accelerator and drove past. Her speed reduced slightly when she saw a few standouts among the people waiting at the bus stop. Two young men who were heads and shoulders above the rest. The car behind carefully honked its horn. Only then did the SUV continue forward, eventually stopping at the Chen family private museum. Today was the museum's last day open to the public. Many people with reservations were queuing for entry. The woman pulled the key out, stepped down from the vehicle in her leather boots, put on her sunglasses, and walked straight inside through a side door. She arrived reeking of blood, causing people in the queue to keep silent. After she entered, the people started whispering among themselves. What's going on? There are people who don't have to queue up? Yeah, everyone should be equal. Someone even pulled out their phone. The ticket checker lazily looked up. Who needs to queue up to get into their own house? The person sheepishly put away their phone. The graveyard in the back courtyard. Chen Beixian removed her sunglasses. Her face was exceptionally striking, her figure tall and elegant, and despite her appearance, it was hard to discern her age. She put the sunglasses back in her pocket and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense. Great ancestors, you first blessed me by helping me buy a cake, then with a passing grade in math, and later, you helped me get into military school. She began to murmur a litany of things, then reverently planted the 3 sticks of incense. I promise this is really the last time I'll ask you. It's been 11 years. Could you please help me find that damned scumbag? I want to chop him up by myself. 1 minute later. Not saying anything means you agree, right? Okay, thank you, great ancestors, thank you. Meanwhile, in the classroom at Boyuan Base, Bai Lian sneezed. Jiang Fulai sat beside her, scrolling through his computer with one hand while offering her coat with the other. Don't try to be cool. Bai Lian was still in that plain white dress, unblemished, and barely looked up. I'm fine. I'm not you. Do you need me to prescribe you something? Jiang Fulai, hearing her words, took back the coat. I haven't looked at the report submitted by He Wen and the others yet. But Bai Lian reached out and grasped his left wrist, taking his pulse. Jiang Fulai's pulse felt strange. Bai Lian leaned on the table, pressing on his pulse with the tip of her finger, her brows slightly creased. Jiang Fulai, however, looked down at her pale fingertips, thinking slowly to himself that she really wasn't cold, after all. No hope? Jiang Fulai asked, seeing her frown persist. Bai Lian. Why could she talk about herself like this? She let go, pulled a piece of paper from the side, and started pondering. Jiang Fulai silently retracted his hand and opened a document. It's been like this since I was 8. I wilt easily when it gets cold. He described himself like a wilting vegetable. Multitasking, he replied to a message. Plagiarism check. Okay teacher, want to cause a security breach if I use their website for the plagiarism check. Jiang Fulai. With the garbage you've written, there's no need to worry. After replying, he sent over his suggestions for revisions. Then came a message from the headmaster of Ma Institute. Ma Institute's headmaster. Is her file sealed? Jiang Fulai. Principal Ma. That's good then. After asking, Principal Ma started to speak off-topic. Do you have any thoughts about this year's betting pool? He was referring to the college entrance examination betting pool. This year it's just Su Zhiyue and Liang Wuyu, with Liang Wuyu better in science, whereas Su Zhiyue is better in Chinese and English. The final exam in Jiangjing this time had easy English, so Liang Wuyu had a big advantage. Every year during the college entrance exams, academic circles enjoy this all the more. Jiang Fulai didn't reply to Principal Ma. Principal Ma stared at the chat page for a long time before turning to throw his own money into the pool. Principal Ma. When is she leaving? Jiang Fulai. Smile. Principal Ma. Why are you suddenly so accommodating? Principal Ma stared at the smiley emoji. He always found it very friendly, but today, seeing Jiang Fulai send it, he somehow felt that the smile seemed a bit mocking and a bit cold. So Principal Ma sent to Bai Lian, smile, Bai Jian, smile. That was normal. Principal Ma asked Bai Lian, when are you leaving? For Bai Lian, the parting would be 160 days before the college entrance examinations, and perhaps 280 days before she might return to school. Principal Ma felt a sense of loss. Bai Lian, tomorrow morning at 6. It might be early for others, but not for Principal Ma who liked shopping. Afternoon. The Jiangjing Music Academy's performance ended, and Bai Xiaoqi returned to the Yin family. She and Song Min were also packing up, getting ready to go back to Beijing. At that moment, Bai Xiaoqi was video calling with Bai Qiming. Madame Song, draped in a shawl, sat gracefully beside Bai Xiaoqi and said to Bai Qiming on the screen with a smile, "Xiaoqi is here with us, you can rest assured." On the other end of the phone, before Bai Qiming could speak, an uncle from the Bai family clan squeezed into the frame, beaming with joy. "I heard the principal of Jian has a good impression of Xiaoqi, is that true?" "Yes," Madame Song nodded, her eyes and brows smiling. "I saw that too. Blessings of our ancestors, the blessings of our ancestors." The Bai uncle folded his hands in prayer. "Xiaoqi can make it back in time, right? I'll prepare some extra offerings for the ancestral worship. You and your brother will be the main focus this time." Ancestral worship was a major event for the Bai family. Bai Qiming asked Bai Xiaoqi, "You're on the 9 o'clock flight tonight, right? You'll just make it in time for tomorrow's ancestral worship." Madame Song glanced at Bai Qiming on the phone, pausing for a moment as she remembered Bai Lian. "For the ancestral worship, maybe we should let Alien." Bai Lian was at the Boyuan base this time. "I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow." Bai Qiming cut off Madame Song's words with a darkened face. Although Bai Qiming took Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoke back home, he never remarried. However, he did not expect Ji Mulan to marry so quickly, and to someone from Jianghu at that. At this moment, Bai Qiming had no desire to hear any news about Bai Lian. Next to them, the Bai family uncle did not speak up for Bai Lian. Instead, he reminded Madame Song with a smile, "You might not be aware, but Bai Lian has already been driven out of the clan by us." "Is that so?" Madame Song saw that Bai Xiaoqi seemed upset, so she smiled, stood up, and said, "I won't disturb your family conversation." She walked downstairs. Just then, she saw Yin family's head coming in from outside and Madame Song asked in surprise, "Big brother, how come you're back now?" The Yin family head hurried over to Madame Song without changing his shoes and asked, "How did it go? You went to the Su family banquet. Did you see anyone there? Did you get the phone number of someone from the Chen family?" Chapter 379. 147 Ji Hang has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. Under Sir 1 Mrs. Song tightened her shawl. "What call?" she asked in surprise as she came down and poured a glass of water for President Yin. "Big brother, drink some water and take your time." President Yin held the cup but didn't drink, just stared at her. "A call from the Chen family." "You mean, that Chen family?" Mrs. Song's heart missed a beat. Others might not know, but Mrs. Song did. Xinjiang district was small, and inside, all places were public or leased land. Only a few families could live there, and the Chen family was one of them. President Yin nodded. Clenching his teacup, his voice carried a tinge of jealousy. "It's about the Su family's wedding banquet. It's all the buzz in our circle. I found out only after asking around that the Chen family was present today. Didn't you also receive an invitation?" He remembered that Mrs. Song came to Jianghu for the wedding as well. "There are many who want to contact that person from the Chen family." President Yin looked at Mrs. Song full of hope. "What about you?" "The Chen family?" Mrs. Song's mind was as if in a haze. "They truly managed to invite someone from the Chen family?" "Chen family? Does Ji Mulan really have such good fortune?" "Are you?" Seeing her expression, President Yin had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Song looked up blankly. "Big brother, the wedding clashes with Xiaoqi's performance. I discussed it with Amin the day before yesterday and decided not to attend the Su family's wedding banquet, choosing instead to watch Xiaoqi perform." "What? You?" President Yin stood up, looking down at Mrs. Song, wanting to scold yet not knowing where to start. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how rare this opportunity is?" How could Mrs. Song not know how precious the opportunity was? She sat there, regretting so deeply it felt like her insides were knotted. If she hadn't received the invitation from the Su family, it would have been one thing, but to have it and miss the event was where Mrs. Song's deepest regrets and struggles lay. Even another 10 years might not yield an opportunity like today for the Yin family. The next day, just before 5 in the morning, Shen Qing got Jianghu out of bed and draped a coat over him. Jianghu, whose eyes were still not open, simply moved his hands following Shen Qing's actions. "You'll be given airplane meals on the flight later," Shen Qing told him, her own anticipation for the airplane food evident. Ji Xiaojun was hurrying them from outside. The Su family was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Ji Hang, seeing that Jianghu's eyes were still closed, said to Ji Xiaojun, "You wait for them, I'll go down first." He couldn't keep the Su family waiting. Ji Hang took the elevator down. The hotel was quiet at this hour, with almost no waiting required for the lifts, and within minutes the elevator arrived. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside were two people, an old man with a white beard, and a middle-aged man by his side. The two were frowning and speaking to each other. Ji Hang hadn't made out who they were. When he saw there were people in the elevator, he stepped to the side to let them out first, holding a bag in his right hand and a smoking pipe in his left. The old man with the white beard stepped out. Ji Hang, passing by him to enter the elevator, noticed the old man suddenly stop, turning shakily to look back, his lips trembling as he pointed at the person inside the elevator. "You! Moo!" Ji Hang continued walking without pausing, frowning at the white-bearded old man, and pressed the button for the first floor. "Wait, wait!" The old man reached out to stop the closing elevator doors, panting heavily. But the elevator doors still closed. Beside the white-bearded man, the middle-aged man supported him. "Dad, what's wrong?" He helped the old man to sit, and took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, feeding him a pill. Meanwhile, the display next to the elevator had already changed to L1. Downstairs. Suan was waiting just at the staircase entrance when the elevator doors opened. He came to take the parcel from Ji Hang's hands. "Why didn't you wait for me to come get you upstairs?" "It's not much," Ji Hang replied, lighting up his big cigarette. He took a drag, his head bowed in silence. Suan looked at Ji Hang in surprise. Although Ji Hang had a taste for tobacco, he never smoked in public places, usually only in his hotel room with the window open. What was up with him today? Despite feeling it was strange, Suan didn't ask. All the Su family members were waiting in the hotel lobby. Hearing that the Ji family would be leaving at 5 in the morning, the old Madame Su insisted on sending them off, and had been waiting in the lobby since 4 o'clock. It's strange indeed, the Su family's butler supported her. "I checked today's flight schedule. The plane leaves at 9:30 a.m. Even 8 would have been early enough. This family really knows how to trouble people." The butler frowned. The Su family had originally booked a flight for the Ji family the previous night, but they didn't leave, only mentioning they would depart early the following day. Chapter 380, 147 Ji Hang has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch, Understood 2. "They can leave whenever they want to," Mrs. Su said, pressing her brow. "Did you say that Bai Lian is really at Boyuan base?" The butler nodded. "Yes, I've heard she's very good at math." "That's unexpected," Mrs. Su nodded. "No wonder. Suan has always wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. It would be good to acknowledge her, but," Mrs. Su glanced at the butler, "Jiue was raised by me since she was little. Even if Bai Lian comes back, her treatment can't be better than Ziyu's." She knew that Suan had kept a room for Bai Lian. "Rest assured," the butler bowed his head. "Who doesn't know that Miss Jiue was nurtured by you? Although Bai Lian's grades are good, they aren't higher than Miss Ziyu's." The airport. Mr. Qi and Qi Shuyun were also waiting early at the entrance. "Mrs. Su, Mr. Su," Mr. Qi said with a smile as he approached them. "Wen Yao, we finally got to see you, Mr. Ji. Hello." Mr. Qi was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and shook hands with Ji Hang, his gaze discreetly moving over Ji Hang, Ji Xiaojun, and Shen Qing. Shen Qing dared not meet his eyes and sheepishly retreated behind Ji Xiaojun. After the incident with the Chen family yesterday, the Qi family visited the Su family that very afternoon. In Jianghu, who doesn't know how to judge the winds of change? The district mayor Shen, the Chen family, either of them was someone the Qi family couldn't afford to tread upon. After shaking hands with Ji Hang, Mr. Qi couldn't understand why, even though Ji Hang looked stable, he didn't seem like someone from the Chen family's circle. What was the reason? Qi Shuyun was wearing a black coat and knee-high boots. Her sunglasses were clipped to her lapel. She glanced at Su Wenyao, then turned her head away. The Qi family regretted it in their hearts. The original ticket was a good opportunity to get closer to the Su family, but it ended up becoming a grudge between the two families. "Shuyun, don't be temperamental," Mr. Qi thought, looking at Qi Shuyun with a warning glance. Qi Shuyun then looked up and greeted everyone from the Ji family. Bai Lian, along with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, waited for Ji Heng at the security checkpoint. Look, alien is over there. Su En spotted Bai Lian from afar. He introduced her to Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi was also seeing Bai Lian for the first time. Both he and Qi Shuyun involuntarily looked in her direction. Because she was going to Xianxia, Bai Lian was wearing the golden silk horse-face dress she wore for the speech that day. Standing at the security checkpoint, her hair lazily entwined with a wooden hairpin, her eyes and brows holding a defiant pride, she truly embodied the vigor of youth. The white Bluetooth earpiece in her ear was a bit conspicuous though. She's very pretty. Qi Shuyun glanced over. That's her, huh? Mr. Qi stood at the back of the crowd. With the pride of a scholar, he didn't interact much with the other members of the Ji family, but he could tell that the aura emanating from Bai Lian was indeed unique. He lowered his head and asked Mrs. Su, "Is this the Miss Bai they were talking about?" Mrs. Su nodded almost imperceptibly. "Just her alone?" Mr. Qi looked up again, scanning around Bai Lian, not seeing anyone like Director Chen. "Don't know, has he not arrived yet?" Mrs. Su was also surprised. She had expected Director Chen to come see Bai Lian off, but there was no sign of him here. Su En, however, didn't think as much as the two. He quickened his pace to the front. "Alien, good morning, have you eaten yet?" In his hands, he carried Ji Heng's package and pushed Jianghu's big box of cabbage. "Well, eat later," Bai Lian said while reading. She looked up at Su En. Her gaze swept past the line of people from the Su and Qi families, and in the end, she only nodded slightly to Su Wanyao. Bai Lian didn't mask her dislike for someone at all. Mrs. Su had never seen someone so brazen and reckless. Her smile was somewhat strained. "You two know where it is. Take my grandfather and the others to rest first," Bai Lian said nonchalantly, turning her head to speak to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Both had flown in on young Master Zhang's plane before. Although they had only walked through the airport once and the routes were complicated, for Ning Xiao, who had the library memory method, it was no trouble. Tang Ming went to take the things from Shen Qing and Su En's hands. When he saw Jianghu's box, he paused for a moment, thinking that this box should probably be left to the cool guy Ning Xiao. The package from Ji Heng was taken by Tang Ming. Ning Xiao looked at the cabbage box Tang Ming left behind. Jianghu looked up blankly at Ning Xiao and blinked slowly. Ning Xiao. He silently picked up the box and headed to security. Ji Xiaojun, who had intended to switch boxes with Ning Xiao, silently withdrew his hand. "Aren't you going?" Suan watched them go through security, then turned to look at Bai Lian, who was still standing there. Bai Lian leisurely scrolled through her reading. When she encountered a new word, she would stop and tap to view the definition. "No, I'm waiting for someone. He's coming to see me off." Chapter 381. 147 Ji Heng has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. Unders for 3. Who? Madame Z's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Qi beside her also looked toward Bai Lian. Bai Lian glanced at her, an old man who enjoys shopping and morning runs. Shopping, old man. This obviously didn't match Director Chen, so Madame Su chuckled and fell silent. "You all go back first." Bai Lian crossed another word and looked up at Su En, signaling them to leave first. Su Wanyao stood aside, having taken off his down jacket. He was only wearing a gray sweatshirt, and said to Su En, "Dad, you go back first, it'll be fine here." On the second day of his marriage, Su En still had a pile of things to take care of. Su En didn't refuse. "All right, then alien, I'll head back first. After the new year. Well, come to Xianxia to see you." Madame Su had thought she might see Director Chen, and since she wasn't there, she had no desire to stay. Suan looked at Mr. Qi and asked, "Shall we go together?" "Let's go." Mr. Qi was also disappointed and then looked at Qi Shuyan. "Shuyan, you stay with Wenyao." "Dad, I'll go with you." Qi Shuyan still remembered that Su Wenyao hadn't apologized to her. She put on her sunglasses. "I have a paper that I haven't finished yet." Mr. Qi smiled at Su En. "You know I spoil my only daughter. She recently has been writing a paper for Dr. Zhua and is helping with one of Dr. Zhua's projects. Now she has to hurry to his lab earlier." Su En knew that when Qi family speaks, they do so with purpose. Dr. Zhua. That's Dean Huang's student. Mr. Qi glanced at Su Wenyao lightly, then smiled. Not many people know, but Dean Huang was mentored by academician Ma. His eyes swept over Su Wenyao and then rested on Bai Lian. Bai Lian was looking down, listening to the words. Her expression was as casual as ever, her eyelashes drooping low. She probably didn't hear or didn't recognize Dean Huang. However, seeing Su Wenyao's somewhat surprised look, Mr. Qi finally felt relieved. After the Chen family incident came out, he had been thinking about how to mend ties with the Su family. Now, at last, there was a turn for the better. Even though he hadn't seen Mr. Chen, it was a relief. No wonder, upon hearing Mr. Qi's words, Madame Su smiled and patted Qi Shuyun's hand. I knew Shuyun was capable. Wenyao, how about you accompany Shuyun to the lab to take a look? Right, Mr. Qi took the opportunity to look at Su Wenyao. You go with Shuyun. You're both young. Qi Shuyun also looked towards Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao was speaking to Bai Lian, only tilting his head slightly. His eyebrows and eyes were warm and his tone polite. It's Alien's first visit. We still have a lot of things to discuss. He tactfully declined. No one had ever seen him lose his temper. Suan put his hands in his overcoat pockets, unclear about Su Wenyao's thoughts towards Qi Shuyun. Shuyun, why don't you stay with Wenyao and wait for Alien? Bai Lian would leave at 6, and the person sending her off wouldn't be that late. Forget it. The lab waits for no one. Qi Shuyun pursed her lips. She gave Su Wenyao a glance and then left with pursed lips. Mr. Qi didn't say anything else either. Since they couldn't wait for Mr. Chen, and even Madame Su was leaving, he didn't want Qi Shuyun to stay and entertain the guests. The entire party left. After everyone had gone. These are our organized notes. Su Wenyao talked with Bai Lian about the Boyuan base for a while, then brought out 3 notebooks. One of them is Liang Wei's, and belongs to Yaya. He didn't know how to say the word stolen, and mumbled it a bit. Take a good look when you go back. Su Wenyao handed the notebooks to Bai Lian, having heard from Su Jiue that Bai Lian wasn't very good at comprehensive science. Bai Lian took the 3 notebooks, her nerves twitching severely. Especially seeing that one of them was a physics notebook. What if Jianghu saw it? The person sending you off hasn't arrived yet? Su Wenyao looked down at the time, 5:40 now. Will you make it on time? Bai Lian looked toward the entrance. A tall, somewhat aloof figure approached, wearing a peak cap and walking at an unhurried pace. He was cold and noble, and the people around him instantly turned into faint shadows that accentuated his presence. Behind him followed an old man who seemed quite spry for shopping. Alarm bells went off in Bai Lian's mind. She stuffed the notebooks into Su Wenyao's hands. Hold on to these for a moment. Chapter 382. 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now under one. Su Wenyao held the notebook that Bai Lian had returned to him, and amidst his surprise, the 2 people not far away had already approached. You arrived a bit late, Bai Lian said, resting her right hand on the handle of her suitcase, her white coat casually draped over her arm. Jianghu had met Su Wenyao before, so it was not unexpected to see him here. Listening to Bai Lian's words, Jianghu only glanced coldly at the academician from the Ma Institute beside him. Today, the academician found out his car plate was restricted just when he was about to leave, which led to Jiang family's driver taking a detour to pick him up. But he wasn't the least bit embarrassed and instead continued talking to Bai Lian. There are still 160 days left. You must not relax in your studies. I know, Bai Lian nodded in acknowledgement. The academician knew about Bai Lian's comprehension ability. He was just puzzled how someone with such a strong spatial sense hadn't been discovered earlier. Once you've finished the review, you can start looking at some high-quality masters and doctoral theses. Humph, Jianghu, who had been waiting for the 2 to finish talking, sneered in response to this. He questioned the academician's use of high quality. Indeed, there were many subpar works nowadays, and the academician couldn't refute it. I'll make another list of books for you, to get familiar with the professional vocabulary and definitions first. As for top-tier journals, Bai Lian didn't yet have the qualifications to access them. She was to be nurtured from a smaller scope first. Some major academic families start fostering a scientific spirit in their children from childhood. And Bai Lian's enlightenment was not considered early. We need to catch our flight, Jianghu reminded without disturbing their conversation. his hand pressing on the handle of Bai Lian's suitcase. He stood there languidly, only mentioning it when the time reached 5:50. Their requested airline slot was from 6 to 9 a.m. Finally, the academician looked at Bai Lian. "I'll be waiting for you in Jianghu." Once the two were done talking, Jianghu Lai tapped lightly on the handle, slightly turning his gaze, as aloof as ever. "Where are you headed?" he asked Su Wenyao. The university." Su Wenyao's gaze still lingered on the academician, not fully recovering his composure. "That would be Jianghu University." Jianghu Lai arranged for him. "Can you take the academician with you? He's also heading to Jianghu University." The academician turned to Su Wenyao, saying in a grave tone, "Then I'll trouble you, student." Su Wenyao, well-mannered since childhood and stable by nature, was for the first time in so many years at a loss for words. Was Bai Lian waiting for the academician? Being able to enter the academician's laboratory? No, perhaps just to meet the academician in person. That was the dream of all physics students, for the academician was not only an enlightener but also a leading figure in physics domestically. Due to health reasons, he had been deeply immersed in research on quantum physics and chips for the recent years, rarely making public appearances, the last one being a lecture a year ago. For Su Wenyao, this figure who appeared in textbooks was a mythic presence. The academician and his kind needed to be closely protected, avoiding too much public exposure even while they were still alive. "Then we'll take our leave first." Bai Lian said goodbye to the academician and Su Wenyao. She reached for her suitcase and beneath Jianghu Lai's somewhat gloomy gaze, tossed her jacket to him, and together they headed toward the gate. Su Wenyao stood in place until their figures were out of sight. Only then did he turn to the academician, his voice sounding a bit wooden. "Shall we go now, academician?" "Sure." The academician, who wasn't lecturing or teaching, had no airs about him. He wore a dull gray cotton jacket, not any international brand. His face wore a gentle smile, and walking along the road, he looked indistinguishable from an average elderly person. Su Wenyao led him to his car, and once the academician was seated in the back seat, Wenyao caught sight of the old man through the rearview mirror, and it finally sank in that this was truly the academician. The academician chuckled. "Don't be nervous. Are you also from the physics department?" "Yes," Su Wenyao clenched and then unclenched his fists before explaining. "I had no idea Alien was waiting for you." "There's nothing to talk about," the academician waved his hand dismissively. "Aside from physics, I'm just an ordinary old man. When placed among the myriad of stars and celestial bodies, I'm merely a speck of dust, so there's no reason for you to be nervous." The more one studies physics, the more one realizes their own insignificance. Civilization is merely a transient visitor on Earth, and it takes a strong mind to withstand such profound feelings of insignificance. Bai Lian is a very talented individual. The academician thought of Bai Lian, her exceptional talent, and her strong inner character, rare among people. "I truly hope she comes to the university sooner." Chapter 383, 148 Ma Institute Fellows' Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now under to Su Wenyao started the car, but was utterly shocked by academician Ma's lament. For a moment, all the inexplicable aspects suddenly connected. Why he was able to get academician Ma's ticket. And even why President Huang would add him. It turned out that everything originated from Bai Lian herself. Could academician Ma value her so much? He had only seen Bai Lian waiting alone at the airport, looking quite solitary, so he decided to keep her company, never expecting to be waiting for academician Ma himself. It was a little past 9 in the morning. The plane landed in Danping City, where Xianxia enjoyed meticulous care throughout the journey. Getting off the plane, she whispered to Ji Xiaojun, "This plane ticket was well purchased, with few passengers. Next time we can buy this kind again. Look, Dad's back doesn't even hurt." Ji Xiaojun gave Xianxia a look. With only a few of them, how could it not be few? Obviously, Xianxia also had no concept of a private plane. Ming Dongheng had brought 2 cars early on to wait for them. Ji Hang, Jiang He, and Xianxia took one car, while Bai Lian and the others took another. The black business car drove onto the new highway from Danping City to Xiangcheng. Did they build a new road? Bai Lian, sitting by the window, noticed at a glance that this asphalt road was very new. She sat up straight and rolled down the window. A few months ago, this road was still quite worn out. The journey from Danping City to Xiangcheng also took about an hour by car, covering 50 kilometers. The fact that it was now open to traffic within just a few months was quite shocking to Bai Lian. Jianghu glanced at her. There she sat, gazing out of the window, bathed in the charming sunlight that outlined her serene profile. Lian, you don't watch videos, do you? Tang Ming scratched his head, sometimes truly doubting if Lian was a cave woman living atop a mountain. But then he thought about how she didn't use the internet, so it made sense. We've always been known as the infrastructure madmen. Before, we revamped a high-speed train station in 6 hours. Overnight, they replaced the pillars and the deck of an overpass bridge. As he spoke, Tang Ming lifted his chin proudly. As long as they wish, nothing is impossible. Except for some projects that tried to skim off the top, these critical infrastructure projects were not considered fast for these infrastructure madmen. Upon reaching Xianxia, Jianghu had to go to the lab first. Jianghu and his group returned to Purist Street to pack up some things before heading to Sinan Community. This year, Ji Xiaojun had just bought a house and the family decided to have the New Year's Eve dinner at the new place before returning on the first day of the lunar year. Bai Lian first went to the school to see Auntie Zhang. With the new year coming up, Auntie Zhang's flower shop was also very busy. Teacher Lu, don't be polite with me. Auntie Zhang was wrapping flowers for Lu Lingxi. On the counter were 2 fresh white lilies with their yellow stamens still intact. Suddenly, Bai Lian remembered that tomorrow was also a Friday. The lilies were prepared for Yang Lin. You're back. Auntie Zhang looked up and saw Bai Lian, looking very surprised. Lu Lingxi, holding a large bouquet of flowers, then forcefully put the money in Auntie Zhang's hand, turned around, and saw Bai Lian. She took a tulip from the bouquet and handed it to Bai Lian. How's Buyuan? She knew Bai Lian and the others were at Buyuan base. It's okay. Bai Lian took the tulip. Aren't you really going to Beijing? Lu Lingxi smiled gently, remembering the matter again. I spoke to the principal about. I just came out of Beijing High School. Bai Lian secretly apologized to Beijing High School in her heart and then looked at Lu Lingxi. They asked me to drop out. I don't want to go back. She had a pair of extremely dark eyes, which seemed to shimmer subtly. At the moment, she was staring intently at Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi instantly felt the anger of her being expelled and frowned. About the principal, I'll talk to him. Beijing High School certainly wouldn't easily give up on Bai Lian, a promising student capable of becoming Beijing's top scorer. Bai Lian blinked, sending Lu Lingxi off. Only then did she take the bus to the Calligraphy Association. At the end of the year, the Martial Arts School and Calligraphy Association had no students, but the street outside was very lively, as the roads had been renovated and stalls added. Today, everywhere one looked, there were vendors selling lanterns and New Year's goods, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Not too far away, a mall was nearing its closing sale, with a giant red banner promoting investment attraction. Senior brother, there are so many people here? Ran Wanxian, visiting for the first time, was amazed by the bustle. Although she had heard from Ren Qian about Xianxia's development and very successful investment attraction, even a recent high-speed rail line had been allocated, she was still surprised by the level of development. By her side, Qiu Buqing was also shocked, his usually indifferent face watching the puppet play in front, where many young men and women were gathered. The tourism here has become popular, said Qiu's father in a deep voice. Let's go, I'll take you two inside. Especially you, Buqing. Don't resist when you see your grandfather. Even if you look down on Xianxia's Calligraphy Association, don't let it show in front of him. Chapter 384, 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now under the 3 ever since Qiu Shuezheng joined the Xianxia Calligraphy Association. Qiu Buqing and Ren Wanxian had almost no contact with him. It was only at the end of the year that Qiu Buqing returned, marking the first time both of them visited the Calligraphy Association. Qiu's father knocked on the half-open door. It wasn't until a voice came from inside that the 3 of them entered. Upon entering, Ran Wanxian and Qiu Buqing caught sight of Jianghu reading in the courtyard, quickly losing interest and turning their gazes away. They then observed the Calligraphy Association. The Xianxia Calligraphy Association wasn't as large as the Beijing Writers Association, but the facilities were quite new, though not as luxurious as those in Beijing. The 2 quietly scoped out the place before bowing their heads to greet Qiu Shuezheng. After all, their calligraphy had been enlightened by him. Qiu Shuezheng was holding a teacup, lazily lounging in a sun chair, basking in the sun, Want some tea? Help yourselves. He gestured towards a teapot placed on a table beside him. No thanks. Ran Wanxian glanced at the teapot and teacups and refused. She wouldn't even drink the tea Jianghu poured, much less be impressed with the tea here. Qiu Buqing didn't drink any either. Qiu's father chatted with Qiu Xuezheng, mainly about the development of the surrounding area. Ran Wanxian and Qiu Buqing stood to one side, listening. It was not until there was a soft knock at the door a second time. The two instinctively looked towards the door where a girl, dressed in a black and gold horseface skirt, entered. The sunlight sifted through the gaps in the leaves leisurely, casting soft speckled light on her soft black hair. As she moved, the play of light and shadows flickered carelessly over her black dress and face. It was Bai Lian, and Ran Wangshuan's face stiffened. Bai Lian did not look at Ran Wanxian and the others. Qiu Zuzheng's home was in Xianxia, so he wasn't in a hurry to return, whereas Jianzha's family was in Beijing. Despite that, he hadn't left either. He sat in the courtyard at the small table Jiang he often used, immersed in reading. With her hands lazily tucked into the large pockets of her horseface skirt, Bai Lian curiously inquired, "Aren't you going home for the new year?" "Oh no," mumbled Jianzha, seriously engrossed in his study. The sudden appearance of a voice startled him, causing him to lean back involuntarily, tilting his chair backward until Bai Lian grabbed the back of the seat to stop it from wobbling. It was midday. The sun overhead was blazing. Bai Lian lightly lifted her eyelids, looking down at him from above. "What's the rush?" She spoke unhurriedly. Once Jianzha steadied himself, he stood up to face her and scratched his head. "You were so quiet, Teacher Qiu didn't even warn me." He turned to look at Qiu Xuezheng. "She's rather large. I thought you would have seen her," Qiu Xuezheng said. "Jianzha. Whether I go home or not, it's all the same," he closed his book and shrugged. "My family probably wouldn't even notice I'm not there. I have time to read books now." The Jian family knew about his trip to Xianxia. If he really went home for New Year's, everyone would ask him how Xianxia was. If not, they'd nag in his ear about how Jian Rong had won another award or which university she was preparing to apply to for her PhD. "Right, he's preparing for grad school." Qiu Xuezheng interrupted his conversation with his son. "Teacher Qiu, please don't say any more." Jianzha was incredibly embarrassed. Grad school. Bai Lian already knew what that involved. Qiu Xuezheng gave Jianzha a glance. "Right, his whole family knows he's preparing for grad school." Coincidentally, one of Jianzha's cousins was also applying for a grad program in calligraphy. If Jian Rong got in and he didn't. Bai Lian took out her phone that briefly flashed. It was from Dean Jian. Picture. Dean Jian's plane ticket. He was arriving in Beijing on the 24th, which was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. Bai Jian? Question mark. As she replied, she turned to Jianxia. "Are you applying to Jiayi?" With his hard work, he should be aiming for Jiangjing Art University. Her words prompted a glance from Ran Wanxian and Qiu Buqing. Jianzha felt even more self-conscious as he tugged at Bai Lian's sleeve, whispering, "Sis, I'm not even sure I can get into Beijing University's grad program, let alone Jiayi. Isn't your calligraphy practice going really well?" Bai Lian was surprised. "You might not know," Qiu's father laughed as he explained to Bai Lian. "He needs knowledge of ancient literature theory, and Buqing is just trying for a PhD at Beijing University." "Right, it's very hard to get in," Jianzha murmured to Bai Lian. "Sis, please stop mentioning it." Bai Lian. "Very hard. Do you know what they examine in literary classics?" Qiu Buqing finally couldn't hold back, as everyone in calligraphy was aware that grad school required knowledge of literary classics. He said evenly, "Not to mention others, just take the two major pieces of tedious ancient text you've never studied. Would you say it's difficult or not?" Chapter 385. 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beijing personally invites. Second update. _1 Ren Wanxian lowered her head to hide the mocking smile in her eyes. Who would dare speak of that in front of Qiu Buqing? Qiu Buqing was a high-achieving student in the humanities at Beijing University and was preparing for his PhD exams. "Buqing." Qiu Xuezheng put his teacup down on the table and reminded, "That's enough. Come out with me." Qiu Buqing pursed his lips and said no more. A group of people followed Qiu Xuezheng outside. Bai Lian took a seat next to Jianzha, slightly leaning back in the chair, her hand resting on the table, only lifting her chin slightly. Don't you really want to get into Jianghu? I do want to. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Who wouldn't want to get into Jianghu? But even Jianrong might not be able to get into Jianghu. Xianxia sighed. You heard him just now. My calligraphy skills are catching up, and next year I could pass a decent grade, but those ancient phrases, I simply can't comprehend. It was still manageable with the objective questions, but regarding the subjective ones involving ancient texts, sometimes Xianxia couldn't even understand the meaning of the ancient text itself. If you want to take the test, that's enough. Bai Lian poured herself a cup of tea, her voice lazy. As for the rest, you don't have to worry. She took a light sip of tea, eyes narrowing slightly in the sunlight. Huh. Xianxia didn't understand and instinctively refilled Bai Lian's cup with tea. Saying, Bai Lian lowered her head, carelessly blowing away the foam on her tea. After the new year, find some time to go to the library with me. Outside. Qiu Shuezhing looked at the three people with a stern expression. What are you three doing here today? The president asked when you will return, Qiu Buqing said with his head down. Facing Qiu Shuezhing, he was still very respectful. He meant the president of Beijing. I'll be at the Xianxia Calligraphy Association, Qiu Shuezhing said lightly, his gaze shifting from Qiu Buqing to Ran Wanxian. Are you two not planning to come back? Ran Wanxian dared not look at Qiu Shuezhing and just turned her head away. Qiu Buqing was also silent. Nobody wanted to be trapped in Xianxia. Grandfather, I still need to apply for a PhD at Beijing University. What could he do by staying in Xianxia? Never mind, Qiu Shuezhing questioned casually, unsure if their return would actually annoy someone. Seeing the two like that, he said, the three of you go back. There's no need to pay a New Year's visit to me this year. He didn't bring up the Xianxia Calligraphy Association again, and both Ran Wanxian and Qiu Buqing breathed a sigh of relief. The next day. It was Bai Lian's first New Year in this world. At the Xianxia building, the same number 12 bus. The road beside the big water wheel had been renovated, expanding by 3 meters. Bai Lian walked all the way to the city wall, stopping at the same spot as last time. She took out 5 incense sticks from her pocket and placed them carefully. Then, she took out an additional stick and placed it to one side. This was for the Bai Lian, who had disappeared in the lake. Bai Lian lit the 6 incense sticks, then took out a handful of paper money, watching it all burn up. She then sat to one side, waiting for all 6 sticks to burn out completely before she got up, patting the dust off her sleeves. When she returned to Sinan community, it was just past 10 o'clock. Ji Hang and Ji Xiaojun told her to focus on her homework. When Bai Lian's exams had been poor in the eyes of the Ji family, nobody let her be distracted by menial tasks. Now that they knew she might get into Zhongjing University, even Xin Qing was afraid that the sound of her cooking would be too loud and disturb Bai Lian. Bai Lian hadn't properly celebrated the New Year for 2 years. This year, with the Ji family, she had a different experience. On New Year's Eve, she sat in the living room watching TV with Ji Hang and the others, holding 3 red envelopes. Her phone was flooded with messages of good wishes. Only when Bai Lian unlocked her phone and saw 99 plus unread messages did she realize. In just a few months, she had gotten to know so many people. Most of them were classmates from class 15, each of whom she replied to. Only at the end did she swipe to Zhang Fulai's page, with the last message he sent still there, a picture. This year, he was celebrating with Jiang He, Ming Dongheng, Qi Yundai, and 2 people from their lab. Bai Lian then sent him a picture of her red envelopes. Approaching midnight, Ji Hang, who couldn't keep his eyes open, went to his room to sleep. The community was filled with the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers. Ji Xiaojun went down to set off fireworks and then came up to watch them with Xin Qing from the balcony. Bai Lian returned to her room, where she received a bunch of new messages from those who timed it specifically for the new year. She had just opened WeChat when a new message popped up. Downstairs, the room Xin Qing had prepared for Bai Lian had a window. She looked down and saw smoke swathing the area below. Xianxia hadn't banned fireworks yet, and the excessive fireworks made her feel like she was in a fairyland, completely obscuring her view. Downstairs. When Bai Lian reached the ground floor, Jiang Fulai was standing on the left side of the road, a tall figure. He was dressed in a white shirt, eyes slightly squinting, his demeanor relaxed. The white cuffs were loosely rolled up twice, giving off an unapproachable keep-away chill, as he still seemed too distant to approach. Chapter 386. 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beijing personally invites. Second update. _2 He fiddled with a silver lighter in his hand. His well-defined fingers pressed the metal switch, and a pale blue flame rose and vanished. You down here. Sensing Bai Lian's approach, he turned his head and handed her the lighter. For the fireworks. The buildings in Sinan community were widely spaced, so Jianghu Lai set up the fireworks in the middle of the road. Bai Lian took the lighter, crouched down to light the fireworks, and asked, "Where's Jianghe?" "He's asleep." Jianghu Lai had deliberately waited for him to fall asleep before leaving the house. Bai Lian gave him a skeptical look, then retreated to Jianghu Lai's side and looked up at the fireworks. The fireworks were silent for a second. The next moment they shot up into the sky like silver flowers, bursting open in multicolored parachutes that slowly drifted down. Before they completely faded, 3 streaks shot up into the sky, bursting into red, orange, and yellow colors like 3 blossoming roses. Holy shit, look! A bunch of people opened their windows. Some held up their phones to start recording. Bai Lian quietly watched the fireworks. The whole show lasted about 5 minutes. In the end, 4 fireworks burst in the sky and slowly formed 4 characters. Happy New Year! As Bai Lian looked at these words, something cool was placed in her right palm. Happy New Year! She heard a very soft voice by her ear. When she looked down, it was a red tourmaline, the translucent red gemstone sitting beautifully in the snowy palm of her hand. This, Jianghu Lai looked down, and elegantly tapped the red tourmaline in her palm with his fingertip, fireworks filling the sky behind him. Can be worn on your ribbon. Bai Lian looked at the red tourmaline, finding it vaguely familiar. She had a photographic memory, and it seemed like the jewel the Ren family wanted to auction off at her first visit to the auction house. Wait a minute, Bai Lian clasped the red tourmaline, squinting at Jianghu Lai. How much did you pay for tonight's fireworks? Jianghu Lai. This wasn't unfolding the way he had planned. Would Bai Lian ignore him for 3 days if he said he had spent $1 million? I don't know, Jianghu Lai spoke indifferently. It was sent by Jiang Shijue. Far away in Jiangjing, where Jiang Shijue was on time for paying respects at his family shrine at midnight, he sneezed violently. He quickly knelt down, wondering if the ancestors were displeased with the incense he had carefully selected. The first day of the year. Bai Lian returned to Purist Street with Jianghu. Whenever they encountered an acquaintance, they would stop. Bai Lian collected quite a bounty of candy and snacks in her pockets along the way. Happy New Year! Jianghu looked up to see the neighbor on the left. The neighbor turned and walked away upon seeing him. Jianghu, holding his smoking pipe, was taken aback. The neighbor muttered under his breath, "No way I'm playing chess with you during the New Year." Bai Lian still didn't know what Jianghu had done to a group of neighbors before they set off. Hearing the words playing chess, Jianghu also entered the yard somewhat sheepishly and dared not speak any further. On the 3rd day of the New Year, Bai Lian was in the yard explaining the meanings of words to Jianghu, when she received a call from the principal of Xianxia High School. It's about Beijing. The principal of Xianxia glanced at the 2 people in his office, speaking in a hushed tone. People from Beijing are here at our school, currently in the office. Do you have time to come over? Beijing High School? Bai Lian made a pause gesture. Hadn't Lu Lingxi mentioned this to them? Jianghu immediately got up with his smoking pipe and moved the embroidery frame out without delay. After Bai Lian finished her call with the principal, she turned to see Jianghu embroidering seriously. Grandpa, I'm going to the school for a bit. She methodically put on her Bluetooth earpiece and bade Jianghu farewell. Jianghu lowered his head slightly. It was only after Bai Lian left that he murmured to himself, quantum entanglement. What was A again? Jianghu expressionlessly put down the needle in his hand. Xianxia High School. The meeting room. The principal respectfully poured tea for the 2 esteemed guests. The principal of Xianxia High School wasn't on the same level as that of Beijing High School. The Beijing High School principal sat upright and proper. He held his teacup, but didn't drink, only watching the Xianxia principal. Where's that student? Schools compete with each other too. Last year, when Bai Shaoke got into Jiangjing as the top scorer from Beijing, Jiangjing directly allotted 10 app spots to Beijing High School. This year during the college entrance examination, Xianxia High School produced a student who seemed capable of competing with Song Min. No matter who ended up being the top scorer, Beijing High School couldn't let him go to another school. Of course, they didn't believe Xianxia High could replace Beiqing. Principal Li, don't hurry. She'll be here soon. The Xianxia principal refilled Principal Li's cup and he lowered his head to check the time, estimating that Bai Lian should be arriving soon. He'll go downstairs to receive her. Bai Lian had never been to the meeting room before, and he wanted to take the opportunity on the way to persuade Bai Lian to thoroughly consider it. As soon as he left, Principal Li and the teacher of Beiqing International class discussed in whispers, "We must get him to our school, no matter what." The two had assumed the top student was a boy. It was mainly a preconceived notion, as apart from Bai Shaoqi, they had not seen any female students among the top 10 in the science subjects. 100,000 yuan in scholarship money, and if she gets the top score, 800,000 yuan in a grant for education, plus extracurricular coaching from a teacher from Jianghu. The teacher of the international class knocked on the table while looking at the surrounding campus environment. He will definitely not refuse. Beiqing had also brought their school's sincerity this time. The principal and the teacher of the international class came to personally invite, just to persuade him. Who in Xianxia wouldn't want to climb out of this place, with only its shabby train station? Today, many roads were still under construction, causing both visitors much inconvenience. Principal Li also felt that there was no way the other party would refuse, and even after all this time, he still wanted to exclaim, a full score of 150 in mathematics. Who on earth can achieve such a feat? Such a prodigy had never been seen before, even in the IMO competition. It's like a comet streaking across the sky. The international class teacher squinted, eyes glued to the meeting room door. This student had even more potential than Song Min, and only lagged slightly in the sciences. With a little better mental state during the exam, she might be able to compete with Song Min for the top spot once more in Beiqing. Now, they dared to only dream that this person could compete with Song Min for the Beiqing top score. It was less than 5 minutes before there were voices of conversation outside the door. Both visitors subconsciously straightened their clothes. The door was pushed open with a creak. The Xianxia principal led in a girl wearing a blue coat. In her right hand, she carelessly twirled a stack of A4 papers. The Xianxia principal introduced her with a proud tone. Principal Li, this is our school's top student, Bai Lian. Bai Lian's grades had grown under the watchful eyes of the whole grade's teachers. From the first score of 450 to now 692. Principal Li had only gotten to know Bai Shaoka in the past 2 years of school. In the following year, he only remembered Song Min and Bai Shaoqi. As for Bai Lian, he might have heard of her, but why would he particularly remember such a student? At this moment, was he just surprised that the student who had scored 1 point higher than Song Min was actually a female student? Next to Principal Li, the international class teacher stared blankly when he saw Bai Lian's face. Bai Lian had been in the international class before, and the very first time he saw the name Bai Lian, he was very displeased. At first sight of Bai Lian, he immediately remembered her. The teacup in his hand was knocked over in shock. You? Bai Lian? The Bai Lian with 150 in mathematics and a total score of 692. He was somewhat bewildered. Was this the Bai Lian that he had driven out of the international class to the liberal arts class? He still didn't know. The most frightening thing about Bai Lian wasn't her mathematics, but rather the physics that had even touched the heart of Principal Ma. Chapter 387. Shocking Beiqing High School. Ren family extends an olive branch under one. Bai Lian stood behind the headmaster of Xianxia, nodding her head politely. I was also a student of Beiqing High School before. Then why did you come here? Principal Li looked at the headmaster of the international class and then at Bai Lian. He was hesitant. Why would Beiqing let go of this person? Everyone in Xianxia had always wanted Bai Lian to go to Beiqing, feeling gratified that the students could have a better platform. After all, with the teaching staff at Xianxia, projects were often blocked by Beiqing, and the principal hoped the students could receive a better and more comprehensive education. But now, looking at Principal Li and the headmaster of the international class, then positioning Bai Lian behind him, I only just found out that Miss Bai Lian was previously from your esteemed school. Now that Miss Bai has left the school, we should respect her wishes. When Bai Lian first came to Xianxia, her grades were nothing special. And thinking of her sudden transfer to Xianxia, the principal's smile also slightly receded. Beiqing has better teaching resources and renowned master lectures in the last semester, said the headmaster of the international class. Knowing that money was no object to Bai Lian, if you're willing to return, you can receive a better education and score higher. He was deeply impressed with Bai Lian. When she first arrived at Beijing High School, the Bai family donated a large sum to the school, with only one request: to have her in the international class, which he initially agreed to. He taught mathematics, supervising only top students, and couldn't stand someone who was almost completely clueless about math for even a second. He promptly moved her to the arts class, and at that time, Bai Lian became the talk of the entire Beijing High School. The thorn in the flesh of Beijing High School. The headmaster of the international class had almost forgotten about her, but now, dredging her from his memories, he felt quite bewildered as he faced the girl before him. I think Xianxia is quite good, Bai Lian lowered her eyes, telling the Xianxia principal, I also told Mr. Lu I'm not leaving. She genuinely disliked Beijing High School. They wanted the Bai family's money but didn't want to accept the Bai family's young lady. Of course, the young lady's grades weren't good, but that wasn't a justification for their ambivalence. Then let's not leave, regret filled the Xianxia principal, who patted Bai Lian's shoulder. You go back and continue studying. Bai Lian turned and walked towards the door. Seeing her actually leaving, the headmaster of the international class raised his voice. Bai Lian, haven't you always wanted to be in the international class? Educational resources are ruthless. Having a good teacher as a guide is several times better than working in isolation. If you don't come with us to Beijing now, you won't have another chance later. Bai Lian didn't pause in her steps. She was still thinking that it was fortunate Jianghu Lai wasn't there. Otherwise, she would have loved to debate with them about what a good teacher is. She earnestly didn't want to return to Beijing High School. Principal Li and another had come excitedly in the early part of third grade, hoping Beijing High School would gain a powerful new addition. If she doesn't want to return, then let it be. Principal Li had come personally and still couldn't persuade Bai Lian, now feeling somewhat annoyed. He lowered his head to check Bai Lian's information on his phone, which wasn't very useful. He had just asked someone from Beijing to collect it, and most of it was details of Bai Lian hanging out at bars and street racing. Looking at these, how could Principal Li not figure out how she managed to score 692? Her grades are not as stable as Song Min's, and it's only been half a year. I wonder if she can truly surpass Song Min. It wasn't long before the Song family also heard the news. Mrs. Song stood in front of a table, holding a yellow rose, arranging flowers, murmuring, she really isn't planning to return to Beijing? Right, Song Min wore headphones, a recording playing on his mobile phone screen. Well, that's a pity, Mrs. Song's eyes dropped. Song Min wasn't paying attention to what Mrs. Song was saying. He wasn't very concerned about whether Bai Lian was returning or not. He was solely focused on the recording sent by Xiaoqi. After listening, he replied to Xiaoqi, it lacks a bit of the killer instinct of gambling with liquor. Yan Lu's song had become a hit, and Xiaoqi had transcribed the score knowing Song Min liked it, recorded it with a guzheng, and sent it to Song Min. Xiaoqi, I'll revise it then. If you think it's okay, I'll post it online. Xiaoqi, I'm still working on Autumn again. I'll let you hear it once I finish. Few who liked the White Robe Journey did not enjoy Yan Lu's new song. After leaving, Bai Lian went to the library to borrow the books listed for her by an academician from Ma Institute. He had listed only 4 books, and the library had none of the 3. These 3 books are too obscure, the librarian apologized to Bai Lian. We can't find them at all. Chapter 388. Shocking Beijing High School. Ren family extends an olive branch under to Bai Lian hadn't expected that such a large library would not have all 4 books she was looking for. She thanked the librarian and then complained to Jianghu Lai. In the end, she found 2 more of the ancient texts she wanted, went to the front desk to check them out, and the librarian was surprised to see such vastly different styles of books. After getting the books, she took bus 12 straight back to Purist Street. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, was helping his boss sell holiday goods at the shop when he saw Bai Lian approaching. His eyes lit up, and he stood up from the small stool. Sis. Bai Lian had returned home but hadn't had the chance to see Mao Kuan and the others yet. Mao Kuan immediately began to report the recent events to Bai Lian. At the same time, at the intersection of Purist Street, a car slowly stopped. Ren Qian and his group got out. Ran Wanxian sat together with Ren Qian, her brow furrowed tightly. This was the first time Ren Qian was visiting the Ji family for the Lunar New Year. Ji Xiaorong and Ren Jiawei got out of the car in front. Ji Xiaorong immediately spotted Bai Lian in front of the small convenience store, talking with a blonde guy. Your niece. Ren Zhouwei saw Bai Lian following Ji Xiaorong's gaze. As soon as Ren Zhouwei spoke, Ren Qian also saw Bai Lian. What's she doing over there? You guys go ahead, I'll wait for her. Ji Xiaorong walked towards Bai Lian, and meanwhile, I'll buy some tobacco. Ren Zhouwei earned a lot, but Ji Xiaorong always lived a simple life. Even the branded clothes Ren Zhouwei bought him he wore just like any other clothes. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian, and Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. It just rained the day before yesterday. She was wearing new clothes today, and the stone-paved streets of Pura Street could be so muddy that one wrong step would cause dirty water to splash. She was already annoyed being here and did not want to stay with Bai Lian even a second longer. Forget it. Ren Qian glanced at the blonde guy beside Bai Lian and didn't pressure Ren Wanxian. Did you say someone from Beijing was coming today? My senior brother said the Jian family will come today, Ren Wanxian told Ren Qian. Master Jian was the former president of the Beijing Writers Association. Xianxia is an unremarkable city among the vast Beijing. Hearing Ren Wanxian say this, Ren Qian was quite surprised. The Jian family from the three big families of Beijing? Right, Ren Wanxian carefully avoided a stone slab. My senior brother is good friends with Master Jian's grandson. The three old families of Beijing, Bai, Song and Jian. The Jian family is known for its scholarly heritage, while it's said the Song family even has connections with Jianghu. The Bai family is nouveau riche. These families might be slightly inferior to the Su family, but are incomparable to Xianxia. The combined GDP provided by both the Ren family and the Chen family is not even 1/10 of just one of those families. Just thinking about the name Bai. Ren Wanxian frowned. Why are there so many with the surname Bai? What are they doing in Xianxia? Ren Zhouwei asked in shock. Beijing should not be aware of Director Chen's demotion. How could their reach extend through Jianghu to Xianxia? Jian Rong said something about the Jian family. Ren Wanxian was about to continue when she heard Bai Lian talking to Ji Xiaojun from behind. She stopped talking and said no more. Ren Qian did not urge Ren Wanxian to continue, as this was not information just anyone could be privy to. In other words, the news of the Jian family coming from Beijing, Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buoqing were the first to know. Even Chen Zhu and the others would have to exchange favors to inquire about it. However, upon hearing Bai Lian's voice, Ren Qian also turned back and greeted her warmly. His gaze fell on the 4 books Bai Lian was carrying, the outermost one being classical literature. Aren't you studying science? Why are you looking at classical literature? Ren Qian knew that Bai Lian had previously been in a training class. And because of this, there had been unpleasantness with Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian did not speak, and Ji Xiaorong raised his head slightly, explaining for her, the child wants to expand her knowledge. Ren Qian nodded approvingly, but as a high school senior, you should still focus on your studies. Ren Qian had not notified Ji Heng in advance that he would visit for New Year's greetings. Ji Heng was also caught unprepared. He wanted to call Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing back home to prepare a meal. As soon as Ji Xiaorong entered, he went straight to the storage room to help clean. Ren Qian stopped Ji Heng, who was about to make a call. I'm just here to pay a New Year's visit, and I have to get back to other things later, he said, shifting the topic. So President Su is not coming back for now? Ren Qian looked at Ji Heng's courtyard. No major new additions had been made. Neither Ji Xiaojun nor Ji Heng had bought a car yet. He's busy, Ji Heng said gruffly, as indeed the Su family had enough on their plate. Due to events in Xianxia, Su En gained most of the decisiveness in the Su family, and also because of the Chen family, the Zus received many offers. Is that so? Ren Qian changed the subject. He looked at Bai Lian. Do you have time to come over to the Ren family for a meal on the 5th day of the new year? Bai Lian. No time. This was not a lie either. According to President Jian's words, they would fly to Beijing on the 4th day of the lunar year, and should be in Xianxia by the 5th. As she said this, Ren Wanxian did not believe her and just glanced at Bai Lian's back. Starting from the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Ren family had a stream of subordinates coming to pay New Year's greetings to Ren Qian. Today's visit to the Ji family was just a spare moment for Ren Qian. As for the Ji family, looking at this desolate courtyard, who would come here to pay a visit? Indeed, no time. Ji Heng also looked up at this moment, speaking on Bai Lian's behalf. We have guests visiting on the 5th, and preparations today are rushed. If you have time on the 5th, you can come over for a meal. Aside from a few neighbors, the visitors to the Ji family would be Ji Xian's students. And then there was Director Chen. With Su En temporarily unable to return, Ren Qian would not come over for a meal either. He smiled but did not echo the offer. When Bai Lian returned to her room to put away the books, her phone rang just as she put them down. It was a contact saved as, "My godmother's phone can't go through, and I'm not at Bakhtur Street. Do you have time to help me see what's going on?" She had added this contact at Granny Wang's place. The two of them rarely contacted each other. Seeing this message, Bai Lian frowned and stood up. She replied with a 1, put on her coat and left. Ji Heng never asked where Bai Lian was going. But as soon as Ren Qian saw her, he greeted her warmly. "Where are you going? Do you want Wan Xian to accompany you?" Chapter 389, 151. But her teacher was Liang Zuan, second update, _1, going to visit Grandma Wang in the next street over. Bai Lian reached out to open the yard gate, slightly turned, and glanced at Ren Qian. Grandma Wang in the next street? Ren Wanxian gripped her phone tightly, looking towards Ren Qian. "Grandpa, I'm discussing something with my senior." Ren Qian didn't insist on Ren Wanxian going with Bai Lian anymore. Ji Heng picked up the smoking pipe on the table and stood up. He knew that Ren Wanxian didn't like him smoking, so he retreated to his own room. Once everyone left, Ren Wanxian looked around, and seeing no one she lowered her voice. Jian Rong seemed to say that a very important elder from Jian family is coming to Xianxia, and they are looking for an opportunity to meet that elder. Upon hearing the last part, Ran Qian sat upright. An elder whom even Jian family wants to meet? So mysterious? Who could it be? He exchanged puzzled looks with Ran Zhouwei. Inside a courtyard on the street next to Purist Street. The old person's coughing echoed one after another, and Ning Xiao was patting the elder's back with an extremely distressed look on his face. The sound of knocking on the door came. He watched as Grandma Wang finished her water before he went to answer it. He thought it would be the neighbor from next door, but to his astonishment, it was Bai Lian. Alien? Bai Lian hadn't expected to see him either. Their eyes met until a weak voice came from the room. "Who is it?" "My classmate." Ning Xiao opened the door to let Bai Lian in. Struggling to sit up, Grandma Wang's eyes weren't too good, but through the window, she could make out Bai Lian's face with a trace of joy. "Alien." Bai Lian entered as if she knew the way. First, she glanced at the 3 ancestral tablets in the main room, which had fresh fruit offerings. Then, she went into the room to see Grandma Wang, and seeing her trying to sit up, she quickly helped her and naturally checked her pulse. "Be careful," Bai Lian looked down, feeling a weight in her heart. Cough cough. I didn't realize you two were classmates." Grandma Wang's murky and dim eyes lit up, and her withered face seemed to gain some life. "Does he often do homework with you?" "Yes," Bai Lian continued patting her back until Grandma Wang's coughing subsided. "We and another classmate went to Jianghu for tutoring before the new year." Good. Grandma Wang was somewhat excited. "Then I'm relieved." She was frail, having been kept awake by her cough these past days, but under Bai Lian's care, she fell asleep in less than 5 minutes. "I'll teach you a set of massage techniques later." After Bai Lian tucked her in, she stepped out of the room to talk to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, seeing his grandma fall asleep in less than 5 minutes under Bai Lian's hands, knew the massage was effective. He was just a bit surprised. Bai Lian knew how to do this too? After teaching Ning Xiao, Bai Lian remembered Xiao Wang's issue. "Where is your grandma's phone?" Ning Xiao finally found the old-style cell phone in a corner. It was out of power. Bai Lian understood the situation before she replied to Xiao Wang. "Her phone ran out of battery. Spend more time with her when you can." Wang. "Thank you." The next day, Tuesday, the 4th day of the month, Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai went to the prison early in the morning to visit a certain Mr. Zhang. Alien, Zhang Shi's hands were still cuffed as he walked in, greeting them first. "Brother Zhang, Happy New Year." Then he had the look of someone about to cry. "Got beaten again?" Zhang Fulai stood behind Bai Lian, arms crossed, his stance lazy. His narrow, light eyes occasionally swept over him, appearing quite disdainful. Zhang Shi eyes. "Not really." Fights were common, but he wasn't crying because he got beaten up, but because Qi Yundai had come over that morning. "He's making me memorize legal terms." Xianxia's looked at Bai Lian and Jianghu, complaining about Qi Yunde's evil deeds. Bai Lian hadn't yet grasped what legal terms were. Jianghu gave Xianxia's a glance and asked sincerely, "Is that thing really worth memorizing? Isn't it something you can remember just by looking at it once?" Xiangshi's sobbing came to an abrupt halt as he looked up at Jianghu blankly. He felt like crying even more. In half a month, Xiangxi had made considerable progress, reaching a second-year level in mathematics, and his English improved the fastest. While he was making crafts in prison, not only did he strive to be the first, but he also managed to memorize words while being the first. Every few days there would be complaints about him, a staff member from the prison whispered to Bai Lian and Jianghu while seeing them out, because he's always reciting words loudly while queuing for the toilet, disturbing people in the next stall. He didn't dare talk to Jianghu. They left the prison gate. Bai Lian settled into the passenger seat and bowed her head to fasten her seat belt. "Where are you going?" Jianghu's fingers rested on the steering wheel, casually tapping it. Chapter 390, 151 But her teacher was Liang Zuan, second update. _2, Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian fastened her seat belt, then leaned back in her seat and lazily turned on the car's Bluetooth, beginning to play her daily English reading. Xianxia hadn't left. Qiu Shuezheng was also at the Calligraphy Association. She went to the Calligraphy Association to wish the two of them a happy new year. Jianghu started the car. "All right, it's on the way." The car quickly arrived at the Calligraphy Association. Jianghu parked at the entrance and let Bai Lian get out. Resting his arm on the steering wheel, he said at a leisurely pace, "I'll be free tomorrow." Jianghu had just returned at the end of the year, and a pile of work was waiting for him in the lab. After today's group meeting, he could take a few days off. Bai Lian closed the car door and gave him an "okay" gesture. "Then tomorrow I'll go to the library on time." She waited there as he drove the car away. Only when the car slowly disappeared at the intersection did she walk into the Calligraphy Association. Several elders had already arrived early at the Calligraphy Association. Because of the new year, red lanterns were hung inside the Calligraphy Association, making it very lively. When Bai Lian entered, two kids were already sitting in the yard and had started practicing calligraphy. When Xianxia saw Bai Lian, he smiled and greeted her with New Year's wishes. The two children also recognized Bai Lian. With Jianghu not around, the kids were especially cheerful in wishing Bai Lian a happy new year. Bai Lian always had candy in her pockets, which she now took out for the two children, while saying to Xianxia, "I'm going to the library near No. 1 middle school tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Xianxia was taken aback. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, raising her eyebrows. "If you're busy, you don't have to come. There's no rush." The graduate exam was still a while away. "It's not that I have anything," Xianxia thought for a moment. "I'll go to the library to find you tomorrow." Bai Lian went to look at the children's calligraphy. "Okay, bring your graduate exam books." The yard of the Calligraphy Association was not small either. 10 meters both in length and width. There were about a dozen small tables arranged on the left side, with 4 large trees planted on both sides. The main gate was at the front, and the other 3 sides were surrounded by buildings, with the council hall directly opposite the gate. Now the sun had slowly risen, streaming through the gaps in the trees and spilling onto the white paper underneath the children's hands. "Exam books." Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. A melodious ringtone interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. He took out his phone and answered the call. "Dad?" "Xianxia. Just what are you thinking of doing?" Xianxia's father lowered his voice. "I told you, your grandfather is going to Xianxia today." "There are students at the Calligraphy Association today," Xianxia responded. On the other side of the phone, Xianxia's father was a little irrational. "Do you really plan to take root in Xianxia? What on earth attracts you there? Do you know that Jianrong is going to take the exam at Jiayi? Your grandfather is finding people in Jiangjing for him." Xianxia thought about his improved calligraphy. "I think it's quite good. Are you coming?" The other side hung up the phone in a huff. Xianxia looked at the busy tone on his phone, shrugged, and said earnestly, although no one would believe him, "The Ren family." Ren Qian, dressed in a formal suit, came down from upstairs, talking on the phone with a stern expression. "No news from Mr. Chen yet? Don't know when he'll return?" Okay. He hung up the phone with a worried frown. The driver was waiting respectfully downstairs. Ren Qian sat on the sofa, picked up a teacup, took a gentle sip, and then asked, "Did you pick up the people?" "They've arrived. People from the Jian family are now at the mansion." The driver nodded, having just picked them up. Ren Jiawei was surprised. The Jian family from Beiqing? A trace of a smile appeared on Ren Qian's face. "Yes, thanks to Wan Xian, her information was very timely. It's just that I don't know exactly who is the high-profile person that the Jian family is waiting for. Could it be Mr. Chen? I'll go wait with the people from the Jian family tomorrow." Ren Qian tapped on the table. "Sir," his assistant reminded him, "you mentioned yesterday that the Ji family has invited you to dinner tomorrow." Ren Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Just say we are too busy with something." What he cared about was Su En, not the real Ji family. Moreover, there was something more important happening tomorrow. The next day. At 7:30 in the morning, Bai Lian, holding her backpack, had just opened the courtyard gate when she saw Mr. Chen raising his hand in greeting. Upon seeing Bai Lian, his eyes lit up, and he first offered his New Year greetings. Then he took out a white bag and handed it to Bai Lian, explaining, "Miss Bai, this is a notebook that Su Wenyao asked me to bring to you." After handing it to Bai Lian, Mr. Chen walked past her and greeted, "Uncle, Happy New Year." He had brought back quite a few things from Jianghu, both large and small packages. Bai Lian looked down and through the semi-transparent bag, could vaguely see the black physics notebook inside. Incredible. It even followed her here. In Xianxia Library, Xianxia had already arrived. He sat in his seat, feeling nervous as he watched the two study machines opposite him tackle incomprehensible problems. Bai Lian had long told Tang Ming to meet Xianxia and save seats for them upstairs. It wasn't until he saw a white figure appear at the stairway entrance that Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Lian placed her backpack next to Xianxia and quietly pulled out a chair to sit down. "Sister," Xianxia asked in a low voice, "am I here to study?" The two sat at the very edge of a long table by the window. Bai Lian opened her backpack and took out a collection of problems and classical literature books. "Bai Lian," Tang Ming opposite them said in shock. "Are you switching to the liberal arts?" "No," Bai Lian shook her head and then looked at Xianxia. "I've looked it up. Besides objective questions, the subjective part is about distilling points from classical texts to write essays." She tilted her head slightly, her tone lazy, her pitch-black eyes reflecting the rising sun. The occasional flickering light in her eyes was like a white tiger ready to pounce. Intimidating. Xianxia had never seen Bai Lian with such an aura before, and he was slightly taken aback. "Right? Do you want to try for Jia? Bai Lian asked as she pulled the classical literature book towards her, resting her chin in one hand and squinting her eyes. "I do," Xianxia whispered. "But everyone wanted to try for Jia, but it's not like you could just try and succeed. Even Jian Rong was looking for connections. If you want to try, you can." Bai Lian flipped through the classical literature book, smoothing out the pages with her fingertips, facing the sunlight with a soft smile. "Then you would also be my junior." Xianxia was starting to understand. Are you not a science student? Arts and sciences are different." Bai Lian had never learned how to teach someone literary interpretation, but she remembered everything her teacher had taught her. To impart knowledge, to educate, and to resolve doubts. Now it seemed everyone's thinking had already solidified. She was good at science, naturally born for it. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, her tone unusually proud and disdainful. "Right now indeed, I am studying science." But her first teacher was Liang Zuan. Chapter 391. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? What books do you usually read? Bai Lian tapped on the table and asked Xianxia. Since she had never asked about Xianxia's matters and only had a rough idea of what the school taught these days. Since birth, Xianxia had been learning to write big characters with his family. The Jian family was a scholarly family, and since a young age, they also fostered the younger generation of the family. But this generation had Jian Rong eclipsing the others, so Jian Zhonghai wasn't as concerned about his grandchildren's education and focused all his attention on Jian Rong. When Bai Lian asked him what books he liked to read, Xianxia paused for a moment before looking at Bai Lian, hesitantly saying, "Rebirth of the Dragon Emperor, The Beauty Bodyguard, Campus Belle." She made a pause gesture. Xianxia scratched his head. Hee, does it seem very unambitious? Not at all. Some people only want to be gangsters. Bai Lian didn't object to these things. She had been taught etiquette from a young age but still maintained her true nature, and it was because of Liang Zuan. Liang Zuan's method of upbringing was quite unique. He never stifled a person's character. His education was to make a person comply with natural law, to make his students become individuals with complete personalities. She was just struck by the word rebirth. Were there really such books? Bai Lian silently took note of the book title and then looked at Xianxia. But if you want to take the entrance exam for Jia, you should put aside these hobbies for now. After you're admitted into Jia, you can read them. First, read the 13 classics. Fostering literacy in classical literature was important. I browsed through this book last night. You can start with this one. Bai Lian didn't know how well Xianxia did in his university studies, but since he wanted to take the entrance exam, he must have some basic skills. You need to have a good grasp of Old Chinese phonology, syntax, and semantics, so you can read literature. If there's something you don't understand, ask me. Similarly, modern Chinese is also an art. Fortunately, the Bai Lian of the past had left her with precious memories of 19 years, and with her own memories of 23 years in ancient times, she possessed a breadth of knowledge and worldly experience that few could match. Xianxia took the classical Chinese book Bai Lian handed him. Quite surprised. Most people think that classical literature entrance exams are quite easy nowadays. But in reality, while objective questions aren't difficult, subjective essay questions are extremely tough. The question Xianxia did yesterday was, one should devise good methods to invigorate one's tactics. Such questions test a student's literary foundation as well as their breadth of knowledge. Xianxia didn't expect Bai Lian to have actually done the research. He lowered his head and began to read seriously. About 10 minutes later, two figures, one large and one small, walked up the stairs at a steady pace. The leading figure with long legs, although walking slowly, had a wide stride. The little figure behind him was climbing the stairs with difficulty, trying hard to keep up with his pace. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed that the two people sitting across from him had straightened up. Before he had time to ponder why, a cold and deep voice suddenly came from overhead. What's he doing here? Jiang Gongzi? Xianxia slightly raised his head and saw Jiang Fulai standing next to Bai Lian, hand resting on the back of the chair, casually looking at him. Xianxia felt a tingle in his scalp. He never imagined he would run into Jiang Fulai in the library. He wanted to stand up, but Jiang Fulai gestured for him to stay. Here to read books, Bai Lian spoke softly. He's preparing for Jia. Jiang Fulai pulled out the chair next to Bai Lian and sat down, looking over at Xianxia for a moment before resting his gaze on the language book. Keep it up. He quietly uttered these two words. He sat opposite Jiang Fulai, and a row of 6 people studied and answered questions in their books. Occasionally, Ning Xiao would ask Jiang Fulai about a question. After studying for half an hour, Xianxia was about to take out his phone and scroll through some videos when he looked up and saw that everyone at the table, including Jiang He, was seriously reading. He silently put down his phone and continued to read, feeling like it had been a century. When he looked up again, the 5 people beside him were either reviewing summaries or doing problems, and not doing anything else. Xianxia looked down at the time on his phone. Had it only been an hour? It was his first time studying with such exam-obsessed maniacs, and the whole morning felt surreal to Xianxia. Bai Lian, have you finished the comprehensive science test paper? Ning Xiao asked about the winter vacation homework, the expansion papers issued by the school. Done with it. As Bai Lian was working out a problem, she had Jiang Fulai help her take it out. Her backpack was hanging on the back of the chair. Jiang Fulai casually pulled it open. Bai Lian's backpack was very neatly organized, filled with papers and a collection of questions, and he took out the bundled papers that were clipped together. But wait, what's this? 3 notebooks? Jiang Fulai handed the papers to Ning Xiao, then tapped Bai Lian on the shoulder. Classmate Bai Lian, what are these? Chapter 392. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? _2 he asked. Bai Lian's hand, which was writing the symbol alpha, paused mid-arc. An alarm bell rang in her head. Notebook? Bai Lian took out 3 notebooks, 3 of them written by 2 people, physics by Su Wenyao and biochemistry by Liang Wuyu. I prepared the physics one especially for Xianxia eyes, she said calmly. She indeed needed the chemistry and biology. As long as it didn't involve physics, then everything was negotiable. Jiang Fulai glanced at the physics notebook. Can he understand it? The notebook and error collection from a Jianghu University physics department ace. Even Ning Xiao would need to study it seriously. Give it to him first. Bai Lian found a good home for the notebook. Even if he doesn't understand, Qi Lu will tell him. Jiang Fulai reluctantly believed her. After studying until the afternoon, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went back to Purist Street for a meal. Some of the things that Director Chen had in the morning were prepared by Jiang Fulai, who went early to worship the tree god with Jihang and others, and at noon, there was a vegetarian feast at the tree god temple. They didn't go back. In the evening, Jihang and Ji Xiaojun prepared the meal and reminded Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai to come back for dinner. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jianghu exited the library with light steps. He, who got into Beijing University through an arts exam, had never studied this seriously even in his senior year of high school. Only after Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai got into the car did he ask Tang Ming, who was beside him, "Do you study every day from 8 until now? Without a single break in between?" "Not exactly." Tang Ming shook his head. Jianghu breathed a sigh of relief. "I get up at 6 every morning to memorize English." Tang Ming shared his schedule with Jianghu. "Then I come to the library at 8 and go back at 5 in the afternoon. After dinner, I do the school's basic question bank until midnight. That's considered early." Ning Xiao and Sister Lian seemed to sleep at 1. As he spoke, Tang Ming frowned. "No, I have to stay up until 1 tonight as well. There are just over 150 days left." Jianghu. How did they manage that? Jianghu felt he was already quite amazing after focusing for 2 hours. If it weren't for Jiang Fulai sitting next to him today, he'd probably have spent at least 2 hours on his phone. He asked cautiously, "Which university are you 2 seniors in high school planning to apply to?" "Ning Xiao, Jianghu University." He answered with a lot of confidence this time. Jianghu, who even found it difficult to dream of attending Jianghu Art University. "Isn't it? In this Xianxia, why does it seem like everyone who comes by can attend Jianghu University?" Did Jianghu University become as common as cabbage? Wouldn't this be among the top 10 even in Beijing? Jianghu began to doubt his life choices. Who exactly were Bai Lian and her 2 classmates? He carried his book and took out his phone, playing a racing game on his way to Xianxia train station. His grandfather, Jian Zhonghai, was still waiting there to pick someone up. Xianxia train station. It has been renovated, but the foundation is old, and the train station still looks run down. The new South Station is under construction and will connect to the high-speed rail. Ren Wanxian frowned as she stepped on the ground, following Ren Qian out of the car, very curious. "Grandpa, is the old president really waiting here in person?" "Yes." Ren Qian had already seen a large group of black-suited bodyguards up ahead. He hurried over and greeted the man in the center, Jian Zhonghai, with great politeness. "President Jian, the person you are waiting for hasn't arrived yet?" Jian Zhonghai was not only the former president of the Beijing Writers Association but everyone who had reached this position knew. Becoming president meant holding multiple positions, like vice chair of the Beijing Political Consultative Conference, the head of the Department of Literature and Art. The efforts of the Jian family for generations were not something any ordinary family could match, especially since they were from Beijing. Jian Zhonghai had silver hair, donned a gray coat, and his forehead bore 3 deep wrinkles. Intellectuals often held each other in contempt, and he glanced at Ren Qian, speaking succinctly. "His train is at 7 in the evening." Jian Zhonghai got the information from the people he had arranged. In actuality, after his elder brother left home, he never returned to the Jian family, and even seeing his brother was difficult for him. Who could have known that without the Jian family's protection, the other could still make it step by step and eventually become the sect leader of the Jianghu Bureau of Literature and Art? The Jian family repeatedly asked him to come back, but he ignored them. This time, Jian Zhonghai was not even sure whether his brother would meet him. Listening to Jian Zhonghai, Ren Qian felt a tumultuous surge within him. The train was at 7 in the evening and Jian Zhonghai was already waiting at 4? Jian Zhonghai was the previous president, and if he hadn't retired, when it came to administrative status, Ren Qian, from a Tier 18 small city, couldn't compare at all. Even if he had retired, The connections he still held were something Ren Qian coveted a great deal. Chapter 393. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xianxia? Under 3. To have Jian Zhonghai waiting here so early. Who could be the VIP that Jian Zhonghai is waiting for? He felt even more fortunate that he hadn't gone to the Ji family today. I have prepared a dinner for you and your distinguished guest. Ren Qian handed a gift list to Jian Zhonghai. Please see if there is anything your guest might not like. It's not easy for someone like Jian Zhonghai to come to Xianxia. Recently, Ren Qian's power had become more dispersed, and the items he had prepared for Jian Zhonghai were extremely rare. Jian Zhonghai looked it over and his attitude towards him improved significantly. Ran Wanxian and Qiu Buqing stood aside, unable to say anything in such a situation. The few people were just talking. Xianxia appeared from behind the crowd. When Ran Wanxian saw Xianxia, she was shocked. What are you doing here? Did Qiu Shuezhing let something slip? She couldn't help but look at Qiu Shuezhing, frowning. Did Bai Lian also know? Xianxia just walked forward, stopping beside Jian Zhonghai. Grandfather. Grandfather? Jian Zhonghai's grandson? Ran Qian and Ran Wanxian were dumbfounded. How could a member of the Jian family appear in Xianxia? Jian Zhonghai had 2 sons and 2 daughters, and several grandchildren. Among them, Jian Rong was his favorite and had been cultivated by his side since childhood. As for Xianxia, from childhood, he had been hiding comic books under the bed. Jian Zhonghai had scolded his family extremely harshly. He glanced at Xianxia without saying anything. Jian's father pulled Xianxia aside and scolded him in a low voice. Your grandfather arrived yesterday, how come you are only here now? I went to the library with Sister Bai. Xianxia spoke up. Sister Bai is very impressive. I think her calligraphy. Although Bai Lian was 2 years younger than him, they were used to calling her sister. He tried to promote Bai Lian to his father. Jian's father interrupted him, not caring who Sister Bai was, and just coldly looked at Xianxia. Can't you make some normal friends? Look at Jian Rong's friends. Then look at yours. Never mind that. Can't you tell the difference between your grandfather and other people in importance? Isn't Jian Rong also not here? Xianxia didn't want to argue about this with his father. He looked around and didn't see Jian Rong. You think you are like Jian Rong? Jian's father lashed out again. He is studying in the mansion, waiting for your elder uncle. Your grandfather will personally take him there. Jian Rong was the hope of the Jian family. His matters were of utmost importance. How could he possibly be here? If Jian Rong could go, why couldn't he? Xianxia was very unsatisfied. He decided to go back and study for 4 more hours that night. Meanwhile, at the Ji family, Jianghu was playing chess with Director Chen. When Director Chen saw Jianghu Lai, he quickly got up and with teary eyes offered his seat. Sir, would you like to play a few games with Uncle Ji? I'll go help in the kitchen. Jianghu didn't seem to care, but his play was incredibly fierce at 5 in row. Jianghu Lai glanced at Director Chen, then sat down opposite Jianghu, picking up a white piece casually. The ordinary white piece seemed to exude the radiance of white jade in his hands. Jianghu sat on a slightly higher stool next to Jianghu, holding a fruit dish and watching the two play chess. Jianghu arranged the black pieces and upon seeing Jianghu Lai sit down, suddenly asked, Do you know how to play Go? A little. Jianghu Lai nodded. Okay, Jianghu decided on the spot. Then let's play Go. The white pieces go first, and Jianghu Lai made the first move. Chess is like life. Jianghu played a solid and reliable style, while Jianghu Lai's style was inscrutable, appearing very casual. Bai Lian stood to the side and watched for a while, until she received a message from Ding Jian. Ding Jian. Image. Ding Jian, what's this place? Looking down, Bai Lian saw a picture by the Xianxia building with Ding Jian's luggage beside it. Bai Lian. Weren't you on the 7 o'clock train? Ding Jian, there's a villain among the crowd. Bai Lian. Wait there. She told Jianghu she was going to pick someone up at the city gate. The city gate was close to Purist Street, just 4 stops away. Jianghu Lai watched Bai Lian leave, then raised his hand to play another piece. Jianghu didn't pay much attention to this move, but after the 10th piece, the white pieces on the board formed a pattern full of hidden danger, step by step leading to a trap. Jianghu's mouth twitched. No way, who changes their playing style midway through a game? At the city gate. When Bai Lian found the person, Dean Jian was standing next to his silver luggage, looking quite desolate. You're alone. Bai Lian thought he had company. It's the holidays, I didn't want to make anyone work overtime. Dean Jian looked up and explained, I'm not a 3-year-old child. His trip to Xianxia had been leaked by someone. So he had to abandon the train and take a bus from Beijing to Xianxia, which was quite a hassle. He was unsure whether he could still check into the hotel he had booked. Dean Jian looked at Bai Lian, puzzled. Is the tourism industry here so developed? But last month, Xianxia suddenly became incredibly popular, and with the tourism bureau seizing the opportunity to promote it, all the hotels in Xianxia were fully booked after the second day of the lunar month and impossible to reserve. Otherwise, Dean Jian certainly wouldn't have troubled Bai Lian. He was a person who did not like to impose on others. Let's go to my grandfather's for dinner first. Bai Lian went to pick up Dean Jian's suitcase. It's very heavy. Dean Jian started to protest. His 28-inch suitcase contained not only daily necessities but also a slightly smaller zither case. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Lian effortlessly lifted it with her left hand. At the Ji family. Director Chen came out with a glass of milk for Jianghu. Where's Miss Bai? He looked around, not seeing Bai Lian. Gone to pick someone up, Jianghu replied without looking up, while Zhang Fulai returned his attention to Director Chen. Gone to pick someone up? Su En and the others were not around. So who else was in Xianxia? Director Chen pondered for a moment, then discussed with Jianghu. Uncle, let's go fishing tomorrow. In another 2 days, Big Brother Ji won't have time. Ji Xiaojun would have to start working on the 8th day of the lunar month, and Director Chen would also have to work. Jianghu, frustrated by the chess game, responded perfunctorily, all right. 5 minutes later, Jianghu said to Zhang Fulai, observing his playing style, don't deliberately lose. Zhang Fulai, who had been letting him win from the start. 20 minutes later, looking at the besieged black pieces, Jianghu conceded, let's play 5 in row instead. Dinner's ready. Ji Xiaojun came out with bowls and chopsticks, peering outside. Alien hasn't returned yet? As he spoke, there was a commotion outside the door. Chapter 394, 153 Dean Jian, Jianzhe's cheating friend, second update. _1 Bai Lian's voice was speaking. Jianghu, who couldn't understand Go and sat in a chair, half asleep, was suddenly alert. He jumped up to open the door. But Director Chen was faster. Holding his chopsticks, he came out, walked to the gate and opened it. Miss Bai. After he spoke, he saw the silver suitcase in Bai Lian's hands. Director Chen reached out to take it. Bai Lian waved her hand, not giving it to him, and then turned her head. We've arrived. It was then that Director Chen noticed the elderly man beside Bai Lian. The Chen family didn't deal in the arts. The senior Chen had once fought against thieves, Chen Beixian was trained in sniping, and Director Chen himself had come out of the military. Jiangjing was so vast. He didn't recognize Dean Jian, only finding him vaguely familiar. If it had been the president of Jiangjing University or Jiangjing National Defense, Director Chen would have definitely known him. Dean Jian hadn't seen Director Chen either. Bai Lian put the suitcase aside and introduced Dean Jian to the family. Dean Jian stood beside her and quietly tried to lift the suitcase with one hand. He couldn't budge it. He stared at the suitcase, puzzled and silent for a long time before he came to his senses and introduced himself to people like Jianghu. Bai Lian and I are friends, just here for a visit to Xianxia. Having struggled with his mother since his childhood, what hardship hadn't he endured? Here. He had none of the airs of a dean. Shen Qing's eyes lit up. She greatly admired teachers who practiced the arts. Quick, please, have a seat. It was Zhang Fulai, though, upon hearing he was a Jian, who gave him a longer look. That look was chilling. Jian Zhongyo was quite confused at the dinner table, thinking he hadn't offended the young man, right? Why did he seem so fierce, to the point that even Jian Zhongyo felt somewhat daunted? Of course, he wasn't aware that the screenshot Bai Lian had taken before contained the words, Dean Jian. In a few words, Zhang Fulai guessed Dean Jian's identity. Everyone at the table was very talkative, except for Bai Lian, Zhang Fulai, and Jianghu, who spoke little and ate politely, obviously having received specialized training in etiquette. Whenever someone asked her something, Bai Lian would always swallow her food before speaking. We're going fishing tomorrow. Jianghu, knowing this was Bai Lian's friend, was very polite to Ding Jian. Do you have any plans? You can join us for fishing and also take a look at the Xianxia River. It's quite spectacular. He knew Bai Lian was on a tight schedule, with her senior year being very busy, using every bit of time for homework. Ding Jian thanked him. Thank you. Before coming to Xianxia, he had also looked up the history of the place and was quite interested in Xianxia. He had come to find Bai Lian and also wanted to get a good look at its history. In the evening, Ding Jian temporarily stayed over at Jianghu's place. Xianxia train station. At 7:30, the train arrived, but the person Jian Zhonghai was supposed to meet wasn't there. Where is the person the old president was supposed to meet? Ran Wanxian had been eager to see who Jian Zhonghai was supposed to pick up. But she didn't see anyone. Ren Qian was also puzzled. Jian Zhonghai was quite astonished. He took out his phone and made a call. 2 minutes later he furrowed his brows, saying to his father, "The person has arrived, but they don't want to see us. They avoided the train and went straight back to the mansion. We'll discuss this when we get back." Jian Zhe seldom left Jiangjing. Within the Jian family of Jiangjing, meeting him was as difficult as reaching the sky. Now that he was out of Jiangjing, it was the only chance to persuade Jian Zhe. The group headed back to the mansion, while Jian Rong wanted to return to the Calligraphy Association. With Ren Qian and Jian Zhonghai both present, hearing his son talk so insignificantly, Jian's father scolded in a low voice. "Even Jian Rong is obediently following your grandfather. With this opportunity, you should show your best, and you want to go back to the local Calligraphy Association for what?" Obviously, it was to practice calligraphy. Zhang Fulai made him write 100 big characters every day which, due to an early departure that day, he had yet to complete. "Dad, would you and Grandpa like to visit the Xianxia Calligraphy Association?" Jian Rong tried to sell the idea to Jian Zhonghai. "It's really nice, and the kids there are adorable." Jian's father's forehead throbbed with veins. He wished he could cover his son's mouth on the spot. Jian Zhonghai glanced at Jian Rong. "If I have time, I might take a look." Jian Zhonghai was a proper former president with an administrative rank, not just any ordinary deputy position. With his status, if it weren't for Jian Zhe, Jian Zhonghai wouldn't have come to this place in his lifetime, let alone visit a local calligraphy association. It was utterly unthinkable. The next day, early in the morning, Jianghu brought the New Year's gifts to the Ren family. Being no ordinary household, Jianghu had put thought into it, presenting a painting he had embroidered himself, along with some expensive tobacco and alcohol. In-law, Ran Qian personally came down to greet him, directing someone to bring the gifts into his study. "Have lunch here at noon, I'll have it prepared." Ren Qian looked around. Bai Lian hadn't come. Chapter 395, 153 Ding Jian, Jian Zhe's cheating friend, second update. Underscore 2. "Thank you, no need, we're going fishing in a bit." Jianghu politely declined an invitation to stay for lunch at the Ren family. "Are you guys going?" Polite words are something everyone can say. Ran Wanxian gave a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I still have homework to do." "That's too bad. I have some important matters to attend to," Ren Qian said with a tone full of regret. He was going to see elder Jian Zhonghai. Even without the Jian family's matters, Ren Qian wouldn't go fishing with Jianghu. If Suan was around, he might consider accompanying them for a bit. He sent Jianghu off with all due courtesy. Now, the Jian family was the important matter. Upon returning home, Ren Qian took busy Ren Wanxian to the mansion to see Jian Zhonghai. Jian Zhonghai was practicing his calligraphy early in the morning while Jian's assistant was keeping Ren Qian company, who waited an hour before Jian Zhonghai came down. "Elder President Jian," Ren Qian casually chatted for a while before asking, "Who are you looking for?" "I know many people in Xianxia. I could help you look." To be frank, Jian Zhonghai put down his teacup and looked up. "It's my older brother. He has some misunderstandings with our Jian family." Jian Zhonghai's brother? Ran Qian had not heard of him. The assistant by Jian Zhonghai's side glanced at Ran Qian and Ran Wanxian. "Our uncle is the president of the Jiangjing Music Academy, the director of the Jiangjing Culture Bureau, and settled in Chang'an District, Jiangjing." Jiangjing Music Academy? Jiangjing Culture Bureau? A realization struck Ren Qian. How could the Beiqing Jian family have such relatives? With that in mind, he showed even more respect to Jian Zhonghai. I will have someone keep an eye out. Jian's assistant, after observing them, knew that Ran Wanxian and Ren Qian had no idea what it meant to be settled in Chang'an district. Bai Lian still went to the library early in the morning. Zhang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian writing a paper. Everyone was busy with their own things. Xianxia, who had an extremely hard time sitting there yesterday, felt much better today. Although it was still a struggle, he no longer checked the time every so often as he had done the day before. With Zhang Fulai around, even going to the bathroom required a great deal of determination from Xianxia. Bai Lian knew that Xianxia had trouble focusing while reading, which is why she had him come with her to the library. Habits are cultivated. Yet, unexpectedly, Xianxia was much quieter in the library than Pu Xiaohan. She rested her chin on her hand, pensively saying to Zhang Fulai, "Why don't you stay at the library for a few more days?" Zhang Fulai slowly typed out a line, his posture casual and his tone seemingly indifferent. "If you insist on me staying a few more days, then sure." Bai Lian reassured him, Yes, I'll treat you to milk tea later. Tell me, what do you want to drink?" "The same as you." Zhang Fulai wasn't particularly fond of milk tea. "All right." Bai Lian capped her pen with one hand, then lazily reached out to tap on Jiang He's head. "Xiaoniao, what about you? What do you want to drink?" Jiang He. Tang Ming, having fully realized Jiang He's peculiarities in the past 2 days, quietly gossiped to Tang Ming after Bai Lian and Zhang Fulai went downstairs. "Why is Xiaoniao called Bird?" "Don't know," Ning Xiao said calmly, pointing out the essence. "But it must have been Lian who gave the nickname. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaoniao wouldn't be so silent." A little after 4 in the afternoon, Ji Heng called her to bring Ning Xiao and the others to join them for dinner. Ji Heng's voice was quite excited over the phone. It seemed like they had caught quite a few fish. Bai Lian couldn't help but feel happy for him, and after hanging up, she looked at Xianxia. She remembered Xianxia did not go home for the new year. "Are you coming to my grandpa's for dinner tonight? They caught a lot of fish today." "Dinner at Bai Lian's place?" Xianxia hesitated a bit. "Won't that be too much trouble?" "Ning Xiao and I are going," said Tang Ming to Xianxia. It wasn't the first time they had eaten at Bai Lian's grandfather's house. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were very familiar with Shen Qing and Ji Heng. Not to mention that Pu Xiaohan stealthily added Ji Heng on WeChat, coquettishly asking him to make clothes for her. Tang Ming was quite amazed. "Okay then," Xianxia nodded. He did not have many friends but had met quite a few people through Bai Lian since coming to Shangqing. And that included the 2 academic aces before him. When leaving the library for Purist Street in the evening, Xianxia quietly asked Tang Ming what Ji Heng liked, wondering if he should buy something for him. "Buy some fruits and tobacco to take over," Ning Xiao suggested from the side. "There's a small store on Purist Street that has those." The young people got off the car on Purist Street. The 3 of them were going to number 112 to buy tobacco and fruits while Bai Lian accompanied them to the convenience store. Items in the convenience store weren't expensive, and the tobacco was very ordinary. Zhang Fulai carried his computer in one hand and kept the other in his pocket, following behind them lazily. The store owner gave them a little discount and also handed Bai Lian and Jiang He a lollipop each. Chapter 396, 153 Dean Jian, Jianxia's cheating friend, second update. Underscore 3 Tang Ming complained to Xianxia, "Why don't we have one?" Xianxia. "Maybe it's because you're just average looking." Tang Ming. "Then what about Teacher Jiang?" Xianxia. "A death sentence." Luckily, a phone call saved Xianxia. He had never been more grateful for his dad's call than at this moment. "Didn't I tell you there's a banquet today?" Jian's father whispered from the other end of the phone. "Where are you?" Xianxia walked to the side and spoke softly. "I'm having dinner at a friend's house, I won't be coming." Anyway, his presence wouldn't make a difference. It was likely a banquet that Jian Zhonghai was hosting to promote Jian Rong. Whether he attended or not was inconsequential. "You?" On the phone, Jian's father glanced at Jian Rong talking to Jian Zhonghai on the sofa and then back down at his phone. He couldn't understand why Xianxia lacked ambition. Master Xianxia doesn't have time? Where did he go? Jian's assistant looked at Jian's father, surprised. Jian's father forced a smile. He's having dinner with a few friends. Friends? Those fair-weather friends from Xianxia? Taking another look at Jian's father, the assistant then realized and went to report back to Jian Zhonghai. It wasn't that the assistant looked down on Jian's friends. It was mainly because Jian Rong's friends included well-known figures from the Beiqing circle, and one of them was even the top scholar of Beiqing's college entrance exams from last year. The contrast was simply too stark. Jian's father felt humiliated by that look. If Xianxia were by his side, he would surely have been beaten up again. If he's busy, let it be, Jian Zhonghai said indifferently. Where Xianxia went to eat wasn't a concern to him, as long as Jian Rong was there. Then he turned amiably to Jian Rong and said, "Are you sure your uncle added you?" Jian Zhongyou was an odd one. Jian Zhonghai knew his contact methods, yet Jian Zhongyou didn't add the older generation to his contacts. Only some younger family members and occasional assistants or secretaries went through. MHM, Jian Rong nodded. "I was just asking uncle about where he lives." Good, good. Jian Zhonghai laughed heartily and clapped Jian Rong on the shoulders vigorously. Meanwhile, Xianxia hung up the phone. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao each carried a bag, and they handed one to Jian Zhao as well. "Let's go." The group made their way to Ji Heng's yard. Ning Xiao, who had been there once, recognized the way and led Tang Ming and the others. Bai Lian walked behind with Zhang Fulai and was accompanied by Zhang He. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Bai Lian was wearing a lead white top with batwing sleeves and a silver white pleated skirt that fluttered as she walked. After a few steps she paused, looking Zhang He up and down before lazily commenting, "Your legs are really short." Zhang Fulai followed leisurely behind Bai Lian. His gaze was light, only looking down at Zhang He disdainfully when Bai Lian spoke. "Heh." He gazed at Zhang He, emitting a heartless chuckle. Zhang He. He quickened his pace, clearly frustrated. Zhang He was slow, and Ning Xiao's group had already reached Ji Heng's place, while the three of them hadn't even made it to the corner. "Does Sister Bai live here?" Xianxia asked curiously, looking around. "Right," Tang Ming said, chatting with Xianxia on the side. Ning Xiao raised his hand to knock on the yard's door. As soon as his hand reached up, Shen Qing opened the door. I could hear Tang Ming talking from far away. "Come in quickly. I've specially simmered soup for you both today." Xianxia, who hadn't met Shen Qing before, entered hesitantly behind Ning Xiao. There were only two others in the yard besides Shen Qing. They were Director Chen and Dean Jian. Both squatted in the middle of the yard watching fish. Director Chen greeted Ning Xiao and then pointing to the largest fish in the middle, introduced it to the group. "I caught this one." Dean Jian pointed to the fish next to him, slowly saying, "This one is the one I caught." Chapter 397, 154 Shocked Jianzhe. Ignites the east of the city under one. The weather in Xianxia was not cold, so Director Chen had rolled up his sleeves. He had a very down-to-earth air about him. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming both showed great respect to Director Chen, complimenting his fish when they entered. Only Jianzhe stood at the doorstep, hesitating and even feeling a bit surreal, as he looked at the old man squatting beside Director Chen, somewhat afraid to go in. This student, Shen Qing, saw Jianzhe holding a bag and carrying a backpack, and smiled. "Aren't you coming in?" "Ah." Jianzhe came back to his senses. He hadn't met the elder from his family, but his father and grandfather would always mention the elder at the dinner table, saying he was the pride of the Jian family. The younger members of the family had all seen the official photo from Jianghu Music Academy. Jianzhe did not have face blindness, yet the serious scholarly face from the official photo was now casually squatting on the ground of the courtyard, in front of the fish, wearing a pair of handmade cloth shoes, stained with yellow mud. Compared to the lofty image of the dean of the Jianghu Music Academy, the contrast was just too stark. Even though they had the same face, Jianzhe hesitated to recognize him for a moment. As for Jian Zhongyou, he didn't know any of the Jian family members, and only thought the young man had been staring at him for too long, but he didn't take it to heart. "Xiao Han loves fish head hot pot the most," Shen Qing said to Bai Lian, who had just returned. Bai Lian put down her backpack and explained to Shen Qing, "She went to see Grandpa Tao. There's a TV station interviewing him today, and she's helping him tidy up his appearance." Grandpa Tao's puppet show had become popular, and many big V-bloggers were riding on its trend. The TV station was even stirred up to feature a special interview with Grandpa Tao. Speaking of this, Bai Lian suddenly remembered, and she paused beside Jianghu. There's a traditional town here, and the street is full of stalls, old martial arts gyms, sugar painting, puppet shows. Do you want to go there later and have a look? She remembered Jianghu came for tourism. Sure, Jianghu wasn't really here for tourism, but since he was here, I'll have a look. The two chatted about this. Jianghu Lai held the grapes Bai Lian had given him, delicately peeling them as he spoke to Director Chen beside him. I want to attend the meeting. This wave of traffic is yours to harness. Make sure the Culture and Tourism Department is aware during the meeting. Director Chen rolled down his sleeves and nodded. We have already added many stalls and encouraged more vendors to come over, and the supporting facilities have increased accordingly. Maintaining public security in the east of the city and guiding tourists is the priority, Jianghu Lai said as he finished peeling, and handed some to Bai Lian, who was still talking with Jianghu. Before returning, we need to elevate the influence of traditional crafts and strive to discover more artisans like Grandpa Tao, one by one. Adding some traditional crafts interaction activities to get more young people involved is vital for drawing in and maintaining interest, and you don't have to worry about the initial investment. Director Chen, who was not sensitive to these matters, made sure to remember everything Jianghu Lai said. The patrol team has all gone to the east of the city, where there is a high volume of people, and we are currently developing a tourism line in the west of the city. Before returning to Jiangjing, Director Chen patrolled the east of the city every day. The whole of Xianxia, along with the Culture and Tourism Department, were fully energized, not even taking a break for the new year. With the high volume of tourists, the stalls in the east did not raise their prices. In fact, Grandpa Tao continued to perform for children for free. The South Station was rushing to complete construction, and the North Station's railway station had been renovated again, with the tourist line already in operation. The hub station was connected from Ring Road all the way to the tourist town in the east, striving to turn the area into a traditional cultural tourism district. The initial promotion had gone so smoothly thanks in no small part to the influence of Jianghu Lai, who had invested most of his capital into the push. The people of Xianxia kept their traditional friendliness, with most of the ghost houses being run by locals, charging only for meals. In their words, they had never imagined people would come to see Xianxia on purpose, because even the locals wanted to leave, so they were especially hospitable to tourists. At the dinner table, a big bowl of soup was brought to the table, and Xin Qing specially served one bowl each to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Thank you. Both expressed their gratitude politely. Bai Lian glanced at that big bowl of soup, then circumvented it to serve herself some fish soup. Jianghu Lai didn't drink any soup, only eating a bit of the fish head. As for Director Chen, he looked at Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, with words on the tip of his tongue. Sitting beside Tang Ming, Xianxia dared not look at Jianghu on his left nor at Jianghu Lai on his right, and just kept his head down eating. After finishing their meal, Director Chen quickly and deftly helped Ji Xiaojun wash the dishes. Jiheng's courtyard was lively until 9 o'clock when everyone departed. Bai Lian returned to her room, drying her hair while she took out her phone, opened Chengdu, and searched. Chapter 398. 154 Shocked Jianghu. Ignites the east of the city under 2. Rebirth of the dragon-proud sky. She wore a loose white pajama, lazily sitting by the window, her hair all swept to the left hand holding a towel against her hair tips, while the right hand scrolled through the screen reading about Long Outyen. She could speed read 10 lines at a glance. Could there really be such a thing as rebirth? After reading a few chapters and seeing nothing about how Long Outyen was reborn, Bai Lian skipped ahead, ready to listen to some English, when a message from Jianghu popped up at the top of her phone. Bai Lian clicked on it and took a look. Your family, that Mr. Jian, he looks a bit like one of my elders. Bai Lian. Jianghu. The one I told you about before, the one who learned zither as a child. Does this Mr. Jian play the zither? Upon reading this, Bai Lian sat up straight, methodically tapped on the head of the Calligraphy Association's director, took a screenshot, then replied, he didn't come back for the new year. It was 10 minutes later, while chatting with Ji Hang, that the director of the Calligraphy Association saw the reply. Just don't let him spread my message. After reading the reply, Bai Lian relayed to Jianghu. It's him. At the other end of the phone, Jianghu, who had just boarded a taxi, suddenly wanted to stand, his head banging hard on the car roof. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, breaking in alarm. Young man, do you need to go to the hospital? No need, no need, Xianxia replied stiffly. Though he had suspected the old Mr. Jian was his elder from the moment he first saw Jian Zhongyo. Still, the shock was inevitable when Bai Lian confirmed it. The Jian family would resort to anything to meet Jian Zhongyo, even spending a lot of money every year to bribe the people around him. For example, when Xianxia saw yesterday that Jian's father and the rest couldn't meet their target, he thought it was another false lead, but he didn't expect that Jian Zhongyo really came to Xianxia. And he was at Bai Lian's place. How did he know Bai Lian? The next day, Xianxia, with panda eyes, came to study with Bai Lian and the others. When Pu Xiaohan arrived holding her incomplete winter holiday homework, she was startled by Xianxia. Hi, Xianxia greeted Pu Xiaohan. They had met at the Calligraphy Association, and at that time, Pu Xiaohan was rather distant with Xianxia. Seeing him studying with Bai Lian and the others today, she felt a bit more familiar. Let me copy the winter holiday homework. I didn't do many of the tough questions, Pu Xiaohan murmured, asking Tang Ming for the homework. The extended questions were too difficult. She didn't dare to ask Ning Xiao. His stern look was a big improvement over Jianghu Lai. If it weren't for Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan would not even dare to speak to him. Tang Ming pulled out his homework for her. Xianxia was shocked as he looked toward Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai. They didn't care? Why couldn't he even sneak a moment on his phone? By 2 in the afternoon, Pu Xiaohan finished copying the homework and had gone through the wrong questions given by Bai Lian. Then she packed her bag and quietly said goodbye to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, I'm going to see Grandfather Jian. She was an online friend of the director of the Calligraphy Association and knew he was going to the Eastern City tourist area. So Pu Xiaohan volunteered to be his tour guide. Eastern City. The director of the Calligraphy Association arrived first. He was dressed in a gray shirt, holding a fan Jianghu had given him. Just after getting off the tourist bus line, a volunteer approached him. Grandpa, are you here alone for the sightseeing? Would you like some water? He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the director of the Calligraphy Association. On the 6th day of the lunar year, the crowd was continuous at the Eastern City. The volunteer saw the director alone and of considerable age. He made a point of finding a young person to be responsible for his safety. Pu Xiaohan hadn't yet arrived when the director was taken to watch a puppet show. Next to it was a stand for performances by the audience. The volunteer gave the director a sugar painting, and even led him to the stand prepared for amateur performers. In addition to puppets and masks, there was an eru placed beside the stand. A child of 7 or 8 years old went up to perform a face-changing act. The director, motivated by the warmth, spur of the moment sat down and picked up the eru beside him. He was proficient with most instruments, except for this one. Grandpa, play Moon Reflected in the Second Spring. A bunch of people below were clapping. Here, no one recognized him, but they were clapping and cheering below the stage, not for grading or performing, but for the sheer joy of sharing the experience. The director sat on the stool, his right hand relaxedly holding the bow, with his middle finger and ring finger casually inserted between the bow stick and hair. With a mostly young audience and during the festive period, it didn't seem right to play sad music. What did young people like again? Suddenly the director had an idea, then he nonchalantly crossed one leg over the other, squinted his eyes, and drew the bow across the strings, his middle finger and ring finger lightly touching them, bringing forth a lively and vigorous sound from the stage. It was like a wave of joy splashing into a calm lake, bringing about a performance. Chapter 399. 154 Shocked Xianxia. Ignites the east of the city under 3 an arrow rang out, piercing the skies above. It set the entire eastern part of the city ablaze. The young people's eyes lit up. Wasn't this sexy love? Could their traditional instrument, the eru, actually play that? There were hardly any experts in the audience. All they knew was that this eru had a really great tune. It was lively yet carried a touch of sassiness, which didn't seem to match the serious and stern old man at all. In an instant, the lightly attended stage began drawing crowds, lured by the sound of the eru. Countless people recorded the scene, surrounding the stage so tightly that no one could pass through. When Pu Xiaohan arrived, Director Jian was desperately looking for her help. She finally managed to pull Director Jian out of the crowd and handed him the milk tea that Bai Lian had brought for him. The two of them snuck behind a huge blue trash can to drink their milk teas. Grandpa Jian, You actually know young people's music? Pu Xiaohan took a sip of her milk tea. She had listened to half of Sexy Love. It was astounding. She had always thought Director Jian was a serious person. She didn't dare overstep boundaries when talking to him online, only to discover today that he possessed an interesting soul. It wasn't me. Director Jian's eyes were open to a new world. Bai Lian, squatting down with his milk tea. Your classmate who sits behind you played it first on the zither. She's better at it than me. That serious yet playful charm. Director Jian thought Bai Lian played it spot on. These classical instruments didn't always have to play classic pieces. Letting more people know that even the Eru could play music from all times and places was important. Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan's eyes twirled. Bai Lian only practiced the instrument at home, and aside from that one school anniversary, Pu Xiaohan hadn't heard her play since. But it made sense, that air of refined rascality. Bai Lian captured it just right. 7 o'clock in the evening. Bai Lian and Jianghu were in the eastern part of the city looking for Pu Xiaohan and Director Jian. The tourist route was on the newly built Xiang Mountain Avenue, which connected to Xiangbei. Wallow Road, a popular tourist street, intersected with Xiang Mountain Avenue. The whole of Wallow Road was paved with bluestone slabs, and Peace Road crossed it, also laid with bluestone. The Calligraphy Association Martial Arts Hall was right at the junction of Xiang Mountain Avenue and Wallow Road, and the shopping center on Xiang Mountain Avenue was about to open. Pu Xiaohan and Director Jian were sitting at a roadside stall on Peace Road, waiting for their snacks to arrive. Wallow Road was 5 meters wide and Peace Road was a bit narrower, so there were fewer people than on Wallow Road. Today, Bai Lian wore a creamy white linen long dress, her long hair half-tied in a lazy style, with her dark hair draping over her shoulders. Behind her, the lights of thousands of homes blended her into the street's ambience. Jianghu standing next to her seemed somewhat out of place in the crowd. He was dressed in a white shirt, buttoned up to the collar, his refined features softened by the lights, reducing their usual aloofness as he calmly followed Bai Lian through the layers of people. Pu Xiaohan didn't expect someone like Jianghu to join them for street food, so she asked the owner to prepare an extra portion. Did you finish looking around this afternoon? Bai Lian sat down on the last free stool and started chatting with the two. Jianghu stood behind her, waiting. It was too crowded, Pu Xiaohan told Bai Lian about how Director Jian almost didn't make it out. We didn't finish looking around, and we haven't visited the martial arts hall yet. As she spoke, she pondered how to persuade Bai Lian to record a video session. God, she really wanted to see Bai Lian playing those songs on the zither. Director Jian was very satisfied with what he had seen today. The night lights reflected in his eyes. This place is quite nice. How about we stay here tonight, to get a feel for the local customs? The owner brought over 2 servings of chicken strips, thoughtfully providing 4 skewers. Bai Lian speared a small piece with a skewer and handed it back to Jianghu. I thought about it, but the guest houses here are fully booked. Director Jian was troubled. Bai Lian slowly took a bite and said, Would you mind staying at the Calligraphy Association? 8 o'clock at night. At the Xianxia mansion, Jianghu and others had just finished dinner. They still hadn't uncovered any news about Jianghu. Ran Qian hesitated. The hotels I checked didn't show Director Jian checked in. Are you sure he's in Xianxia? Jianghu held his teacup, his brows knitted in concern, only to ask Jianrong, who was sitting on the couch, He hasn't replied to you? Ran Qian also looked over as Jianrong opened his phone, the screen displaying the conversation with Jianghu. Jianrong, hello, great uncle, I'm Jianrong, Jian Zonghai's grandson. Jianghu, are you going to learn the zither? Jianrong, I've never learned. Jianghu. Jianrong, are you in Xianxia? No reply came after that. Staring at the single. Jianrong didn't understand his great-uncle's meaning. He didn't reply to me. Xianxia had finished reading in the afternoon and was called back by his father. He sat with Jianrong listening to Jianghu speak. When Ran Qian and Jianghu looked over, he could not help but lower his head, tapping his phone to read a novel. Then a message from Bai Lian came through. Is the Calligraphy Association empty? Chapter 400. Sect Leader 155, the next Dean of the Jian Institute, second update. Underscore 1 Because Wallow Street became popular, many tourists would visit during the day to see the Calligraphy Association and the martial arts schools. The Calligraphy Association would give away free calligraphy to visitors, so even during the New Year's holidays, Qiu Shuizheng did not go home. The Calligraphy Association had been closing at 10 o'clock at night for the past month. Xianxia said, "Today Mr. Qiu went home, and there's no one at the Calligraphy Association, I'll be right back." Xianxia lived at the Calligraphy Association. He had a key. Worried that Bai Lian had been waiting alone for too long, Xianxia quietly asked Jian Rong, "Can you give me a ride back to the Calligraphy Association?" The mansion was in a special location. There were no buses nearby, and taxis couldn't drive in. So Xianxia just asked Jian Rong. He got along quite well with Jian Rong because Xianxia had come to Xianxia to replace Jian Rong, for which Jian Rong was quite grateful. "Of course I can." The Ren family had specifically provided a car for the Jian family, and Jian Rong went to find Jian's assistant to get the keys. Usually, the Calligraphy Association didn't close because Wallow Street became popular, and many tourists would come during the day to visit the Calligraphy Association and martial arts schools, which gave away free calligraphy to visitors. So even during the New Year's holidays, Qiu Shuizheng did not go home. Xianxia lived in the Calligraphy Association and had a key. Fearing that Bai Lian had been waiting too long, he quietly asked Jian Rong, "Can you give me a ride back to the Calligraphy Association?" Jian's assistant overheard from the side, his voice slightly loud. "Young Master Xianxia, you said your friend is waiting for you? You want young Master Jian Rong to give you a ride to your friend?" "What?" Jian's father quickly lowered his voice and looked at Xianxia. "Didn't I tell you not to go back tonight and to study with Jian Rong tomorrow?" Everyone knew that Jian Zhonghai had found a teacher for Jian Rong to prepare for graduate school entrance exams. "I'm studying with other people," Xianxia frowned. "And Sister Bai is still waiting for me." All this talk about Bai Jian, Jian's father felt a surge of blood rushing to his forehead when he heard about the friends his son was making. "You!" Their voices grew loud, and Jian Zhonghai could hear them too. He put down his teacup and glanced at Jian's assistant. "Young Master Jian Rong still has to study, you take him to the main road." One could hail a taxi from the main road. Ran Qian sat next to Jian Zhonghai, sipping tea quietly, not intervening in their family matters. Jian's assistant respectfully answered, "Yes." He took the car keys and drove Xianxia. Jian Rong looked at Xianxia somewhat apologetically. He could have insisted on taking Xianxia himself, but Jian Rong didn't want to upset Jian Zhonghai. Jian's assistant dropped Xianxia off on the main road. "Take care on your way, young Master Xianxia." After the drop-off, Jian's assistant went upstairs to find Jian Zhonghai. "This Xianxia is becoming increasingly disobedient." Jian Zhonghai put down his pen with a cold expression. "Didn't his father say he was going to prepare for the graduate school entrance exams too? Why haven't I seen him studying, and what is he off to do now?" "I heard it's to deliver keys to his friend." Jian's assistant shook his head. "Let Jian Rong lessen his contact with him." Jian Zhonghai lightly blew on the wet ink. "Mixing all day with friends who are up to no good." Meanwhile, Xianxia quickly arrived at the door of the Calligraphy Association. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the brightly lit scene opposite, where Zhang Fulai stood out from the crowd. Close to 9 o'clock, the number of tourists showed no sign of decreasing. Xianxia made his way through the crowd to speak with Bai Lian. "Shall we go to the Calligraphy Association now? But why are you still here so late?" "Oh, it's not me." Bai Lian slightly turned her head, her tone casual. "He wants to stay here." She nodded her chin forward. Only then did Xianxia notice in front of Bai Lian were Pu Xiaohan and an old man. The old man turned around, giving Xianxia a small nod. "Excuse me." Very polite. "Ah, no." Xianxia thought only Bai Lian would be there, he stammered for a moment. No trouble at all." A puppet show had just ended. The crowd gathered in small clusters. Xianxia, holding the key to the Calligraphy Association, walked ahead, his steps soft and lacking strength as if treading on cotton. When he was opening the door to the Calligraphy Association, Xianxia was still in a daze. Sect leader Jian was going to stay here? As soon as the door to the Calligraphy Association opened, Bai Lian went to turn on the lights in the courtyard. Sect leader Jian stood on the steps, observing the small table in the yard with an ink stone on it. After so many years, looking at the Calligraphy Association again, these writing supplies were no longer his nightmare. "You should stay next to Xianxia," Bai Lian had asked Qiu Shuizheng. She opened the door to the room next to Xianxia's, which was furnished with disposable amenities. This is usually for receiving guests. If you need anything, just look for Xianxia. After speaking, Bai Lian also reminded Xianxia. Take good care of sect leader Jian. I know. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Sect leader Jian went in to inspect the room. Outside, Pu Xiaohan spoke to Bai Lian. Sister Lian, do you want to record a video? What video? Bai Lian sat lazily on a small table, her slender fingers adjusting the inkstone. Her social media account had also been promoted, from the first Jianghu Music Academy video of The White Robe Journey to the current Gambling with Liquor, each one with high popularity. She knew that Jian Zhongyo also had an account on this app, so she worked hard to run it. Good looks, good family background, and as a Beijing high school academic achiever, her guzheng playing also mesmerized the netizens, and she even interned at Jianghu Music Academy. All sorts of records had netizens gasping. Willing to spend money on a social media account, her popularity with the Guqin online was second only to that of Jian Zhongyo. Most comments tagged at Jian Zhongyo, asking him to take a glance at Bai Shaoqi and to consider her the next successor to the Guqin tradition. Beside him, Bai Qiming was on the phone with Bai Shaoka and suddenly stood up. Are you serious? Is President Jian in Xianxia? Although Bai Shaoka was only a freshman, he had always worked hard to develop his connections in Jianghu. He had left for Jianghu on the 4th day of the new year. Bai Shaoqi, with her sharp ears, also straightened up when she caught the words, President Jian. All right, father understands. Bai Qiming hung up the phone, then arranged for money to be sent to Bai Shaoka before telling Bai Shaoqi. The Jian family says President Jian is in Xianxia. As he mentioned Xianxia, Bai Qiming subconsciously frowned. Bai Lian was in Xianxia. He shook his head, pushing thoughts of Bai Lian to the back of his mind. Pack your things right now. I'll have the driver take you to Xianxia, and I'll speak to the school on your behalf. Bai Shaoqi hadn't seen President Jian for a long while, and she thought he would reach out to her after he had specifically greeted her last time, but that contact had never come. Hearing this news now, she couldn't contain her excitement. The 8th day of the new school year was approaching for seniors, but for Bai Shaoqi, President Jian was the priority. Bai Qiming directly secured a week's leave for her. On the 8th day, in the afternoon, the Ren family's stretch business van stopped at the intersection of Xiang Mountain Avenue, with Jian Zhonghai, Jian Rong, and an assistant stepping out. Jian Zhonghai had not found President Jian here yesterday and was prepared to look around once more today. The assistant got out of the car and spotted Jianxia across the street. Master Jianxia? Jianxia's father, who had just exited from the front passenger seat, heard this and hurriedly looked across the street. Xianxia stood with 2 girls and a blonde guy. One of the girls was tall with her hair half up, secured with a hairpin, and was holding a mobile phone, seemingly playing a game, while the other was holding a camera, talking to the blonde guy. The blonde guy looked like a typical thug. Jianxia's father's face turned dark in an instant. Jian Zhonghai glanced over indifferently, then averted his gaze as the assistant subtly looked back at him. Grandpa, I'll go ask if Jianxia wants to come, Jian Rong whispered before running towards Xianxia. Jian Zhonghai gave a signal to the assistant, who immediately followed. Upon reaching Xianxia, Jian Rong realized that one of them was Bai Lian, whom they had met in Jianghu. Oh, it's you. Jian Rong's eyes brightened. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette dangling from his lip, squinted at Jian Rong without saying a word. Bai Lian slightly lifted her gaze, politely greeted him. Hello. Then she returned to casually flipping through vocabulary flashcards, polite yet aloof, not one for much conversation. The assistant stood respectfully behind Jian Rong, anonymously scanning this motley crew. His gaze lingering on the blonde Mao Kuan for quite some time on seeing him measure up Jian Rong in a rude manner, his brows furrowing at Jianxia's friend's lack of manners. She and her friend start school tomorrow. Xianxia walked up to Jian Rong, slung an arm over his shoulder. We're planning to go for hot pot, you coming? The assistant, upon hearing Xianxia's words, refocused his attention on Jian Rong's response. Not this time, Jian Rong hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I have to pick up Shaoqi's sister later. Do you want to join us? Shaoqi's sister? Xianxia was unfamiliar. That's Xiaoka, Beijing High School's top scholar sister, The Jian family looked down on the Bai family's mercantile ways and hadn't had much interaction, but Jian Rong and Bai Xiaoke had been close friends since middle school. Bai Xiaoqi very famous, recently quite big on social media, don't you know? Bai Xiaoqi. Pu Xiaohan packed away her camera in her backpack, a bit surprised. The one from the internet? As an internet sensation herself, Pu Xiaohan had a decent impression of Bai Xiaoqi, chiefly because Bai Xiaoqi played the guqin well and had even played The White Robe Journey. Bai Lian finally looked up, licking her lips and squinting her eyes dangerously. Seeing Bai Lian's reaction, Mao Kuan immediately lowered his head to smoke, silent. With the group's reaction neither cold nor warm, the assistant finally couldn't help but interject and explain, Miss Bai is not just the one from the internet. She has been to Jianghu Music Academy for rehearsals, our uncle. That is, President Jian of Jianghu Music Academy, do you know him? He thinks highly of Miss Bai, who has much potential and is very likely to become the next sect leader for President Jian. The assistant had great respect for Bai Xiaoqi, who might become the close disciple of the uncle. After speaking, the assistant sighed, wondering why Head bothered explaining so much to them. They didn't even grasp the significance of the potential next sect leader. Chapter 402. 156 brought back to the Bai family to ride on their popularity Sir One Mao Kuan was not one to follow these things. When Jian's assistant spoke, he just took a drag on his cigarette and glanced at Jian's assistant without giving an opinion. If you mentioned the boxing champion, he might engage in trivial chat. Pu Xiaohan was aware of Bai Xiaoqi. A very famous rich second generation online, she played the guzheng well, and Pu Xiaohan admired her for that. However, when Jian's assistant brought up the matter of accepting a closed-door disciple, Pu Xiaohan looked at Jian's assistant with some skepticism. When Director Jian played the arrow last time, Shed mentioned Bai Xiaoqi to him. Why hadn't she heard him mention this? Director Jian. Uncle is going to take on a closed-door disciple? Jian Zhe, after spending a couple of days with Jian Zhongyo, hadn't heard of such a thing. Yes, Jian's assistant said, looking at everyone's reactions and not wanting to say more. He then urged Jian Rong, young Master Jian Rong, we should be going. A word out of tune is not worth discussion. After Jian Rong and the assistant left, Pu Xiaohan was still asking Jian Zhe about this matter. Jian Zhe scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. No, I don't know my cousin's friends either. But Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan whispered to Bai Lian, I think you also play the guzheng very well, just not as skillfully as Bai Xiaoqi. I've been making some short videos about face-changing art and traditional Chinese music lately. It just so happened that Pu Xiaohan's recent short videos involved research on the erhu, pipa, and guzheng, and Bai Lian's previous rendition of Traveler in White was emotionally engaging, though it lacked a bit of proficiency. This was completely normal. Bai Xiaoqi had studied the guzheng for more than a decade, while Bai Lian had also learned for 10 years, but hadn't touched the guzheng for over 2 years, and naturally became rusty. The skills might become rusty, but the emotions were her instinctive response. Mao Kun's admiration for Pu Xiaohan shot up. He thought that if he repeatedly mentioned a name in front of Bai Lian, he would be held down by her and beaten up. Mao Kuan looked at the vibrant ponytail in front of him and had a sudden whimsical thought. Was it because of the ponytail? He was pondering the possibility of tying his hair into a ponytail. The group went for hot pot. Mao Kuan discussed Yang Lin's situation with Bai Lian. I reassigned a brother to watch her by playing cards downstairs. Her father didn't come back for the new year. Okay, Bai Lian estimated the time. Meanwhile, at Jianghu's place, Director Jian had not expected his video to go viral. He didn't dare stay at the Calligraphy Association any longer and took refuge with Jianghu instead. The head of the Jianghu Music Academy called him helplessly. Do you know how many journalists have come to interview us, asking whether we've taken advertisement fees from Xianxia to have you perform on stage? Ah, Director Jian also felt helpless. I was just inspired by the people here and went on stage to play the erhu. I'll explain it myself. He had no idea that no one in Xianxia would recognize him. Instead, netizens recognized him. He took out his phone, logged into his video account, and posted a message. V. Jian Zhongyo. I'm visiting Xianxia for tourism. If possible, I hope to find a success to be the next guzheng sect leader picture. The picture was of Xiang Mountain Avenue. Xianxia was already a hot topic recently. Jianghu was only famous in classical music circles, and most ordinary people didn't know him. But with Xianxia being so popular right now, the curious outside the circle flocked to Xianxia's page when they found out the old man from the street performance was such a big shot. His original following of over 10 million had now terrifyingly doubled to 20 million. Everyone could see his newly posted status. Not only did this set the classical music circles abuzz, but Jianghu had set a new record. Suddenly, the number of people wanting to travel to Xianxia was growing exponentially. The Academy's phones were exploding with journalist calls again. People inside the circle knew the significance of the next sect leader, while those outside didn't. But after a wave of explanations by netizens, they also realized this was a leader in classical music. In no time, the news about who the next sect leader will be exploded across the internet. Especially among the Jian family. Jian Zhonghai received this news immediately, and though he had his doubts about Bai Shaoqi, his hands trembled all of a sudden. He interrupted his itinerary, saying to Jian Rong, "I will go with you to pick up Bai Shaoqi." Bai Shaoqi had just arrived in Xianxia. The Bai family's driver brought her over. Aside from that, Bai Qiming had also provided her with a bodyguard. As soon as she arrived in Xianxia, she received a call from a classmate who had performed with her at the Jianghu Music Academy. They were extremely excited. "Shaoqi, are you in Xianxia now?" Bai Shaoqi, who had slept the entire way, was unaware of the news about Jian Zhongyou. "How did you know?" "I just do." The girl suppressed her excitement. "It's most likely you who Director Jian is looking for to be the next sect leader. Such wealth and honor." Chapter 403. 156 brought back to the Bai family to ride on their popularity under to the two chatted for a brief moment before Bai Shaoqi hung up the phone, hastily clicking into the video notification as it came through. Upon seeing Jian Zongyi's message, she was more shocked than anyone else. Her upbringing was unlike any other. From a young age, her mother taught her and Bai Shaoqi to endure what others could not, saying that only when they became strong would others take notice and bend the rules for them. It was clear Bai Shaoqi had succeeded. The Bai family had even personally requested for her brother to return. Bai Shaoqi knew she was slightly behind her brother. Until now, she took a deep breath, attempting to stay calm, but an undeniable joy shimmered in her eyes. She had no idea what Jian Zhongyou intended, but she understood the power of online supporters, and public opinion was on her side. She had originally started the video account to build her popularity and to keep up with Jian Zhongyou, aware that he had always been promoting classical music. Her videos also swayed towards Jian Zhongyou, so from the beginning, fans had been tagging Jian Zhongyou under each of her videos. Immediately after, Bai Qiming's call came through. Clearly, the Bai family was paying close attention to this as well. Bai Qiming's voice was gentler than ever today. "Shaoqi, if you need anything, just tell the family. Do you have enough money?" On the other end of the phone, a great uncle from the Bai family clan watched Bai Qiming, couldn't resist snatching the phone away. "Shaoqi, your great uncle will send you some money right away, and what about your gift to present to your master? We will prepare it for you immediately." After the call, the clan's great uncle brought his hands together in prayer, and kindly said, not bad at all. Qiming, it's really Guiyue Qing who knows how to raise children. Look at these two kids, both remarkable. You and Yue Qing should find a chance to bring her back home. It's never good to have a child out of wedlock spoken about openly, and so initially, the Bai family only brought Bai Shaoqi and Bai Shaoqi home. As for the mother of the two, it was as if they knew nothing about her. Guiyue Qing was very tactful, stating from the start that she could stay out of the Bai family's door, even willing to let the children be registered under Ji Mulan's name. Ji Mulan refused to put up with this disrespect and simply divorced. The Bai family did not bother with Guiyue Qing, but now, both children were more outstanding than the other. Bai Shaoqi was accepted by Jianghu University, and now Bai Shaoqi was about to become a disciple of Director Jian, with netizens starting to hype them up. Analyzing Director Jian's stature, he was a figure on par with the Chancellor of Jianghu University. Thinking of this, a deeper smile appeared on Bai Qiming's face. The Bai butler also offered his congratulations, adding tea for the two, whereas for another member of the Bai family still in Xianxia, Bai Lian, the entire Bai family had already forgotten about her. The following day, the 8th day of the new year. Xianxia No. 1 High School's senior year began early. Today was Saturday, and Bai Lian had gone to the prison early to visit Zhang Xi's, thoughtfully bringing his notebook for him before heading to school. As soon as the new year began, about half of the classmates who turned up were huddled around Wang Qi. Seeing Bai Lian enter the classroom, they shouted without any fear for their lives. "Sister Lian." Wang Qi had a white towel draped over his right shoulder and a rag in his hand, diligently wiping Bai Lian's desk and chair clean as she stepped through the classroom door. "Please have a seat." He bowed and made a gesture of invitation with great respect. Bai Lian glanced at him and then tossed her backpack onto the desk. Wang Qi threw the rag onto an unoccupied desk in the back and reached out to massage Bai Lian's shoulders, but upon looking down at Bai Lian's pristine white shoulder and then at his own hands, "You should go copy homework," Bai Lian said, motioning Pu Xiaohan to hand the holiday homework to Wang Qi. Wang Qi was constantly tagging the entire class over the holiday. Bai Lian had monopolized the source of homework he could copy. As school resumed, Wang Qi came to acknowledge his fault. "Thank you, sisters." Wang Qi tearfully received the homework notebook from Pu Xiaohan, having come early today specifically to copy homework. "Have we become internet famous lately?" Those who hadn't finished their homework copied from others, while those who had completed theirs discussed together. "Yeah, did you also see that local feature? That Guzheng piece was pretty good." Pu Xiaohan shared a music clip from her video with Bai Lian. "It's this gambling with liquor. I learned the climax part from Grandpa Jian, and he helped me record it." She only posted a video once every half-month, and they were of very high quality. She hadn't taken on any ads or promoted any products, and during the New Year period, she occasionally live-streamed the bustling scenes of the city's east side without showing her face. Chapter 404. 156 brought back to the Bai family to ride on their popularity. Under Sir 3 Bai Lian put on her headphones and listened for a while. "It's pretty good." Pu Xiaohan only learned this part to play it. She had no technique, relying purely on emotion, but both technique and feeling are very important for the Guzheng, and for beginners like Xiaohan, her emotions were in the right place and her proficiency was very high. Of course, Ning Xiao, hiding behind the scenes, glanced at Bai Lian. If it were him and Tang Ming, Bai Lian would probably only give them a humph. "Really?" Xiaohan shared her feelings with Bai Lian. "I think Bai Xiaoqi played very well, but her rendition of gambling with liquor was too soft. That's why she suddenly had the idea to learn the piece from Dean Jian. Only someone who had truly experienced the battlefields could convey that sense of clashing iron and charging steeds." Gambling with liquor had become a hit, and Bai Xiaoqi's Guzheng performance drove its popularity to unprecedented heights, almost outranking Yan Lu, who just released a new song. Bai Lian hadn't listened to Bai Xiaoqi's Guzheng, so she made no comment. Today's first class was with Lu Lingxi. She greeted everyone with a smile. "Everyone arrived very early today. Good, no one is late." As she spoke, her expression paused slightly when her gaze landed on the empty seat behind Bai Lian. "In just 150 days, they'll be sending you off to the exams, and you'll be stepping into society." Lu Lingxi had the entertainment committee prepare a countdown, rested her hands on the desk, and looked at them tenderly. "I know you are all good kids, but as a teacher at the start of the new term, I hope you can stay clear-headed and, no matter when and where, ensure your own safety first." Everyone nodded obediently. Lu Lingxi glanced at Bai Lian and saw that she neither spoke nor nodded, just looking at her. Lu Lingxi. Jian Family Mansion. Bai Xiaoqi stood on the second-floor balcony, briefly starting a live stream. "Miss Xiaoqi, is this? You're in Xianxia? Wow, don't tell me it's like the rumors online. Dean Jian actually came to see you, right?" "I just arrived, resting for the day." Bai Xiaoqi replied politely. "That mansion behind you, is that it? It looks so luxurious." Bai Xiaoqi nodded. "Staying at my brother's friend's place. There's a blogger named One Big Bowl with Each Meal who imitated your gambling with liquor Guzheng piece. It's a mess." Bai Xiaoqi was the first to popularize the Guzheng piece for this song, and a bunch of people tried to imitate her playing, especially after yesterday's incident with Dean Jian, when many bloggers jumped on her popularity. Bai Xiaoqi was disgusted with those online celebrities who could only imitate and ride on others' coattails. Hopefully they'll have some originality. Having said that, she ended the live stream, less enthusiastic than before. As a newly popular blogger, Bai Xiaoqi occasionally live-streamed her daily life at her fans' requests. Especially over the last 2 days, her fan base had grown rapidly, with many from the Jianghu Music Academy following her. She descended the stairs. Downstairs, Jian Zhonghai smiled as he introduced her to Ren Qian. This is Xiaoqi, Jian Rong's friend's sister. She was just talking to her fans. Ren Qian nodded politely towards Bai Xiaoqi. Not particularly interested. Jian Zhonghai glanced at Ren Qian and said with a smile, "She is a disciple our future uncle wants to take under his wing, and her brother was the top scholar from Beijing in the previous session." Ren Qian quickly stood up and greeted Bai Xiaoqi. Everyone in the room was very courteous to Bai Xiaoqi, all except for one person. Bai Xiaoqi looked at the young man sitting on the couch beside her. He glanced at her curiously, then his eyes returned to his phone, which made her frown. She remembered that he seemed to be Jian Rong's cousin, apparently exiled to Xianxia. She paid no further attention to Xianxia. "Did great-uncle mention to you where he is?" The assistant to the Jian family brought Bai Xiaoqi some tea, very respectfully. "No." Bai Xiaoqi took her seat and answered. Jian Rong was a young man who followed Bai Xiaoqi's account. "What's happening in your comment section?" Before, the comments under Bai Xiaoqi's videos were all messages tagging Jian Zhongyo, but now there seemed to be some about other bloggers. Bai Xiaoqi didn't want to mention them, just some people trying to ride on the popularity. She opened her social media account and posted an update. "Bai Xiaoqi, the scenery is really nice. Picture. Location, Xianxia." The update had a location tag. Chapter 405. 157 New Digital Vest. Sister Lian's piano recording. Second update. _1 Sunday. Pu Xiaohan arrived at school early in the morning and was talking in a low voice with Wang Qi, the entertainment committee member. "Why are these people all blindly following trends?" Wang Qi's voice was indignant. "And this song was even written by Sister Lian, and sung by Yan Lu. Xiaohan is a fan of this song, so how can they accuse her of riding on her coattails? I also said that Bai Xiaoqi was riding on Sister Lian's popularity." Pu Xiaohan had only used a section of Guzheng music while recording a face-changing video. Bai Xiaoqi became famous because of gambling with liquor, and planned to record Autumn again afterward. The entertainment committee member also frowned. To say they are imitating is one thing, but they even criticized Xiaohan for playing poorly. "It's okay." Pu Xiaohan quickly composed herself. Having been a blogger for so long, her mental resilience was strong. "It's just a few words. In a few days when the heat dies down, there will no longer be such voices." As soon as Bai Lian and Ning Xiao entered the classroom, their voices became much quieter. There was an inspection today. Bai Lian wore the blue and white school uniform, put her backpack on her seat, and raised her eyebrows. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing much, just stuff on the internet." Pu Xiaohan shook her head. She didn't want to affect the studies of the 2A students following her, and changed the subject. "What do you think about me asking your grandfather to make a Chinese-style outfit for graduation, and using that to shoot a video? Do you think he would agree?" That's how things were on the internet, and Pu Xiaohan knew Bai Lian didn't go online, so she didn't want this matter to affect her mood. Bai Lian unzipped her backpack, took out her pen, and said to Pu Xiaohan, "Give it a try." Pu Xiaohan's eyes lit up. That meant there was a chance. She took out her notebook and began to write a plan. Afternoon after school. Pu Xiaohan followed Bai Lian back to the Ji family's home. Jianghu was embroidering a robe in the courtyard. After Lance returned to his country, his colleagues were impressed by his clothes and asked Lance for the same design. Jianghu sat beside him, reading a big book. Jian Zhongyo took out Bai Lian's guzheng, sat cross-legged under the banyan tree, and slowly plucked at the guzheng strings without any specific melody, just following his heart. As soon as Pu Xiaohan stepped into the courtyard, she feared disturbing this scene. She walked in quietly and handed a bunch of fruit candy to Jianghu, only speaking to Jianghu when he looked over. The Year 10 class wanted to order custom graduation outfits, and she also wanted to record a video. Normally, Jianghu would refuse, but this time, he hesitated. "Are you planning to record a fully traditional Chinese-themed graduation outfit video and take graduation photos?" "Exactly, Grandpa." Pu Xiaohan sat next to him, helping him massage his shoulders. "Do the other people in your class also want to wear such clothes?" Jianghu was unsure. Pu Xiaohan was surprised. Of course, I've asked them already. Since the class fund was being used, she had asked in the group chat. Everyone was already curious about the clothes Bai Lian usually wore, and now that they heard they could order such outfits for the graduation photo, everyone was excited. She showed her phone to Jianghu, where the chat was filled with everyone's cheering voices. Jianghu was silent for a while before he said, "All right." Pu Xiaohan cheered. Pu Xiaohan was very proactive. Seeing that Jianghu agreed, she planned to start capturing details from today. She didn't bring a camera, so she called her dad to bring it over. Bai Lian stood beside Jianghu, holding her school jacket, and wearing a loose t-shirt embroidered with a big cabbage that didn't fit her style, with a bright red sun on the back. Jianghu, sitting on an elevated bench, swung his legs and slowly unwrapped a fruit candy, then lifted his head and handed it to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it. He then unwrapped another candy and went to find Pu Xiaohan in the storeroom. Pu Xiaohan, holding her phone and busy capturing Jianghu's collection of fabrics, didn't take it but opened her mouth directly. "Ah, Jianghu." At 6 o'clock. Pu Xiaohan's dad couldn't find the entrance to the Ji family's house. Seeing Pu Xiaohan was busy, Bai Lian put down her summary to go pick up Pu Xiaohan's dad. The alley was full of twists and turns. At the entrance of Heiress Street, Bai Lian saw a middle-aged man. He was of average height with a somewhat round face, holding a black bag and looking down at a phone in his hands. "Uncle Lu." Bai Lian hesitated for a moment. As soon as Uncle Lu saw Bai Lian, he hurriedly wiped his eyes. "Ah, Bai student, gosh, I'm really sorry for troubling you to come pick me up. I just don't recognize the way." He walked over with a light step, smiling at Bai Lian. "It's no trouble." Bai Lian wasn't wearing her jacket, just walking beside Uncle Lu. "What's wrong?" She was always direct. "It's embarrassing to say, and I hope you don't laugh." Uncle Lu knew young people were all on Weibo. He had seen the entertainment committee members and even liked their comments every day. Thinking Bai Lian knew about the incident with Pu Xiaohan, "I'm just upset by those comments." Chapter 406. 157 New Digital Vest, Sister Lian's Piano Recording, Second Update. Understood too. Uncle Lu knew that Pu Xiaohan was a blogger, and he liked, commented, and shared her videos daily, reporting any malicious comments and sending her private messages. These last couple of days, due to Bai Xiaoqi's influence, a swarm of trolls had descended upon the comments section of Pu Xiaohan's videos. There were paid trolls as well as passers-by. These people hadn't even watched Pu Xiaohan's previous videos, and were spewing all kinds of abuse in the comments of her latest one. Pu Xiaohan had long been aware that being a blogger would attract these issues, and she adjusted quickly, but her parents didn't have such thick skins. They had only this one daughter, and when she got her first troll, her dad could spend the whole night awake arguing with them. Now, seeing those comments, it was inevitable they'd feel upset. "Don't tell Xiaohan about this," Uncle Lu immediately said to Bai Lian, rubbing the back of his head. At his age, to be seen crying by Pu Xiaohan's classmate was deeply embarrassing for Uncle Lu, so he straightened his chest and walked ahead. Bai Lian led him to the courtyard and opened her phone to download an app. She hardly had any entertainment apps on her phone. But she remembered which video app Pu Xiaohan used, so after downloading it, she didn't bother to fill out the registration and just entered using her phone number. She sat next to Director Jian, her back to the well, eyes downcast. Resting her elbow carelessly on the stone table, she looked vaguely menacing in the gentle sunset. "What are you doing?" Director Jian called Bai Lian's name a couple of times and, seeing her distracted, he put down the guzheng. He came over to her. Bai Lian had just logged in. Director Jian happened to see her logged in as user 2589741, an obviously new account, and exclaimed incredulously, "You really don't go online?" He had always thought Bai Lian was just being dismissive, and the realization left him utterly astounded. Bai Lian lazily opened the search bar. Director Jian wasn't the type to peep, so he sat back down, chatting with her about Yen Lu's new song. Bai Lian searched for the one bowl per meal account. Not only did she find the user, but also a bunch of recommended videos. The first video was a clip from an entertainment news segment showing Bai Xiaoqi's live stream. It was a screen-recorded segment of Bai Xiaoqi chatting with her fans. "It doesn't matter, I don't care, everyone knows I'm not bothered by it. If they want to imitate, then let them. I play softly? No problem, actually. There's no need to argue with those who don't understand Guzheng. We just need to play our best. I'm still in Xianxia, Director Jian. I'm not sure. Everyone, please stop asking. If they want to use gambling with liquor, how could she understand it better than me? Bai Lian pursed her lips. She took out her earphones and listened to the segment of Bai Shaoqi's video. Bai Shaoqi had added a drum set to the Guzheng piece and tweaked it slightly herself. From Bai Lian's perspective, emotionally it really was lacking and too soft, not like something she had written. Pu Xiaohan's video she had watched the day before. It was a face-changing video where she added a segment of gambling with liquor during the general's transformation. Although Pu Xiaohan's skills were average, this part had been guided by Jian Zhongyo, so the emotion in gambling with liquor was captured very well. Being from Xianxia herself, she revered the song and, having seen Yan Lu practice the spear, only someone who understood could perceive the emotion within. Bai Lian returned to Pu Xiaohan's video homepage to see the latest video had garnered 290,000 comments. Surfer expert. Do you really not know the background music is answering the two, smile? LOL. Nowadays anyone can be a blogger. Can the platform ban these idiots who know nothing and just ride on the hype? Dark Night covers eyes. At Bai Shaoqi of Beijing High School, a top student who has performed at Jianghu Music Academy. Are you going to be the Guzheng sect leader in the future? May I ask the blogger, which school do you come from? Where have you performed? Oh, Xianxia High School? Troublemakers always come from bad lands, shy. Having never been online, Bai Lian didn't know how toxic some people could be. She also was unaware of the extent to which silent spirals of this kind could spread, how good Pu Xiaohan's performance actually was, but such opinions were buried beneath the weight of the other side's comments, thus creating an uncontrollable scene, where everyone was maligning Pu Xiaohan. Newcomers to the internet could easily be swept up by this rhythm, joining in the outrage. The two highest voted comments were, "Fight the waves. Don't let every Tom, Dick, and Harry come leeching for attention, don't know anything and yet dare to judge? Do you know more about the style of gambling with liquor than at Bai Shaoqi? 1 bowl per meal. How fat are you to have such a username? Are you not showing your face because you're too ugly?" Bai Lian took a deep breath. She stood up with a whoosh, her expression icy cold. Next to her, Director Jian jumped in fright. He stopped plucking the strings and looked up at Bai Lian. "What's wrong?" Bai Lian shook her head, not speaking, and went to find Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan had just finished shooting Jianghu's storeroom with her camera. "Finished recording?" Bai Lian quietly leaned against the doorframe, waiting for her to wrap up before raising an eyebrow. "Yeah," Pu Xiaohan nodded, reviewing the video shed shot. In it, her dad was talking to Jianghu. The two of them were bragging about each other's daughters under the guise of casual conversation. Bai Lian nodded. "All right, let's make a video." Pu Xiaohan followed Bai Lian outside, taking a big step over the threshold, confused. "What video?" Bai Lian walked to the stone table and said softly to Director Jian, "Please let me use the Guzheng for a bit." Director Jian casually handed her the Guzheng. "It was yours to begin with. What do you mean, let you use it for a bit?" And he got up to give his seat to Bai Lian. This part of the courtyard was set up by Jianghu for Bai Lian to play the Guzheng, the stone slightly raised. She simply sat on the ground, casually placing the Guzheng on her thighs. "Bai Lian," Pu Xiaohan watched her, sensing what she was about to do, somewhat excitedly. "Bai Lian, are you going to record us?" "No," Bai Lian's fingers touched the strings, cutting her off. "It's gambling with liquor." Pu Xiaohan suddenly stilled, staring blankly at Bai Lian. The courtyard lights lit up, casting a chilly light on Bai Lian's head. Beneath the light, her eyes were intensely dark. "Why are you acting like Yan Lu?" Her fingertips remained on the strings, her posture both casual and defiant. "The style of gambling with liquor, who could understand it better than me?" You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.